sorry, I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no, it makes you sad. Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Without a look, should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. I can just lay, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex. KDA, should we show them how we do it every day? Let's get it. Kali that girl, Kali go girl, Kali gon' stop, Kali gon' skirt, Kali got a job, Kali go to work. 뜨거워 언제나 don't get burned. 넘쳐 흘러물 든 a rough it, 죽여주잖아 like a rough it. 누가 감히 on my outfit, 그 문 열지 마 that's a rough day. Don't give any more cause I'm greater than. 필요 없는 시험들 다 뿐이미. But all of my numbers are talking back. 부루마법 message monopoly. 눈종이 돈이 나 real money 필요 없대. 너네들이 만든 돈들 go get it, go get it, go get it. 더 미션 눈을 못대 못해 그래 너도 get it cause I got it different.
All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. When I go, it's for gold. Get it cool, but I'm cold. I don't fit in a mold. I'm a rebel. I don't do what you say. Making moves, I don't wait while I smile in your face. I got different DNA. What's higher than the top? That's me. Come take a look before falling at my feet. 조용히 몸을 숙여봐. So take a look, 나를 기억해, queen. All I'll ever know is life upon the throne. 시작하면 끝을 보는 거야. You want more? No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how it'll stay. You know I got it like all day, all the time. Way out，感觉犹如海浪的味道，不断往前，Oh you never way down. This is how I do it every day. Wow, wow，这一路上的奇迹都记住了你的每一个瞬间，无比的耀眼。I know you want some more，准备好就一起走。Giving it all more。No, I got it so deep down. You look like you could use some more. No, I got it, never running low. Yeah, I got more than enough, set it up and away. You know I got it like bum bum, blow your mind. Never giving less, and that's how I my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad? If I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad, only care about a bad. In control, that's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain. Go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. Just do what I say, follow me all the way. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Life, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Boy, this
and I'm not, cause today
I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no faith. And I'll show you a heart full of fire. Looking in the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of.
yeah.
I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll show you. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches. Come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride. You're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand. You're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta Legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll rot into smoke when the fire is fierce. No, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it cost. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and avenge defeat. Before it all starts, they suffer through harm just to touch our dream. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. When the world is calling out your name, begging you to fight. Pick yourself up once more. Pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die.
You know who it is, coming round again. You want a dose of this, right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보던 좋아할 거야 We so tough let's get it show you out Can you feel the rush now Ain't nobody bringing us down 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 They could try but we gonna wear the crown You could go another round 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 Wish you luck but you're not bringing us down We go hard till we get it we go hard We're so in it we pop stars Only winning now Ain't nobody bringing us down 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 Oh, 난 멈추지 않아 Oh, we go hard Oh, we pop stars Ain't nobody bringing us down 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 They could try but we gonna wear the crown You could go another round 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 Wish you luck but you're not bringing us down We go hard till we get it we go hard We're so in it we pop stars Only winning now Ain't nobody bringing us down 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 down
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know if we don't die? Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. Rise. It's deep in your blood, up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler out my head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler out my head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了傻傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all, I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drums through what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise
지금까지 생활을 돌이켜보면 가장 컸던 건 아무래도 작년에 좀 크게 실패했던 게 여기까지 올 수 있었던 큰 계기가 되었던 것 같아요.
And it is on this day that EDG will finally break that world's curse. They now remain the only hope of the LPL.
네, 올해 어쨌든 작년에는 8강에서 그쳤는데 4강에 온 것 자체가 저희가 더 세졌다고 생각을 하고
This is the year of the LCK and Gen G are a fighting part of it.
Look, show up, back up, pull up, make them roll up.
For Gen G, you've got guys like BDD who have been so close, who've fallen flat in that final moment.
Show up.
그래서 저는 뭔가 되게 힘든 상황이 닥쳐와도 잘 넘겼기 때문에 항상 실력을 유지할 수 있는 것 같아요.
Take a bow, BDD.
제가 월즈 우승을 해봤을 때 그때의 소감은 되게 얼떨떨하고 내가 우승을 한 게 맞나 싶었었고 되게 기뻤던 것 같아요. 이제 도전하는 입장으로서 다시 한번 그 영광을 좀 찾고 싶다라는 생각이 좀 있는 것 같아요.
They get themselves one step closer to redemption.
我觉得在这7年当中，从刚开始吧，我可能算是一个比较青涩幼稚的一个小孩，然后来到 EDG， 然后到后来就是经过这些沉淀，我觉得，然后也经历的东西越来越多嘛，然后我觉得就慢慢的跟团队一起成长，然后也遇到了很多困难，就变成一个更加成熟，然后更加就感觉就是那种领导者的那种感觉。
가쁜 일은 아니겠지만 쉽게 이길 수 있도록 쉽게 이기고 가겠습니다.
就现在的 EDG， 我觉得谁都不怕吧。
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them.
A new era is awaiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021, taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. Yesterday, we saw Damwon Kia make their second final in a row. And today, Gen G and EDG fight for the right to challenge them for the world title. EDG made history by advancing to their very first world semi and are now left alone to defend the glory of the LPL against the dominance of the LCK. I am Dash, and I'm happy to be joined by Chronicler to kick off the day. Who better than to talk about the display by two of the best LCK teams in the world just yesterday? It was Damwon Kia who came out on top in a grueling 5-game series in which T1 pushed them further than they had ever been pushed before at Worlds 2021. How you feeling with 24 hours between then and now?
It's a pretty good year to start as an LCK caster, Dash. I'm not gonna lie. It's been an incredible Worlds thus far. And the main thing for me about this series is there was so much hype coming in, there was so much narrative, so much depth, so much history, and it actually delivered, right? Like, we actually got the 5 games. A lot of them were very decisive. We saw so much individual skill expressed in these games, and it was basically the best of 5 that you can only dream of, but then it actually happened, and even the day after, still feel the same way.
It's one that will be remembered for quite a long time. And I gotta echo the sentiment that there was so much hype building up to it. And then at that last moment, there was that feeling of, that pullback. What if it doesn't deliver? But it did more than just that. It was T1 pushing Damwon, not only taking the first game off of Damwon of this Worlds, but taking 2 in that.
And it, for me, both solidified the level that Damwon really has and the clutch that they have even when falling behind, but also the incredible growth that T1 have shown. I think that if you look at this roster midsummer, there was no way that they actually would have been able to push Damwon this far, right? And if you go back to the LCK Semifinals, even there, their win, Damwon got a little bit over-eager in draft, and T1, they still won. But these wins were all very hard-earned, and I'm incredibly excited to see where this roster is going to go. At the same time, though, Doesn't matter if they're down 2-1, if they're down 2 match points. Someone always finds a way.
You can never count them out. A rematch of that summer final, as you mentioned, and it just, again, exemplifies the growth of that T1 roster with Faker at the helm and the rookies behind him. Cannot wait to see what happens over the next 12 months for that team. But it's Damwon who moves on, and at the center of that roster, you look no further than Showmaker and Canyon.
They're just too good, Dash. They're just too good. And you can go into how well they play off one another, right? The way that Showmaker generates prio that then is used expertly by Canyon. But you have so many games where if one of them doesn't perform, the other one picks up the slack, right? Showmaker has an 11-0-3 game on the LeBlanc, flanked by that Kiana, and it's just so much pressure, so much damage coming through from these players, and more so than any other Damwon players who I think when they have their peak, they can still look incredible, and with the best of the world, it's these two that to me feel just 100% reliable. They're so smart, they're so oppressive, and they're just a beauty to watch.
Showmaker looking to define his own legacy after overcoming the world's greatest League of Legends player of all time. We talk about the two of them who will remain the stars of that Damwon roster, no doubt. But I think from there, we also have to talk about what kind of came from that best of 5. And within it, the meta, the creativity, the adjustments by both teams, and then therefore the spotlight it puts on a very different player. The Jhin pick, of course.
And I don't know if Jhin today is going to be as high prio. I was really happy to see that Jhin was picked in 4 matches, then the Aphelios was left up and he was not touched, banned or picked in the final one. But I think that the main thing we've seen is that you can't give the pick to Ghost, and I do expect that to come into play again. I do think that there is no other team that plays as well around the Jhin as Damwon does, and I don't necessarily expect the pick to be as high prio. Still though, if you look at the impact that it had, 4-0, you know, kept rising and rising until it was the B1 pick just to ensure that that good matchup did come through. But do think that picks like Aphelios still should be higher prio in the series that we're going to see today.
Yeah, 4-0, and that 4-0 went both ways, which I think is important to note. But as you mentioned, totally different players stepping onto the stage today. And in reference to that, let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket. Only 2 more series remain in the totality of the World Championship, one of which comes today. That's our semifinal between EDG and Gen G. EDG, the only team that was pushed beyond even a 3rd game in their quarterfinal, albeit they were the 2nd seed, overcoming the 1 seed in their bout. But give me your thoughts. How do you view this matchup?
It's a really hard one. I think that the T1 Damwon matchup I thought was going to be much more one-sided, so that one really overperformed in my expectations. T1 so much stronger than I was expecting to go out to, which is always a really great surprise. For today's series, I have no clue, because both of these two fans, or teams' fans, I think, have become very scared of actually believing in them. They're waiting for the inevitable letdown, and for 2 teams to have that in common also says a lot about, you know, how well these teams deal with pressure. Is it going to be a one-sided series? Is it going to be something very slow, dragged out? Is it going to go to 5 games? I don't know. I'm leaning towards a one-sided blowout for one team or the other, though.
Okay, all right. You have no clue. I have no clue. What better precursor to today's semifinal series than that? Chronicler, thank you so much for helping me preview the day. I'm going to let you go for a bit. We'll catch you later in Countdown. And for now, the stats team would like to test our knowledge over here, myself, Vedius, and Azael, just like they did last week with a little bit of a world's pop quiz. Some hard-hitting questions. None of us...
Please no math questions.
Please no math. I'll take math questions. I enjoyed those ones in rehearsal. But we haven't seen these before. We're going to take a crack at them together. Let's see what we got. First up, in 2017, Gen G won their 2nd world title. Who was the finals MVP? Was it Cuvée? Was it Ambition? Was it Crown? Or was it Ruler?
I think it was Ruler, because wasn't that like this super insane Varus
I feel like it was Ruler.
I think it has to be Ruler. I just have his Varus in my head, and I think it was
was it Cuvée?
Randomly. No, it's between Ambition and Ruler.
It wasn't Ambition.
When did Rise come out?
If it was between Ambition and Ruler, then it's Ruler.
But didn't Rise come out in 2018?
I guess it also...
the song. I was like, the music video. No, not the I got really worried about you there for a moment.
The song, the one that was about
10
Ambition.
seconds.
I'm going Ruler.
I'm going Ruler.
I'm going with the Ambition. I'm going Ambition.
Okay, what's... Hit us. The answer is Ruler.
Yeah, I just remember his Varus was so insane in that series. There was that one famous play over by Dragon and Blue Buff where he like flashed forward and just,
Yeah.
I have that burned into my brain.
There it is. Boom.
He's good.
1 point to each myself and Azael. Betty is bringing up the rear. Next.
It's okay, you're trying your best.
Who has the most international games for EDG all time? Only MSI Worlds games, so we're not going to include like Rift Rivals, things like that. Is it Clear Love? Is it Mako? Is it Scout? Is it iBoy? I'm going with Mako.
It has to be Mako.
Well, no,
did Clear Love join
can I get a clarification from producers? Is this international games on EDG or just international games total that these players played over their career? While on EDG, then I'm going for Mako. And I'm going for Mako.
Or Clear Love. I don't know if Clear Love joined before Mako, because Clear Love was like the centerpiece for so long.
Yeah.
I'm just saying Clear Love just for difference.
All right.
But, I mean,
Azael's going to go Clear Love. We're both going Mako. And the answer is Mako. Well done, Betty.
I thought they were going to try to trick us, because Mako's still with the team.
Well, that's what I thought. Question one. I thought it was, you know what I mean?
Okay, all right. Next up, after Gore Drinker, what is the second most bought mythic item at Worlds 2021? Groups and knockouts. So we're ignoring play-ins then. It's groups, knockouts. Is it Everfrost, Gale Force, Locket, or Shield Bow? I'm tempted to say Shield Bow because of grades.
Yeah, it's also built top. I mean, I'm trying to think.
That's a good one.
Like Everfrost is built by a lot of mages. It's also built by Gragas top.
Well, and if you have, so like MFs are building Gale Force, the occasional Lucians are
building Gale Force. But does every support build Locket?
No.
And Aphelios are building
been as common.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So most of the ADCs are building Gale Force, right? You get a field shield bows.
I'm actually gonna go Everfrost because I do think that Kraken and Gale Force are kind of like mixed in. So like I do think that ADC itemization kind of like attacks each other a bit there.
Everfrost is
also I think you guys are right. I'll go shield bow for difference here. I'm gonna go shield bow. What do we got?
Everfrost.
I'm looking at the Everfrost is correct.
Well, let's go, Betty.
Well done, gents.
We're on the come up.
Wait, so it's a draw right
now. Two's across the board. Two's across the board here. Next question is, EDG has the fastest average game time at Worlds 2021 in the groups and knockout stage. What is it? Oh, this is not fair.
Wait, I know
what it is.
I know what it is, too.
We did know. All right, so this is unfair because this is on a graphic that we're going to show you all later in the show.
Oh, I haven't seen this graphic. I'm screwed. I'm like, wait, what are you guys talking about?
What do you believe it is, Azael? What do you believe it is?
Yeah, first.
I think B, because C and D look too slow for fast this time. And A looks too fast. I don't think it's up there.
All right,
I'm going to guess B.
Shall we?
I believe it is B.
I believe it's B as well. Exactly.
B. Oh, let's go.
We're all still tied up. 3 across the board. Finally, the tiebreaker question here. The last time LPL and LCK met at Worlds prior to the finals, one of today's players was a part of that series. Who was it? Was it Ruler, Clid, Mako, Viper? So LPL versus LCK prior to finals.
Last time they played prior to finals.
LPL versus LCK, the last LPL,
so
LCK.
it would have been last year.
Does that mean it's semifinals or just any time they played? I'm kind of confused.
The last time, right? So they obviously have not played here at this World prior, right? So it's any BO5 in the knockout stage. So last year, who was the
last
LPL
pre-finals?
That's what I'm saying.
So it could be a quarter or a
semi.
I see.
So what was the last matchup between LPL and LCK, and then who was a player in that matchup? Oh my God! I don't know.
Well, last year there wasn't any LPL or LCK. I mean, it almost certainly has to be Clid, right?
It's not, but it's not Viper. It could be Mako, just because again.
When was Ruler?
Well, the problem is EDG. They played against Fnatic in 2019,
and they got knocked out. So I like the Clid answer.
And then Ruler played against Gen G, so I feel like it has to be Clid because I'm going Clid.
I like Clid, but then we're all even again, so we're just committing. We're committing to going down together. Clid. Damn.
It was Viper and Griffin.
Oh, it was Griffin versus Invictus Gaming.
It was in 2019. Okay, so wow, it's been a while since that's happened. The final scores are 3s across the board. At least that means we're in sync today.
For a second, I was thinking about Griffin, but then I kind of got swayed. To be honest, I wasn't confident enough. I should have gone with
the time pressure got to us, you know?
Yeah.
That
last one was actually hard.
That was a tough one. That was a good one, though, to end on right there. I regret the Everfrost one. I definitely should have just hopped on that train.
Yeah, it just gave it away because there's
Shield Bow and Gale Force are built a lot. Yeah. Split. Alrighty. Well, that's enough out of us for our pop quiz. We did a lot better though than last week.
We did much better.
I
wasn't here last time.
All right, be sure to check out the Spotify exclusive podcast Rift Reaction hosted by Travis Gafford and Emily Rand. There's more to say, I swear. They'll cover trending news in the world of LoL Esports, and fans have the chance to join the conversation with interactive polls and Q&A. Today, we're wondering, does EDG have a chance against the remaining Korean teams? Azale's already answered it. You go do the same. Head to Riff Reaction on Spotify and select the latest episode to submit your answer. And be sure to tune in for the next episode this Tuesday on Spotify. Today, the last hope of the LPL look to continue their historic run at Worlds 2021 as EDG face off against Gen G in our second semifinal. Join us for a preview right after this.
Should have said Viper.
Yeah.
Yo, you did, okay?
Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do.
I switch key, I'll let your face off, disappear. I'm your eraser, aim the cut just like a razor. Murder in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자, 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 갈리 유도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, 'cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Without a look, should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I said. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex. KDA, should we show them how we do it every day?
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. The journey to the semifinals has been long and tough for EDG. But after a grueling best-of-5 versus LPL rivals RNG, they finally made it to the top 4. And Vedius, I think that's where we have to start. It's a historic achievement already for this organization to have made it this far here at Worlds.
It certainly is, and it's long overdue, one could say, because EDG have been considered a favorite coming to Worlds for multiple years. Huge expectations have been put onto the shoulders of EDG, yet when it comes to the World Championship, this organization has consistently fallen short. The fact that we are at 2021, and this is the first time that they have ever made the semifinals, to many was shocking, especially when you look back. They won an MSI back in 2015. It was SKT that they had to beat back then in order to secure it, and it was an iconic series as well, the classic Morgana answer into the LeBlanc. EDG have a very long history, but now they are the sole representation of the LPL, and in the past, yes, a lot of weight has been sitting on their shoulders, but even more so now as they look down the barrel of the LCK title.
Yeah, Chronicler, as we welcome you back, I think it is crucial for us to remember the success that this team has had on numerous stages. Of course, their 6th world appearance, the fact that they have won titles domestically and even had international success. They've tasted it on that MSI stage, but this Worlds title and even the semifinal success that they've already just found has eluded them up to this point. And to some degree, I have to imagine there's pressure that weighs on them at this moment.
Yeah, you could take two lines of argumentation, right? You can say that now that they've broken that barrier, there's nothing from holding them back, because I think EDG, in many ways, kind of succumbed to the pressure that comes as it builds up over years and years, right? Like, the further and further you fall down that hole of, we didn't make it again, it kind of stacks up. And now that you finally made it through, there should theoretically be nothing to hold you back. And I also think that as regards to who their opponents are, they are facing very similar issues.
They definitely are. But to your point about which way EDG is going to take it, you know what? Let's go ahead and look at the org themselves and at least what they're putting out to the public, because they're finding a way to have some fun with it, I think, Vedius.
Yeah, I love that they've been tweeting all kinds of stuff like this. I would highly recommend you go check out their Twitter, because they're embracing the memes. You know what I mean? They recognize that across from them in the semifinals is a World Championship holder, World Championship holder, World Championship holder, and EDG, who's just happy to be here, you know, after securing their first semifinal. So it's great to see EDG embracing their position, but they definitely shouldn't be underestimated, because coming into the tournament, they were considered a top 3 team and a favorite to make it to the final, and now they're in a great position to do just that.
Right, and so while EDG is, quote-unquote, just happy to be here, I return to the point that you were just making, Chronicler, around their opponent, who, yes, while having a world title, actually 2 in their organization's history from 2014 and 2017 under the banners of Samsung White and Samsung Galaxy, this is a team that has had a tumultuous history, to say the least. You know, being the only team to not make it out of a groups from the LCK in the past. And so for them, still feels like there's a bit of a redemption arc at play here.
I agree. I feel like Gen G very much are kind of trying to chase their own shadow, right? This is something that we've also seen from teams like T1, where once you've become the world champion, especially after you've done it twice, being the only org outside of T1 to ever do so, anything less becomes kind of a disappointment. And this specific Gen G roster has, over like the last year and a half, 2 years, followed the exact same trajectory multiple times, do really well, people get excited, the pressure gets to them, and they collapse. And coming into a semis, you can't really have that happen.
Exactly, and naturally you're going to look at a player like Ruler, one of the remaining members from that championship squad, right? And a world champion and consistent performer in every, regard or respect of the word. But Vedius, the story of this team at this tournament has been BDD and what he can get done in the mid lane.
It certainly has. He's had a fantastic performance overall throughout the tournament, and I think that when the expectations are at their lowest for Gen G is when you often see them perform at the best. And BDD right now is at the forefront alongside his jungler, Clid.
We'll have more time to jump into the matchup itself, but for more on Gen G's dynamic mid-jungle duo, here's Azael for a new edition of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics.
Thank you very much. I just want to talk a little bit about not only BDD and how incredible he is as an individual, but how Gen G are able to use his leads in mid to effectively snowball other parts of the map. In particular, in this game, it's about snowballing top here. It was game 2 against Cloud9 from the quarterfinals. So it is Malphite versus Graves top here. Obviously, the Graves is going to have the advantage here in the early lane. Rascal getting level 2 early, pushing Fudge back, getting dominance there. And now what we're going to see is Lee Sin was clearing towards top. He's going to come in here, and he's actually going to place a ward. So you can see on the minimap, he drops a ward right there. That is going to become important later. You can also see Blabber here, obviously spotted on that ward. So full information on everything that is going on. Meanwhile, BDD, he had actually pushed in that wave very early. This wave is now pushing back towards him. You can see those extra minions there that were there from perks that just got cleared out. Clid comes down towards mid lane. The scatter is landed here by BDD. They're going to connect with the Sonic Wave, and they're going to get this kill. Now, what this gets Gen G, because they're able to push in this wave, is it actually gets them the teleport here from perks. Now, this is where that previous ward becomes really important. With the TP used now from Gen G, or rather from perks, Gen G does have TP advantage. So again, TPing in on this ward that was earlier placed here by the Lee Sin, we're going to see BDD come in, wrap around here onto Rascal, who has been pushing in this wave, and they're going to go for a kill here on Fudge. Clid had gone up towards Krugs. He's healing off that, so he would have been here if he was needed. But in fact, he is not. They're able to get an easy kill here. Already, the lead has expanded. They're moving around the map. Now, what this would normally cost you on this TP towards top is the mid lane wave. But Clid, again, he's going to cover. He moves down. He picks up all this farm, staying out on the map, is able to get that experience, get that gold. So Gen.G really haven't lost anything whatsoever off the play. Now, Clid has actually based. He's going to come out from base, and he's just going to hang around here because he knows that Blabber could actually be in the area. We can see Blabber's right over here. So Clid wants to cover the push from BDD, and because they already have the experience advantage up on the top side, they're going to be pushing in top side, and they're going to prepare to try to repeat this dive. See if they can pull it off on Fudge once again. In this case, Fudge has actually anticipated it, right? He sees BDD moving. He already has a ward there in the river, and now he's going to place one here in the tri-brush as well. So he has a pink ward here. He has the ward there. But what is Fudge to do? We have BDD moving in. We can see that Perks is actually trapped under his tower because Perks, on the minimap, those minions just got pushed in. So if he moves, he's going to lose all that. And if he doesn't have any TP to try to answer. So all Fudge can do from this location is actually back off. But that alone is getting them a massive advantage. They threaten the dive. Fudge doesn't know where BDD is because they have no vision in the river. So they zone him off. BDD gets back to mid, again, right in time to catch the wave. So they haven't lost any minions at all mid lane while doing all of this. Fudge is getting completely zoned off on that top side, is down 2 levels. Cloud9 look to make a play on the bot side, aren't able to get anything done there. And then again, utilizing the advantage through mid, BDD had flash from the previous play, flashes in ulti to set up the scatter. The Sonic wave here is true from Clid. Another kill in mid lane. They absolutely run over this game. You can see the plates have already been knocked down. 3 plates in total. A 2-level advantage there nearly for Rascal on the top side. This became unplayable for Fudge. And it was a situation where they actually had a really good comp here. If they could have scaled, if they could have stayed with parity here against Gen.G. But you can see the lead in the top lane already enormous. 1,300 gold in the advantage, nearly 2 levels in the advantage. Such an impressive snowball of this game. You could see the pre-planning with the early ward. You could see the mid lane being covered anytime waves were being pushed in there. The timings, the coordination, so impressive. And I've got to say, BDD and Clid have been killing it.
Incredible breakdown and examples of how this duo can get so much work done, both together on the Rift and separately in sync. Even when one is making a decision, they might not be on the same screen at the same time. They are moving together with information provided by the other. And so again, we'll put a big highlight on BDD as a top performer and a playmaker for this squad. But Vedius, there's 2 mid laners in this matchup.
Yes, there are.
And we have been blessed with some incredible mid laners in these semifinals.
There's 2 in most, I will say.
Exactly. Yeah, 2 in most, right? But well, I would say 2. We had 2 yesterday, which were both, you know, top of the world. But here again, we have Scout, no slouch of his own, who's going to be taking on BDD.
And I will say that their playstyles are somewhat different. Typically, BDD works a lot more with his jungler. You see a lot more investment. And we saw Azale highlight what that looks like and how they do actually enable and play through BDD and how they use that around the map. Scout is a little bit more self-sufficient. He plays more for himself and he plays a little bit more to gain advantages by himself, where he then scales and has a greater impact later on into the game. But you know he can have that impact, especially if he does get resources in the early game as well, as demonstrated when he played up against FPX in the final of the LPL, allowing EDG to secure that first seed coming out from LPL.
While we talk about how crucial it is that BDD performs today, I think we flip over to the other side and we look at EDG, and it is arguable that this is a more versatile team, perhaps able to play through a few different lanes, having a few more avenues to victory.
Absolutely. I do feel that they're a more complete team, but that doesn't mean that Scout's job is any less important, because BDD feels like the big win condition for Gen.G. He has been playing incredibly well. He has had amazingly high highs in the LCK, but it's rare that he's able to actually have them consistently. And this has been 9 straight games of him dominating. Win or lose, he has been crushing his opponents. So at the very least, you're looking for Scout to neutralize, because he has been less of of a damage dealer for the team. You know, he's dealing about 20% of the damage for his team, where Flandre is dealing 30. That is inverted for Gen G. They are more reliant on BDD, who is up around 30% of the team's damage. So if Scout can neutralize, I do feel like it looks really good for EDG.
A very interesting inversion. Now it's time to look at that graphic that spoiled the game time for us.
I should have paid attention to this.
I know you should have paid attention in rehearsal. But Medius, as we were talking about, I think, you know, if you looked and isolated domestically, you might have one opinion about the way that both of these teams play. But actually, EDG throughout this tournament, interestingly enough, has been the faster-paced team. In fact, the fastest remaining team here at Worlds.
Yeah, and it's crazy kind of how it ties as well back into Azael's point, which is that while a lot of their damage does come through top, that doesn't mean that they're throwing a bunch of resources in the early game up towards Flandre. They are actually quite slow in the 0 to 10 minute mark. They'll throw a gank hero there. They'll be a little bit proactive, but it's really that 10-minute mark, their transition from the early to mid, where you really see this team start to explode and where they net their laning advantages into then a dominant and powerful mid game. So I think it's kind of opposite of what we typically see from Gen G, where often they can be super proactive in the early game, and then sometimes their mid game they do slow down just a tad.
We've definitely had that criticism of them building massive gold leads and then just relying on Drakes to come through in order to close out the game. Now, after years of struggle, Ruler and Gen G have made it back to the World Semi-Final. There they meet a stampeding EDG led by an explosive up-and-coming Korean AD carry. Our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's Ruler versus Viper.
In a tournament where the spotlight is on T1 and Damwon, another former world champion has emerged from the shadows. The bot laner who took down Faker himself in the 2017 finals has returned and is joined by one of the best mid laners at the tournament in BDD.
Steve has stolen Ignite. He's going to kill everybody if he's given time. Another stolen flash. He's popping off, but will it be enough? He goes back. Here on the edge of madness.
Gen G might be underdogs to win the title, but a spot in the finals would be a sweet redemption.
Vulcan locked up. Vulcan knocked down 3 and 4 with the bullets as Ruler finds 2.
The last bastion of hope for the LPL lies with EDG in this series. They had to beat their brothers in arms to get here, but they fought for their place in the semi-finals.
TP's coming in. There's the first knockup. Gala trying to kite. He's rooted, and he's going to drop. Bullet time hits 2 waves.
Viper has shown his aggression throughout the tournament, and versus a legend like Ruler, we're set for an epic fight in the bot lane.
Zonius, Viper alone, but he has Mako, and that's a shutdown over to the Sinjao. And Viper, he's got the red gun, he's got the lifesteal, and he's got a Lulu.
The LCK versus the LPL, a rivalry as old as the league itself, will determine who will take a spot in the finals.
Our featured matchup for the day presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's Ruler versus Viper. Both Korean AD carries, however, one representing the Chinese region. Chronicler as the LCK representative. Give me your thoughts. How is this matchup going to break down?
I think if you'd asked me a month ago, I would have been very in favor of Viper. I think he's had an incredible year. I'm really happy to see the player, after having such a rough 2020 in the LCK, really see his talents be utilized and him being able to perform as well as he has been. But Ruler, ever since we got to Worlds, has looked way better. So I actually think in terms of who has the edge here, slight edge towards Viper, but it should be a fireworks in the bot lane tonight.
Small edge to Viper, but Ruler showing us why it is that he holds one of those world titles. Now it's time for predictions, so make sure you visit @MastercardNexus on Twitter to share your pick for the winners of the World Finals next weekend. For now, though, 71% of you have already voted for EDG to win today's semifinal, and now I'm going to run down the line of my analysts here.
We're both EDG.
Okay, well, there it is. They're both EDG. How many games?
3-0.
3-1. 3-1, and then Chronicler, bring us home.
3-0 Gen G. I believe. You got it, BDD. Come on. Don't let me down.
He's putting faith in the mid laner over there. And Ruler,
imagine thinking an LCK team would win.
We will see. We're moments away. The winner of today's series will earn a shot at the title next Saturday versus Damwon Kia as Gen G and EDG face off. Here's Freak, Lyric, and Kobe for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. Chronicler, I remember a best of 5 at Worlds, why I said 3-0 for the team from my region. I was very wrong. It did not go 3-0 my way. I know what it's going to feel like for you at the end of this one here. EDG, the LPL champions. And so far as results have been considered, it is the year of the LPL. RNG, who they took down in the quarterfinals, are the reigning MSI champions. EDG themselves took down RNG in the quarters. And I feel like from the conversations I'm hearing online, EDG are not getting the credit they are due.
No, and I think especially when you look at the whole year, right? EDG were super consistent, doing really well in spring, doing really well in summer, being able to pick up their 6th LPL championship. And I mean, now EDG are aiming for higher heights than they've ever gotten before with making their first semifinals ever.
And to me, there's such a big spotlight on the mid lane.
Gen G, you know, BDD has absolutely been smashing it here. He has gone above and beyond what has been expected of him. Meanwhile, if you look across at Scout, in the LPL finals, they were also going against a mid laner that was playing out of his mind, the MVP. And what did Scout do? He also rose to the pressure that was on his shoulders. He played outstanding when he needed to, much better than the rest of the season. So it's going to be a lot around these two already. Couple of bans right there targeted at Scout, at that mid lane coming from Gen G. The LeBlanc, the Twist of Fate, no surprises there. His champ pool has encompassed all of the meta champions.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see, will EDG go with the Rise, which has been left open, which is Scout's other big pick that they know Gen G don't really play, or I was actually looking at the Lee Sin to be the next up, but no, instantly wanting to go straight towards that Lucian.
I mean, this feels like a possible Lucian Nami angle. Keep in mind, though, it could obviously be top lane. Flandre has only played Graves and Jace this entire tournament. If you're not going to play Jace, Lucian's kind of next up on the list.
And in LPO, they also had that split pushing game with him playing the Lucian top. So definitely a possibility there. Nami's picked up immediately, though. Yep. So as soon as you see that, that is no longer a solo lane.
And I need to see not electrocute on the Nami. You are scrapping in this lane. They are fighting back. Your runes need to actually fight back as champions. I need to see an area or guardian.
And one thing that already jumps out to me, right, is EDG banned away Graves first rotation. Now Gen G taking away the Jace. Those are the only two champions Flandre's played at Worlds so far. So Flandre gonna have to pull out something a bit different. He did play the Kennen a few times during the split, so that's always possible. But Flandre is a champion Ocean.
Yeah, I was looking into that too, and he was 0-3 on all of those Kennen games. So I feel like there really is a reason they have not picked Kennen at Worlds thus far here. So it's gonna be, this is the true test, right? On the other side there for Rascal, gonna have to dig a little bit deeper himself. Gen G, neither of their top laners have played the Jace, and so they're always the ones forced to ban it. They haven't drawn any bans itself, so there are these puzzle pieces that have been missing from the pick ban for both teams in their top lane.
I'm also surprised that we aren't seeing EDG ban out the Zoe here. Everyone's been hyping up BDD Zoe so far this tournament. EDG, I guess, saying they have an answer if that is the blind pick that Gen G want to go towards.
Yeah, it's either that or the Syndra. It's got to be one of the two here for Gen G, for him, for the mid lane. They're probably going to just skip and wait to see. Pick top lane first so you can actually get the rebuttal.
So, looking at EDG's playoff run, the only champions Flandre played that aren't already banned are 4 Renekton, 2 Gnar, and an Aurelia. Otherwise, he's playing something he hasn't played not only at Worlds, not only not at the postseason, but like way back when. So we'll see what he wants out of the pool. And though he hasn't put it on stage in a while, Ooh. Jax comes through, and I love this as an answer to the Gwen.
Yeah, so this is something that Flandre did play only once in the summer split of LPL. But like I said, Flandre, throughout his career, has played absolutely everything. Back in the day on Snake was known as quite a split push force, so is going to take that, is going to have a favorable matchup. And I'm a bit surprised, Scout coming out with the Orianna, so you do have the ball setup combo there, but going to be a much more passive laning phase coming out from Scout.
Ah, yes! The Seraphine makes it here at Worlds! Oh, Freak, I know you're in love with this pick.
Yes!
You're definitely in love with the supportive mid laners.
Seraphine, I mean, to be clear, I think she should be a bot laner more often than not, but I am happy to see players come out and play the supportive mids. There is a lot of room for just playing enchanters and buffing up a big carry like a Gwen or a Misfortune.
And it does give you so much team fight prowess later in the game. This composition scales in crazy ways for Gen G. And when you're looking at this series, a lot of people expecting this entire series to be one of the longer average game times with the way that Gen G do like to play, and even how EDG played more in the LPL.
Yeah, the one thing I'm really afraid of for EDG in this sense is the Gwen that Freak just mentioned, right? Because now having a Lulu and a Seraphine as well, the natural sustain that she has in her kit, I feel like we're going to get to a point in this game where the Gwen really will be unkillable.
Meanwhile, I actually love the Jax pick into it. These top laners, both of them kind of missing pieces as far as the champion pools, but now so much actual pressure for the win conditions for both of the teams is put in the hands of those top laners, where traditionally for both these teams, it is about the other side of the map as far as the carries. Nice little opener here to the best of 5.
It's one of the things that happens when you play enchanter supports. Obviously, so much of the reason why we kept seeing Leona and Nautilus and Alistar and such is because they're such good roamers, right? Walk up, land a hook, get a kill that way. Take your level 3 recall, walk top, get a kill. But these are two of the players that have played a lot of enchanters. Mako, 7 out of his 11 games run enchanters. This is now 8 out of 12. This is 5 out of 12 here for Life. Like, they're willing to play the less roam heavy, more lane dominant styles, and yet someone's got to get the top lane and tilt that matchup.
The thing I am afraid of for EDG is 3 of their losses have been in Enchanter versus Enchanter matchups in the bottom lane. Enchanters were never really big in the LPL, even when they were big elsewhere, so I definitely think we've seen a bit of not as much comfort coming out from EDG, but both teams looking to posture for a bit of a level 1.
But it's worth noting, Ruler won his world championship in an Enchanter meta. That was when he rose to the occasion. Bot Diff was the name of that final against T1, and it was a bunch of Lulus and Namis and Jannas.
That Flash Varus ultimate, the pick faker towards the end, will always remember that one. And he is. Ruler is the only world champion in this series. See what they do, though. First move was to get that vision control towards the bottom side because it is so important for them. Then roaming BDD up through the river.
It's going to be an exciting game, and let us know what's going on here. Verizon 5G, all chat, let us know your well wishes, your thoughts. If you have good puns, they tend to bring them when I'm on cast.
Now, I want to look at a lot of these matchups because it's very interesting since we do have 2 very supportive mid laners here with the Seraphine matchup into the Orion. A lot of farming towards mid. Jungle attention will be drawn to the 2 side angles here, and we'll have to keep track of building on these minion waves. It's so incredibly important, and especially, as you mentioned, the Jax-Gwen matchup. If you can influence this one early and get your scaling top laner ahead, it will have huge, huge ramifications towards the mid stages. If you can get early up there early to the Jax, get the stun onto the Gwen, the setup there is critical. And you notice that Rascal has gone for the Ghost. This is something that a few key personas have actually been really trying to hero and champion the use of the Ghost because of the extremely low cooldown compared to Flash, and when Gwen has so much mobility in the kit already with the dash, should give you the extra range to get away from a lot of the Counter-Strike stuns, and with the extra Ghost, it just gives you more frequency of being able to go for those big plays. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Clid when he gets up there to try and combine on those timings.
It's also just a lot more useful when it comes to team fighting is, Genji's bottom lane getting such a good trade here, especially for when Mako and Viper were hyped up as potentially the best bottom lane coming into the tournament.
Yep.
I feel like, at least in laning phase, Mako and Viper are definitely not living up to what we saw in the LPL.
Got a jungler coming, though. And it's going to be time to try to fight on to Ruler. The flash, the exhaust, the Auto's finally electric goes off. Decent damage on a Ruler. Is it going to be enough now? Flash to follow. Beautiful by Jeja. The shield comes in again. They get the trade kill. Now Life's got some teammates. Double TP coming in now as well as the junglers show up. Scout going to run back. B2D the same. A 1-for-1. Both AD carries dead.
And they're rewarded for their initiative here. Viper flashes in for the exhaust slow onto Ruler, and they just barely get the first blood money in time. Even though it is answered here, is going to be a decent amount of extra control through the jungle here for Clid, picking up the Scuttle Crab on the way to the top side. They already have the ward there, so should just be traded out. First blood barely cashed in time there, as Viper's the one who takes things into his own hands.
Yeah, really nice ease in straight into the flash with the exhaust. We were talking about EDG's bottom lane not really living up. One person who has it World so far is Jeja. Really nice flash coming out from that to guarantee the knockup, but the damage from Life just being too much at the end of it. Still, I think rather nice that Viper was the one to get the kill on their side compared to Life for Genji.
Exactly. All the money going into the correct place, plus the little bit of extra first blood money, is this small advantage there on the side of EG. And that's what you want when you're Lucian Nami lane. You know, burning the summoner spells down there could provide a repeat opportunity.
Bubble lands, decent damage. Electric goes off now as well, but Life able to shield up most of it. Worth noting, though, that they got pretty much the same recall because Ruler was up 5 CS before the kill came through. They're still both on double longsword, and the lane should still feel close.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well was that the wave was actually pushing towards EDG when all that happened, so Viper was able to at least catch up in CS once he did make his way back to lane. And now we're seeing junglers actually path towards opposite sides of the map. So EDG looking like they want to keep punishing this bot side, to where for Clid, it looks like it's a lot more about covering Rascal in the top lane and knowing, hey, that's who these two enchanters are going to be playing around.
And he's also, Clid is passing over that ward towards Raptor, so they know exactly where Clid is heading for Flandre on the top side, so he can play it accordingly and try and just slowly stay safe over there. Meanwhile, for the jungle too, I want to talk quickly about the flash from the Jarvan EQ. it can be hard to hit those timings, but when you're going for an EQ on a target you know has flash, you are looking the entire time and your mouse placement is already over their escape path for looking, okay, I need to have the exact timing to flash, make sure I still have my knock-up animation of traveling within the EQ. And so JJ, big reward there for him to be able to make that happen and actually get that first blood. Well played.
And for EDG, JJ's going to be the one who has to drive forward the early game aggression for EDG. Vedius was pointing out on the AD, but EDG not really a team that, despite their average game time being pretty low, in the first 10 minutes, they are not this action-packed team. A lot of their action and driving the game forward actually comes in the mid-game once we do get things like Rift Herald on the map and Dragon spawning. So for EDG, you can see they're fine leaving Flandre up in the 1v1, not necessarily trying to shut Rascal down, playing through their strong 2v2, and allowing both their soul laners to scale up for later on.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting to look at where the path for both these teams is headed with the scaling, you know, solo laners for the top side for sure. Possible split push, you know, whoever gets the advantage there, but also the team fights are a bit different with EDG going hard on Viper!
Just deletes Ruler, and now maybe a counter again because Rascal TP is down. Level 6 in the Gwen. Doesn't have the damage. A good slow comes in for Lulu. Chasing out as much as they can. And he's just dodging away. Not going to fight anymore. Crowd control. Just that level 5 on the Lee Sin does not mean a kill. EDG get away with a clean murder.
Yeah, okay. One drawback of Ghost is you can't flash the bubble. Really well done by Mako there. Lands the peel. This guy has played 7 years on EDG. Critical peel for Viper. That is such a big win in 2 ways. Flandre pushes up on top side. Kept on mentioning the Jax, trying to get some more money into him. Loves it when his opponent actually completes the TP, goes away from his lane, and doesn't get a kill. That coming up hands empty there for Rascal is such a big deal for Gen G. Definitely going to put that split pushing advantage in the side of EDG. Dragon picked up on the other side, though, for Gen G. They at least get the consolation prize.
Yeah, and I love here that I was just hitting on how I don't feel like we've seen the same lane dominance out from EDG's bot lane that we did see in a lot of LPL games. But here, looks like they're backing off, maybe trying to make them think of recalls coming out and just instantly going for the all-in.
And this is why people have invested so much into Lucian Nami at this tournament. Since those changes, Freak, there's just so much damage loaded into all the buffs and synergies you get with Nami. Nami with the extra damage coming off of Lucian passive now. You can see it there, just walks him down. You got the slow and he's got the extra damage. So we'll see if they're able to use this bottom lane and really leverage it, because so much was talked about Viper with the way that EDG won LPL and how dominant he was going to be here at Worlds. So I like how you're alluding to it. Lyric, we're finally getting to see them flex some of these muscles.
Yeah, and now has an advantage with the pickaxe in lane to keep looking for these strong trades. One thing I want to talk about more holistically is BDD's roaming down, but EDG have awards, so I think they should be fine, is when we look at this comp, another thing the analyst just hit on was like the damage share on each team, right? BDD 29% of the team's damage, Rascal only 20%. This time, Rascal and Ruler are going to have to be the ones to step up, BDD taking more of a back seat to where EDG are still fine to play the way they have been, with Flandre being the main damage dealer.
Yeah, and we have time now to analyze how they're going to work as teams too, because both of these teams have a lot of synergies inbuilt in their draft. They're just very different. We've got the obvious Jarvan delivery for Shockwave for Scout, which gives them the initiative and the CC to try and make a Rift Herald play. Mako, though,
just the root. Mako doesn't have a flash. Get away. Gonna buy some time with the tidal wave, but waves goodbye. Can you rush down the Herald in time? Answer is going to be yes. There's the smite for Jeja. And that's going to mean more cash money. Keep in mind, 2 plays right in top. Flandre can be snowballed off that.
Yeah, so nice pickup for EDG, but I actually really like the adaptation coming up from Gen G as Jeje finds a knock-up.
Damage Red's gonna build him some time though, and Clid gonna chase in for a bit more. The kick flash life finds the execution. Clid, that was beautiful.
Yep, teammate positioning is so much more important in duels in the river than the 1v1, even with the brush advantage there. Clid doesn't back down because he's got the rest of the squad right behind him. Flash used very effectively to get that kick back and gets the kill.
The one thing that's confusing to me is the fact that, right, JJ was the one looking for that play. He was sitting in Pixie Brush. But you should know Gen G have first move because they're the ones who collapsed on Mako and got control of midway.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got vision advantage like that and you're playing Jarvan, so much is influenced by being able to hit your EQ. So it feels really good as an individual sometimes to make some of these plays where you know you're going to get that big burst of damage. But again, the positioning of your teammates, being able to see the mid lane there. Gen G too close. You You could tell JJ, you know, tried to run as soon as he got his damage in, but already too close, and well done by Clid to punish him for it, not let him escape after a little bit of jungle trade ego goes down there. Does have a decent amount of ramifications here because a minute and 50 seconds left on the dragon spawn, and Gen.G would be extremely happy to set up first there.
I would actually like to see EDG just go for the opposite side of the map, just head up towards the top, which is the complete opposite of what JJ is doing right now, pathing towards his bottom side. You do still have that Rift Herald. I mean, 3 plates up on top lane turret, you can probably raise that in just one go, and that even potentially pulls members of Gen.G up towards the top half of the map, which then allows you to pivot down towards bot and get Dragon set up first.
You've got a big point of power here with Viper already completing the Gale Force. Very, very big point here for the minute away on the Dragon. And then moving down so much ward coverage, you can tell Gen.G do want to set up for that Dragon. Just littered the river with control wards.
Yeah, we're going to push him yet again. As you can tell, Jarvan is bot side. You called that he was pathing towards this side of the map. Left up his Gromp and his clear. And well, we know if they want to cross map, this Dragon spawns still in a minute. The Scuttle taken to the bottom side will despawn by that point as Gen.G's duo has recalled away. The ward is shared, and EDG, they could crash for turret plates, but I'm not sure they would even get a turret if they summoned Herald here.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, they're just going to take the opportunity to go through River instead and try and make a little bit of headway here as far as the setup is concerned. Walking over the Scuttle, no concern for the extra timing here. Jax is pushing up on top side too. The teleports are a bit desynced though. Rascals is much further behind than Flandre, so should be a little bit of easier time for EDG to get the opening.
Also, when I look at these compositions, I think Gen.G's comp can win fights very easily if it's on objective first. Just walking into Seraphine and Lulu is so incredibly hard, to where for EDG, I feel like their composition has more options, whether it's playing through a side lane and bringing Flandre down or just brute forcing their way in.
Yeah, again, the differences are EDG has a bit more priority because they have very clear and instant initiation. Jarvan into Orianna. Age-old combination there, trying to deliver a shockwave onto the back line, onto those primary targets, whereas Gen.G are completely counter-engaged here with the Seraphine and the Lulu excelling in a lot of these situations, whereas you're saying, Lyric, if you have the setup and you have the positioning there, they can have very devastating counter-engages. Other than that, it has to be a crazy play from Clid.
Well, here's the big play top side. Flandre got his Divine Sunderer. Yes, they're going to Thriftmaker, but here comes the summon. They can auto it down to 2 plates. They've even got an Orianna for good measure, and this should always kill the top lane turret as long as they stick around for a few more moments. They'll get the damage, they'll get the turret. They're choosing to cross map. Now, it's worth noting, though, that EDG have bot pressure because they've got the mythic difference in the AD carry.
Exactly, that Gale Force, as we mentioned, going to provide so much more burst damage, and when Lucian Nami can spike really hard at this point, it's hard for them to get anything on the other side. Flandre trying to get that second charge off, but Clid roaming around, sniffing for something. Just in time, Flandre's able to back off too, so EDG passively gaining more.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised EDG waited so long to look for the play, but I still think overall it was the right calls. Make your way towards topside, drop that Herald down, and it's gonna pull Clid or BDD or whoever up towards topside to look to cover. So now it pulls him away from Dragon. We already see JJ pathing his way down there, and now EDG can once again JJ group up with Meika, walk into River, start clearing out these wards, and then Gen.G won't have that setup that really makes their composition such a hard threat to deal with.
And finally, the recalls come through. Misfortune has her own Gale Force. I am reasonably partial to at least some level of crit on the Misfortune. Gonna go in for the play. Double auto. Gets the Q. Oh my word, that is a lot of damage. An execution from Viper's Gale Force. Ruler tried to get away, but Flash was not enough.
Viper came to play today, boys. Oh my goodness. Taking the Lucian Nami to extreme levels here. Gets the flash out of Ruler and the kill down. There's no question on the Dragon now.
Oh, Lee Sin's gonna land the Q. Flash not gonna get too much. Oh, there's too much healing. Tidal Wave's gonna hit on a 3, and that might mean a kill. Knock up from Clid. Thank you, Lulu. Barely going to live. Viper's Flash does not get the extra last auto that he needs, and it's going to be a walk away for Clid, but Dragon is here for the taking.
And that was so messy, guys. That was all over the place. I thought Scout was gonna go down. Even the EQ from JJ missing the knockup on Clid, but there was just too much healing coming out from the side of EDG. Now they're gonna be able to turn to Dragon first and pick up this objective.
For most of this tournament, the early lane stats have been in the favor of Ruler. Almost second in CSD for the early stages at 15, but Viper taking things into his own hands, This is so big for game 1 of the series too, establishing this level of domination with the Lucian Nami and that as priority, forcing so many plays. A lot of these are just individual here from Mako and Viper. Remember, it's not just the aggressive plays they pulled off. They even avoided the teleport down to their lane without giving a death over to the Gwen. So there's just so much pressure in this game being afforded by how well this EDG bottom lane has been playing. Now the question is, can they transition it to those big shockwave plays that they need to actually finish out this game? Because everything else is going according to plan. That Jax on top side, gaining the advantage for the split push, getting that tower down, giving him the long lane now. They've been able to check all of these early game boxes. But you have to always have that in the back of your head for Gen G. What if they stall out? What if they get the dream, you know, Seraphine and Lulu kiting out, can't go down with all the sustained sort of team fight?
The thing I'm looking at is, actually I'm really surprised Gen G are going to opt into contesting this one. Both bot lanes are on the way though, so looks like Gen G actually will have a bit of tempo on EDG.
Yeah, Gen G would want to buy some time for Seraphine ult to come back up. It's very quick here for BDD, a few more seconds on it, and they're just trying to stall the Rift Herald.
All right, Smites, what we're looking at here. Eye pops, and there we go. It's going to be a reset. Back to full HP. Team's coming around.
Beautiful stall right there from Gen G. Now it is back up. They have the ultimate available.
All right, Rask going to burn his dash over the wall, so we'll be missing one of his steroids if there is a fight to break out. Ruler stepping up pretty confidently. Flashless, but has his ultimate. Be the first for him of the game. Down to 3k health in the Herald. They got to make sure Clit is around for the smite if he wants to go for it. Not going to be claimed here by Jejen. Is there a team fight though? As we look to find a stun on the 2. Knock up, not quite going to find. Kick back, hits Mako, and that means Nami falls. Goretrigger keeps Clit alive, and a big charm keeps it a little bit longer, but Shockman turns one back around. Viper firing freely, finds a second kill. Exhaust traded, fighting Ruler, jumping away, staying alive for a moment. Life flashes, and his life flashed before his eyes. As that is Viper dropping. Scout looks for Ruler. Ruler cannot get out. Auto attack, a shield. You gotta get this kill. He's gonna claim it. 1 left alive versus 2.
Yeah, and we see objective going the way of EDG, but that fight coming out from Gen G was so nice, especially Clid with the kick. I believe it was on to Flandre into Mako, which locks him in the bullet time, which pretty much sets up for Gen G to come out with the advantage from this fight, but still extremely close. Only 1k gold lead for EDG.
Exactly. I was paying so much attention to the Jarvan for the initiation there, but it's Flandre who as soon as the Rift Herald goes down and you see the eye, he's like, I'm getting that eye! Top laners want the Rift Herald activation. He gets the double stun for the Counter-Strike with that kick onto JJ, as you mentioned, into Mako, and Mako goes down instantly with the Misfortune ultimate. So you get to see BDD tries to peel here inside the pit with just a single on the Seraphine ultimate, but because he only got one and didn't get Viper, a lot of damage done there by Viper and some extra space gained. By dashing over the back of this Baron pit, he forces Life to flash after him to finish up the extra kill, and that means Scout inside the pit here is able to finish off Ruler with no flash, even with the extra shield coming through.
Yeah, and again, I think this shows what Gen G's composition is capable of when EDG need to fight them in an enclosed space. Of course, having to jump in for that Rift Herald, so you're jumping into things like the Seraphine ultimate, Lulu being able to ult someone and lock you down, right into Rascal who can pop his W, and so hard to lock him down. But EDG, Viper's still going!
Looking for damage, and Ruler cannot quite kill, but geez, is that a lot of damage from a fed 80 carry. Viper on his way up, moving towards Essence Reaver on his next item there as well. BDD would love to stop the Herald, but can't walk back to the eye. And so it will get the charge down. Now that's actually, I believe, top and bot lane tier 2 have both been Herald crashed and are not that hard to kill if they get a second push.
No, but it looks like instead wanting to go for resets with Dragon up in 50 seconds. So come back onto the map, get some vision down towards the bottom side. Both Scout and Flandre have TP, so if they do want to look to answer side waves and set those up, they're completely fine to do so.
And back to your point on who gets to the objective first. It's so hard for Gen G to face check because they're the ones that are walking into the possible shockwave combination. You know, Nami Tidal Wave by itself, very unassuming, but when you get to throw it with vision advantage through jungle corridors and you've got a Jarvan Orianna combination, there's a lot of CC that you can actually combine, and Gen G, you can tell the priority here on trying to get that setup is huge. Moving in, Clid's actually able to get an advanced ward as well.
So here we go, Dragon number 3 of the game as the gold is close, 2.4 thousand to EDG. Dragons are split, but Gen G walking to the pit, double control just to make sure that Trinket Ward can't see anything. But EDG are grouped up, everyone's here, Scout TP'd in, and we get another chance at a 5-on-5.
Be careful for EDG not to funnel up for the big Seraphine ultimate. If you get multiple people hit by that, the Misfortune will destroy you. Need to spread out.
Scout claims the scuttle, bit extra vision, still Gen G playing on their controls, but there's one in the brush behind them, so they're still in full vision. EDG know what's going on. Dragon pulled back yet again. Smite still up for both players, 900 apiece. As it is in this year of League of Legends. Dunk comes in, Shockwave on the 2. Lee Sin gets the Gore Drinker, and the spike comes in. Okay, second Dragon for EDG. Flandre kiting back. His dodge zone is down. Rask would love to keep the chase going. Gets some decent damage. Kick back. Will not kill Viper, but Clint is on the chase. Clint gets the kill. Will he trade his life? Not just yet. BDD's there to support him. Gets the root. Gets a lot done. And now we get the rest of the squad chasing in. Beautifully done. Gen G find 2 kills.
And it is BDD who lands the snare onto Viper. The double root right there ensures they can actually kill him. Clid following up with the Q, and that means they transition to Baron Lyric.
Yeah, and out of nowhere, I mean, Gen G were kind of slowly looking like they were going to be bled out of this game with the map control that EDG had. But really nice fight coming out from Gen G. I also feel like EDG did sacrifice team fight setup to just be able to take the Dragon.
I like the initiation, you know, the JJ attempt at baiting out the long cooldowns. He goes in with the Cataclysm for the Shockwave play and immediately EQs out, but Gen G didn't bite on that. You know, they didn't waste any cooldowns, and holding them, they're able to actually turn it around afterwards. So big rewards for patience here, I feel like, for the team fighting of Gen G. And let's look at this, because the entire time they're looking at trying to get one of these double openers for the Shockwave combo. JJ has his eyes on Clid. He EQs back after the Shockwave to get to the Dragon. They burst it down to get their objective, but the response. BDD whiffs the ultimate on Viper, but then lands the snare! And so then it allows Clid to flash in for the play, and they get the guy that has been carrying so hard for EDG right off the bat.
And I think it just goes to show, right, that had EDG, I think, sacrificed some of the setup in the top and bot side wave, gotten there first, it could have been a very different fight. But Gen G now are doing such a good job of stalling these out, like you said, not taking the bait. And I think this Baron is a complete game changer, because now they're going to have push with the Baron up minions. Now they're going to be consistently able to get vision and setup, and now it's going to be EDG who are going to have to face check in with things like the Jarvan and the Jax.
I gotta say, I was so worried for BDD and Gen G as soon as he whiffs the ultimate, but then being able to land the follow-up snare is just pulling a hat out of nowhere there for him. So now with Baron, this actually empowers the Gwen to be able to split push, which has been an issue with the Jax previously.
All right, well, as we wait to see what Gen G can do with their Baron push, we get Cloud9 Enthusiast saying, Brewler's quite a few deaths this game. Guess he's not measuring up. Thank you, as always, production, for bringing us the puns anytime I'm casting. That's a solid 12 out of 12, as I'm American and our rulers go to 12 inches, so fan of that one. Now a fight in the top side. Rascal getting tower dove by Flandre, but the sustain is high from a Gwen. Can't get more done just yet.
Still really nice from Flandre to bait out, you know, the ultimate, bait out so many key abilities from the side of Gen G, and also making it harder for them to commit to their push when they have to worry about Rascal getting dove in a side lane.
Yeah, it's just a huge item advantage for the split push here for Jax. You know, Flandre did get the extra help to get ahead early, but on Play the Ruin King plus Divine Sunder, he's playing into Rascal, who has actually gone for components of Azonia's, which is a lot more for creating space for team fights rather than fighting the split push. So Gen G have opted for, yeah, Rascal, you're just gonna try and, you know, hold some of these side lanes, catch the waves, and rely on the team to make that big team fight play. He's got the stopwatch for the activation, then we'll be able to upgrade to Azonia's after it breaks.
All right, we are seeing a Last Whisper build out of Ruler, despite the fact he's only against one set of steel caps. It's not going to be the most efficient compared to a lethality look. That's the way the math works out. If they're going for more than steel caps, you're looking at more of a armor pen kind of style, but it will let him scale on towards 3 and 4 items if it goes much later. It's just not the power spike, but it's a scaling option. Mid lane still under fire, but it's worth pointing out this Red Bull Baron power play, less than the Baron itself. EDG has done a really good job of clearing the waves out, not bleeding a single turret, and in fact, knocking down top. I say that mid lane's gonna die here, but still, the point still stands that it is less than the Baron itself in gold, so EDG has done a good job of playing the map despite being down a Baron buff.
And I think it's because they have such strong components from their early game. Remember the win conditions of the Jax split push as well as the bottom lane domination early. They achieved both of those, so you still get the rewards later into the game. Even though they did lose at the Dragon with Viper going down, they've still been able to return to it, so Jax, Flandre there does get another one.
I also feel like we're seeing something that a lot of us knew to expect when coming into the series, that it could be a bit slower in the mid game. It can just come to Dragon stacking and being all about team fights. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw teams keep going back to these compositions, things with the Orianas, the Jaxes, the scaling on the opposite side for Gen G as well.
A lot of looking ahead we were thinking in this series. You know, it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. Take your time.
Oh, we get the next scuttle going down, and guess what? It's going to be Dragon Soul Point if claimed by EDG. No Baron to crossfire for 2 minutes, and now that they own the River, looking for the play early here on a Clid. Force him to jump back to a minion to stay alive. Always has that cooldown available, but it still forces him back a bit farther. Blue Trigger used to spot the brush. Yes, indeed, EDG are camping it, and so Flounder gonna rush this one down. JJ here to help out as well, and EDG can blitz this thing down. Gen G could contest pretty soon. They'll kill it first. Will there be a team fight? Looks like that answer is gonna be no.
Yeah, it's so scary again to face check as this team for Gen G. They don't have a great one. I guess, you know, with the stopwatch plus the Zonias now, Rascal's got 2 immunities that he can do. So Gwen, that, and W. Quite a few buttons to buy time with.
And now, I mean, we're going to be looking at for the side of EDG, right? Getting to that soul to be their main win condition. For Gen G, I think pivot up towards top side, start getting some vision down for when the next Baron does spawn. Then we'll probably see a bit of a Baron dance. And how well EDG can navigate that with the Jax split push, since, of course, Flandre will still be able to win out against Rascal with the item advantage that you hit on earlier. But, yeah. I mean, Zhonya's finally done. You have both summoners up for Rascal. You pretty much have all summoners up on both sides. So if any kind of explosive team fight does break out, I feel like Gen G can start to feel pretty good about the power spikes they're hitting.
Still on scaling. 2,000 gold. We had that gold difference last time around, and it turned into a Baron for Gen G. That said, we're looking at Dragon Soul in 4 minutes if EDG continue to have map control. It's been not too bad so far. Having Fire Cannon coming in for the Lucian next up for the dash double auto. That'll be plenty of damage for a little bit of early single target burst. Flandre towards his third item as well. Has had the pickaxe for a while. I assume he's building towards Sterix. And since he's got really no other item slots, he just needs that whole 3,000 gold to finish that item.
Yeah, Flandre is going to try and push this split strategy as hard as EG possibly can, because they know that Gen G's sights are set on these late game group up with our double supports for those long team fights where we have so much sustain and crowd control to work with. But the extra leverage coming from Flandre, almost to level 16 on the Jax, teleport ready as well. Swapping him, you can tell, moving up through mid so that he can still switch to the top lane if there is no fight towards mid. He's kind of covering for the possibility here, and yet still being able to divert the attention over towards Baron.
All right, rapid fire cannon in, double auto into ulti. That slow can often make it look pretty decent, but hold on. Gonna push Clid back now as well. Short cooldown as he jumped to a champion. But we are looking for top river control here. Flounder gonna grab the scuttle. And we know that Baron could be rushed down rather quickly by a Jackson Illusion. Midway
Viper?
Being fought over. And BDD's almost out of mana. Now he has Spellbook, and I don't know if he can get to clarity in time to make that look good, but it is EDG controlling mid, and they've got the inside track on mid tier 2, but they're chasing for kills. I'm not sure what they're gonna get. I don't believe they can lock them down. Maybe come back up towards mid now.
The reason they're chasing so much is because they want to take advantage of BDD so low on mana, and you can tell Viper with this build going for the rapid fire cannon. He keeps dashing in aggressively for this extra damage. He's such a confident player in his own movement.
Ooh, snare.
Yeah, but he's so tanky. Keep in mind, he has gotten solo turret for the last...
Viper! He gets hit!
Huge charm, and Viper just goes down! Oh, that man has been defanged. A kick into the wall. Scout gonna stay alive for now. Clid to be shockwave back. Goes in far. Gordricker on a 3. Staying alive for the moment. Rascal sniping. Can't quite find those. Flandre finally goes down. And yet again, it's Gen G finding 2 kills and turning for a Baron.
And BDD, yet again, makes a critical pick for the team. Viper has been so confident in his movement freak, but he does not flash the ulti there. BDD gets a pick, and Gen G get a Baron.
And it's crazy because we were questioning if BDD can have the same impact when he is on the supportive champion, but it doesn't matter. He's the one finding the lockdown to set up for the damage coming out of the rest of Gen G.
Bubbles, charms, sleeps, stuns. Give this man some crowd control freak, and he's gonna work some magic.
Viper, though, has got to be kicking himself. He is the pick that has turned these fights sour for his team. Once again, you can see him. Just watch for Scout.
Once again,
great flash ult, tries to dodge, doesn't flash it.
He just ease in, and once again, Gen G finding a good opportunity. Gives me flashbacks to the Ezreal game he played the other day, where once he got locked down by RG. Clid finding a great opportunity to get onto Scout, but nice job by EDG to peel back. Clid's still going to be able to get out alive, while on the opposite side of the fight, Gen G are taking down Flandre.
Just great awareness there by BDD. They've got the control ward in the Raptor brush, so he flashes right up for it, hits the target, goal achieved, and Gen.G wearing purple again. Let's see if they can do better on the gold score this time, Freak, for you.
I would say the last Baron went +1 tower to EDG. EDG got top and bot tier 2, and Gen.G only got mid lane outer.
Big difference this time, though, is the soul coming up for EDG, 20 seconds away. And again, they've got early vision advantage, trying to utilize the control wards here through the river to their advantage. Gen.G are threatening the push, but EDG, no, we've got the upper hand here. We've got the soul to draw you in.
We're going to take some poke. EDG have more summoners. 4 flashes up to the 2 of Gen.G, so repositioning could be a huge factor here. Flandre sitting in the wings. JJ, of course, knows he's the primary front line, but now being zoned away. Rascal going for the pushback. Viper getting kicked. Viper flashes and stays alive. Health bar is low. Will be able to dash across the wall. Lee Sin drops, and Viper this time around saved his summoner spells for the right time. This is how you do it. Getting away from the skill shots. Charm is going to miss, and EDG looking for the Dragon Soul. A dunk out of the backline. Gore Drinker and a stopwatch for JJ. Ruler's got nowhere to go. Finally flashes and burns the stopwatch, and that is now Dragon Soul claimed.
And the big thing for EDG was this time they adapted. They realized, hey, our main job is peeling for Viper. Gen.G thought they saw the angle. Clid and Rascal thinking they have enough burst, but like you said, Freak, Viper this time around using his summoner spells, and the rest of EDG were just there to peel off. The other 3 members of Gen.G not able to follow off, with Flandre doing a nice job of zoning.
And so once again, a Baron power play that it might look okay in gold, but it's EDG getting more done on the map with a Dragon Soul and a very small gold lead. You have to believe they're the leaders in this game. But once again, look at the focus on Viper, look at him outplay it.
Yeah, they want to try and recreate the success they just previously had, but JJ helps out peeling for him, flashes with the Jarvan EQ. He's able to dash away, uses his own flash to gain space, and then the culling down while they wait out the stopwatches, wait out the timing, pick up their kill onto the Gwen as well. The re-engage doesn't have the immediate follow-up, but eventually get the threat there with the shockwave from Scout to force the double cooldowns as well.
Also feels like the big point, right, was to Cataclysm them, JJ get out and just be able to secure that dragon for yourself to make sure that you do have soul. So really nice job coming out from EDG.
So we do have a game pause. This is Gen.G, as I've been informed. Clid sadly spilled water on his desk. Tell me about world-class junglers and spilling water on their keyboards. You know, like, we had Svenskeren a while back, Spillskeren, as he was affectionately known. Now Klid's doing it too. I mean, it's just shameful.
It's always the junglers.
Yeah, it's always the junglers. But I gotta point out, like, because I've had a very critical eye on Viper in this game because, yes, he has been the one who got caught out in the last 2 team fights they lost. This one was well done. This is the window you get when the jungler doesn't have flash. If Lee Sin has flash, he lands the Q, and he starts the R. Now you're rooted, he flashes behind you, and you don't have counterplay. It's actually always going to land on you. In this case, though, he had to ward hop because flash was down. That meant you wait for the Q to land, then you dash backwards. That means the kick is sending you sideways, and you're able to survive that fight. You saw him kite that one pretty well. So well done to Viper in that team fight. Yeah, okay, Lee Sin landed a Q, but played the rest of it really well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it goes back to, again, we've seen kind of some ups and downs from Vipers, because even this gives me flashbacks to their series against RNG, where he played the Ezreal in one game and was continuously E-ing forward and getting caught out. But this time around, again, amazing laning phase coming out from him. Has been a bit more aggressive in the mid-game, being a bit more Jackie Love reminisce to people who watch the LPL, but still, such massive damage numbers coming out in this game and solidifying this soul for EDG.
Yeah, and it's one of the big things that we're looking at this Gen.G composition and wondering if they were going to have to rely on Clid to make some big plays to have initiative. Other than that, I feel like you can't always count on BDD landing these stairs right onto Viper. That should not be the norm for the team. So, woo, that play is going to be incredibly important. No,
Eric's down, Chase, ulti, and he's out of shields. That is a lot of ability power, and now the dunk on BDD has a flash. Bullet time comes down. Tidal Wave's going to hit there as well, and BDD barely able to slink away. Perfectly timed bubble. Absolutely no way out for Rascal. Teleports to his doom.
Individual picks have determined the game, Lyric. Yeah, much over and over again. I mean, nice from EDG. Viper spotting the moment to go on Clid. All of EDG's members are there to follow up on Rascal. Doesn't matter that BDD does once again hit another skill shot and actually does lock Viper down because EDG just had more members alive.
So great there from Scout in the side brush. He immediately shockwave on Clid to follow-up there from Viper, and then forcing it through. The teleport timing from Rascal is just a dream for Mako. Easy for him to time that one. You know, it's pretty easy also to aim. You'll always teleport, end up between where you're teleporting and your Nexus, so he's able to hit that bubble no problem, picked up the extra kill, and their reward is destroying so much of this base. Now it's just wide open for the return from EDG.
Yeah, it's crazy that they're only 3K gold apart, and this game has always been close to gold, right? It's always been between 1 and 3,000, but it does feel like for a large majority of it, EDG have had map control. Gen G have just done a phenomenal job of finding certain picks that have brought them back in the game, and now when we're at a point where it's 3 minutes until Elder, if you find that one pick in 3 minutes, Gen G can win the game.
Yeah, Scout had definitely been doing work. He's the one who started everything on Clid in the river. He's the one, 5-0-2 with 700 gold bounty on his head and death cap completed. He's definitely putting that damage to good use.
I also think it goes to show how versatile Scout is, because Scout is not only a player who can play things like the LeBlancs and the Assassins or the Rise, the Twisted Fates, things that have been banned against him so often, but Scout has shown throughout his whole career, since 2016 summer when he joined EDG, that this man can play absolutely anything.
Exactly. So much time with this organization. He truly is a regime player here for EDG, along with Mako. Both of them careers basically here, besides the substitute time on T1. So much invested by Scout in EDG and in the LPL.
Yeah, but bringing it back, right? I mean, EDG, they won their very first 3 splits in the LPO, and they incorporated back in the Clear Love days, and you know, such a well-known player, but it's the really recent times that have brought them back on top. They hadn't been at Worlds in a while. This is their first ever World Championship semifinal, and it's bringing in the new blood. JJ is the youngest player left at the World Championship. He's 20 as of 4 days ago. Like, the man is, and he's stepping in for Clear Love of all players. And hey, you know what? He was the gank that got first blood. He's been such a big factor making these team fights work, and EDG slinking on their way towards the World Final.
Yeah, and they're going to try and do it by having the vision set up for this Baron, trying to find picks.
Oh, everyone's grouped up. JJ does not go for the flash ulti. I know players who would have went for that play and said, I think my team will follow up, but holds back for now. Baron's still on the plate. I believe every ward in the pit is turned off by control wards, so going to be rushed down now. And again, their damage is so incredibly high. 4-item Lucian. Flounder, the Runekeeper, wants to deal damage. He's going to spot Clid, though. Can they zone him out? Because ward's going to go into the pit. Now they know. Going to get a bit of damage. And Clid, here comes the dunk. He's going to flash back out. BDD locked in place. Does not have a flash. Does not have a stopwatch. Does not have a life anymore. Speaking of him, down to 100 health as well, as it's going to be Gen G running away. Do you turn back to Baron, or do you find this kill into Clid?
I feel like for EDG, it's simple solution, just turn back to Baron. Looks like what they're going to do. Flandre can keep just playing keep away. He even sells his flash up and is quite safe.
This is a lot of damage, you can kill him. Oh, the flash to safety for a second, though. Flandre going to have to jump away, going to flash, and he's going to be back up in a second, but he's still zoned away. The jungler, Clid, is not even across the mid lane again. The third Baron of the game is going to go to EDG, the last hope of the LPL.
And the timing of this, there's only 43 seconds left on the Elder Dragon, so Baron-empowered recalls, you get to go back, spend your money, grab your control wards before the Elder Dragon comes out. It's perfect timing, 30 seconds to get over there for the setup, and you're going to have super minions moving up mid.
Right, for EDG, it feels like everything's there. You're going to have push, you're going to have vision, you have more items on key members like your Jax up and top side. For Gen G, your win condition at this point feels to me is a steal coming out from Clid or some kind of nice pick if some member of EDG does walk too far forward. No flashes on a ton of members on the side of Gen G. Ruler doesn't have flash life. Clid, Rascal didn't have flash at the start of the game, so there's a lot of easy pickings for EDG.
Here we go. Whoever gets this dragon is likely to win the team fight itself. Is it going to be enough to end the game? We'll have to see. Still 2 minutes left on the Baron buff. So EDG not only have Soul, not only have the gold, they did the extra stats from the Baron here as well, as the Dragon goes down to 10k. BDD waiting on the sides. Does have a flash, could get a huge ulti, because Jax is hitting mid, by the way.
Yep, Flandre's in base, and he's at the Nexus turrets. They had to send Rascal back. Can he even cover the Jax? The Nexus turrets are melting, and they're teleporting!
Scout! They're trying to end it now! Never leave a man behind! Shockwave gonna be zone used, but the Nexus will fall! We have seen these fights before, and yet again, the LPL wins the base race! Game 1 goes to EDG!
Love the ending call there from EDG. They utilized Flandre so well this entire game. Split pushing prowess really finds its name in lights here at the end, where he's at the Nexus turrets, even with the Gwen in his face. Counter-Strike burning those things down, and they commit the teleport to finish it off. great opener from EDG.
Yeah, I mean, especially seeing the base race is such a throwback. I do not know how many base races I've seen this year in the LPL because there's too many to count.
That was not a race. That was literally just them just crashing down the door and Gen.G are at the Dragon.
It was just the qualifying lap, you know, got pole position, you're ready to go for the actual race itself. Oh, fastest time? Cool, everyone's behind me, sounds good. But I'm so glad we got to see a game play out this way, right? Because I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for like the counter picks into Gwen to bully the matchup, to play through that lane. He got every single tier 2 turret solo pushed. Knocked down mid lane the rest of the way through, basically solo pushed. It was all about the Jax. At the end of the game, I don't care the KDA, he won the game.
Gen.G have been most criticized for sitting and waiting and not being proactive. And they drafted a composition that does a lot of sitting and waiting. And it's important for the series that EDG are able to punish that. Even though they got caught a couple of times, they still kept looking for these plays. They were confident to push ahead with the advantages that they had. So I think that bodes very well for them.
Yeah, and I think EDG felt like they were in control of the game pretty much the whole time despite the slim gold lead. But still, I think this game shows us that this actually can be and probably will be a very competitive series. Gen.G were consistently punching back and finding picks.
It's going to be a fun one. I can't wait to see more games in this series. And remember to wait for more Worlds 2021. Be sure to check out Gen.G's Teams Picked as the song that represents their play style, All In by Jay Park, PH1, and Groovy Room, alongside the play style picks of all our teams on the official LOL playlist on Spotify. See you soon.
Would you ride with me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big mean vibe on the way. Look.
Can I get your digits? Maybe we can kick it. Just wait till all my
Smell irresistible. The new Axe Effect.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm alone, only know myself no more. Take it to the grave, I'll ghost. I know I can be so cold. In the dark, where I like to keep my heart. No more bite, no bark. Like to catch you way off guard. I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no voice up in your head, watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize and I throw you to the side? And am I really that bad if I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad? Only care about a bad and control. That's how I like it and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything. No fear, no pain. Listen to your brain. Go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane. Whoa. Just do what I say, follow me all the way. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where EDG have managed to eke this one out, win the first game in our series, and I'm here with Chronicler and Azael to break down their path to victory. Vedius, as you can see there, he'll be joining us in a moment to break down some of the team fighting that took place. So starting the draft, because as we expected with both of these teams, there would be different approaches to what we saw yesterday. And immediately, Chronicler, a few of the things that jump out to me is BDD, the playmaker of the team, gets shoved on a Seraphine.
I love the Seraphine. I don't think that the Seraphine specifically was the problem. Cool thing to me about this draft is that a lot of people were forced off comfort. We see the Syndra, the Azir ban. We see the Aphelios for Ruler. Flandre not being able to play either the Graves or the Jace. So there is a lot of new stuff happening here, which I think is cool. And I hope that as we get deeper into the series, we see a similar development to that what we saw yesterday rather. That being said, Genji's comp, good at team fighting, not very good at making sure that the team fights happen. Whereas EDG, especially with the lead they were able to get early, really ran the game from start to finish.
I mean, that's one of the things that's immediately going to jump out to me as well, as outside of the the draft itself and the idea that people were shoved off of comfort. It's the fact that EDG had the advantages in the early game, or at least the avenues to make stuff happen.
Absolutely. I mean, they were able to create a lot of advantages through bot lane, through 2v2, through jungle pressure coming down there. But one of the things, like, while I agree with Chronicler that Seraphine is a good pick, and I think that they had a very strong 5v5 draft. I think we saw the importance of BDD not being on a supportive champion, where he is reliant on his teammates to actually make those plays and find those picks. And I felt like Clid and Rascal really kind of fell flat in the later stages of this game. I felt that they should have been able to win some of those 5v5s, in particular the one around the Soul. And when you look back to so many Genji games, you think about the defining moment, it was always BDD doing something, BDD finding the seed, BDD finding the pick, BDD getting the kill. And in this situation, he can't do that on Seraphine. He has to depend on his teammates and ramp up his teammates, and it's great at doing that. But
I mean, in some ways, he still did manage to find a couple playmaking moments, which is what's so phenomenal about him as a player on a pick like Seraphine. But you mentioned it. The early game was all about the bot lanes for both sides. It was just EDG, the one with the onus. They had the first foot out the gate, and it was about Genji trying to cover for the aggression that EDG brought into the bot lane. At the end of the day, though, Viper coming up big. And I'll recall for everybody here, Chronicler, that this was our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It was Ruler versus Viper.
And very clearly in the initial game here, it's Viper, and with him Mako that looked way stronger. Able to both absorb pressure, find kills in the 2v2, And outside of the very early laning phase where we saw a little bit of prior for Gen G, Ruler and Life were basically permanently shoved underneath their turret. And I think that this continuous lead allowed EDG to get into the position where even when we saw Gen G find a good team fight or two, there wasn't really any room for capitalization.
Yeah, and I mean, I think one of the biggest parts as well is not just that they got ahead in the 2v2, is that it actually affected the rest of the map, right? We saw Gwen in that last replay TPing down to bot lane, TP'd away from a wave that was at his tower, losing plates, losing farm, losing experience while the Jax is getting fed, and that kind of sacrifices any strength you have in the 1v1.
Yeah, massive lead on the AD carry himself, netted a massive lead for EDG through the early game, stacking dragons, totally in a winnable position in this one. But to better understand how Gen G made this a game through team fighting, we got Vedius standing by.
So, you already heard the analyst Des talking a little bit about BDD, and I'm going to put a spotlight on him as we get into the team fights, because their composition was very strong when it came to the scaling. But I really want to highlight how, in particular, Gen G were able to actually come out on top. So, as Gen G is looking to set up and contest around this objective, the person that I want you to pay attention to is this man right here, BDD, because he is going to continue to set up these picks. So, as EDG is threatening, they have this initial engage come through from JJ, and then the shockwave on to BDD, this primary target. He ends up getting forced out thanks to his flash, and then initially you're thinking, oh, this could be a good fight for EDG, but this is where you see the fight start to get a little bit split, because Flandre dives in, the ultimate comes through, EDG don't feel like they can fully commit, but then again, keep your eyes on this player, BDD right here, as the root lands onto Viper. This is where all of the money is. The Jax threat is being forced out of the side of the fight, and meanwhile he can actually get shut down. This then sets up Clid to be able to get the kick in, they're able to get the capitalization, Viper ends up dropping, and then once all of your gold suddenly disappears, this team fight becomes very winnable for Gen G. And again, that was all set up by BDD at the beginning of the play. So let's jump over to our second clip where we're going to see the same thing. Flandre, after looking to try and secure the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, ends up trying to retreat through his jungle. BDD is looking for picks, and I really wanted to keep an eye on what BDD is doing here, because he sees, thanks to the vision provided by Misfortune, that Viper is actually going to jump over this, that Viper is dashing in, and he's going to get collapsed on. So he flashes in after, throws the ultimate in, and is end up going to secure that kill with the MF ultimate as well. Even though BDD was not on a champion that actually allowed him to be that hyper carry, to really set up for his team, he was still able to set up his team for so many incredible plays. And in my opinion, Dash, this was Gen G's game to lose.
Well, okay, so there we go. That, I think, is a precursor to, again, where we were at in the game when it did feel like Gen G finally wrestled it back.
Absolutely, and I think one important thing to highlight, you know, Vedius is breaking all that down, is that the team was there as a squad, and the front line is getting shielded up and buffed up by these enchanters, and I think that is somewhere that they fell short in some of the fights that they were actually losing later on in the game.
Well, so that's where we would look towards the Soul and the multiple Elder fights from that point onward, where it was maybe some individual mistakes by Clid, you know, and Flandre, perhaps not Flandre, my bad. Rascal, thank you, on the other side.
Yeah, from Rascal.
You know, to end up kind of throwing this game away from a winnable position for Gen G. But Chronicler, to me, by all accounts, this just points to the fact that we are going to have a very close series that, as expected, is going to come down to team fight.
Yeah, and I think that the one thing that EDG did way better overall was the power that they had in terms of sideline pressure. I thought they played around Flandre really, really well. They punished the lack of engage from Gen G. And either I want to see Gen G have a comp with more engage, or I need to see BDD on a pick that, as Azil pointed out, actually has agency. Because otherwise, their late 2 objectives, their setup isn't the greatest, their team fighting is still good, but that in of itself isn't going to be enough.
All right, well, if Gen G want to even this one up, they'll have to do it from the blue side of the map. We are just minutes away from Game 2, but first we sat down with the teams prior to today to hear their thoughts on the semifinals in this installment, rather, of the Oppo Camp.
일단 진짜 우승은 진짜 할 수 있겠다는 생각이 좀 많은 것 같고, 저희 머릿속에 그거를 가능하게 하려면은 일단 이 4강부터 이겨야 될 것 같습니다.
第一次突破4强嘛，还是挺开心的。对，然后对，是挺开心的。
일단 옛날 기억이 나는 것 같아서 기분이 좀 더 새롭고 좋은 것 같고 4강 때 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
我觉得打完RNG之后，其实我们现在状态我觉得还是蛮不错的。我觉得还是挺大信心能击败根基或者 C9， 然后进入决赛。
저희 팀 되게 무서우니까 좀 조심하십시오.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. We're bringing you Game 2 of our second semifinal between Gen G and Edward Gaming. We've already qualified Damwon Kia into the World Final, looking for their second title. This would be EDG's first ever World Championship if they can make that one happen. Already it's their first semifinal. Gen G, carrying on the legacy of Samsung Galaxy, has 2 World Championships under their belts, looking to make that one number 3.
All right, quickly catching up on the champ select here. Still retaining that Lee Sin priority. I think that is valid here. Put Clit on this champion once again for Gen G. Maybe they can turn it around with a bit of playmaking bottom side. They pick up the Rakan comboed with the Jhin. But on the other side, Lyric, this Graves for Flandre that we've been so focused on, and the team has been so focused on with the majority of
7 games, Kobe, 7 games.
It's actually insane. You know, after the very strong performance on Jackson, the previous one, now him being on his most comfortable champion here at the tournament.
Even when we look at mid lane now, with EDG locking in the Rise, this has been Scout's go-to so far at Worlds. I think he's had his best performances on this champion, and it gives him a lot of agency to play around both sides of the map.
Wow, and this is EDG blind picking both solo laners. So they can ban out. You're gonna have to spread your bans between top as well as mid lane here to try and cover both if you're trying to get something there. But it should be easy jungle focus, or excuse me, bottom lane focus for Gen G this time. Viper and Mako. They won so much of the last game, all the early game pressure, all these advantages won by Viper and Mako, and now they're being a little bit hung out to dry and pick bans. Going to soak up some of these bans. The famous Ezreal for Viper not going to be picked up here. Expected to follow it up again. You know, Felius is also already banned, so they're whittling so heavily down on this.
Yep.
Fortune, I would think, would be the final.
It's that or Lulu. Keep in mind, Mako already showed he's willing to play Lulu into Rakan. It was a good matchup yesterday. It was a good matchup last week. It is a counter pick. Generally speaking, enchanters are good into Rakan. We even saw Zillion, another matchup that worked just well. So I'm curious if you do go support, or as you're mentioning, the misfortune, if you go AD carry Draven instead. The option, keep in mind, Draven E can just kind of break Rakan W as a decent option. You can throw it at Jhin as well. So for his ultimate, things to look at here. So I am curious. I feel like you can get a very good-looking bot lane here from EDG.
Yeah, and looks like they might be just going towards this Jinx. Viper's played pretty much everything in the LPL. Played the Jinx, played the Vayne, the Draven was played one game, so I really wouldn't be surprised to see him pull out anything.
Exactly, that's the key thing for me, because when he was on Griffin, when he was in the LCK, he even played the Yasuo, the Vladimir down bottom. I literally cannot be surprised by any pick from Viper. He can actually play anything. This man is so gifted in the diversity of his champion pool. Meanwhile, the top laners in this matchup, not so much. And with it being whittled down here, it's going back to the Renekton for Rascal. I don't love it into the Graves. I feel like the Graves just has so many more options. Lyric, you have all the roads you can travel down with this. You know, he can farm up a bit better. He can scale up a bit better. The Renekton doesn't really bring a whole lot that you're going to utilize as a point of power here. And so they're going to rely on BDD as usual, Freak.
Yep,
get him his Azir. That's going to be a game plan.
Yeah, and it feels like with the Renekton, right, it's just comfort for Rascal up in the top. So they do have a lot of early game power coming out with both the Lee Sin and Rakan as well as that Renekton. Jhin, of course, going to be able to do fine in that bot lane. So our EDG, again, sticking with some identities of scaling in their composition with the Jinx. And again, an Enchanter bot lane for Mako, but still having the agency with the Jarvan coming out.
I actually think it's so sad that we're seeing all of these Enchanters from Mako and they're just jumping on this Enchanter train. Why? Because this man, over the course of his career, I've loved him on engaged support.
His Alistar, it's so fun to watch. But yeah.
You know, what can you say to buffing up Viper, right? Yeah. This is so much security for them.
And I'm always a sucker for new stuff coming out. I was over the moon seeing Zillion yesterday. I'm happy that we've got Enchanter players, we got tank players, we got a bunch of different looks here in this draft. And Jinx is a champion you can absurdly snowball in the bottom lane. If you get a kill, you get excited, you show up for jungle gank, you are going to just delete turret plates. And they've got an advantage 2-on-2.
Especially when you even just look at comps holistically, right? Because Genji's comp isn't that tanky, isn't that durable. So Jinx will just be able to utilize that passive and continuously mow down members of Genji in team fights. For Genji, I'm really curious to see where they do go with this early on. You would expect typically it should be just Jhin being left by himself, Rakan making his way up towards top side. You have the Renekton and trying to find some kill pressure because you do have the all-in threat with your slice and dice into the stun. But for Genji, Rascal just has not been their point of strength at Worlds so far.
Here we go on to the Rift. Game 2. Edward Gaming won a pretty close game 1. Genji had claimed 2 Barons against them, but EDG with control over the top and bottom lane ensured that nothing bad happened, and they had control the whole way through. A Mountain Soul closed it out in the end, and now we get to see what happens onto this one. Gen.G putting a lot of eggs in the BDD basket. Rascal on a heavily nerfed Renekton, not even a counter pick really here. The bot lane I feel like looks better for EDG as well, so Clint and BDD, it looks like it's on you from draft.
Yeah, and as much as BDD is Azir, you know, he is Azir and Zoe, Scout, most played champion here at Worlds has been Ryze. And you mentioned a couple times in the last game, Lyric, as we see a level 1 invade here for JJ. Not going to be fully scared, though. Throws down the flag, and Flandre comes to make sure that there's not going to be any repeat play. But the ward does get in there inside the back of Red Pit. You know, Scout, talking about very quickly there, the Ryze gives you the opportunities for the roams here. We'll see if they can actually get priority for him to affect the side lanes.
Yeah, and for Gen.G, you could be looking a little bit post-6, in my opinion, if you want to try and influence that matchup, right? Once Azir has the ultimate, you can look for, as Dagda calls it, the all swoop and boop, push Ryze into the Lee Sin, try and look to kill him, and then, you know, pivot towards the top side of the map and try and set up Rascal. But for Gen.G, I definitely think they at least have more tools in this than they did last game to set up for the skirmishes, like people like Chronicler were saying on the analyst desk.
I love Flandre's move here, because he knows he is going to own this Renekton if he's got awareness of the jungler. So he goes straight up 1v2, solo wards the enemy blue the most effective strategy versus Renekton, and especially now after the stun got nerfed, is to shove him off of the first wave. Look at this. This is brutal.
So rough.
This is literally the perfect game plan versus Renekton. If you deny him access to the minions early, then he can't charge up the rage. Level 1 Renekton has no threat. So Flandre, all you have to account for is the jungle, and he goes and gets his information himself, then just brutalizes Rascal here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing Rascal could do, or Clid could do, is finish Wolves, loop through the alley towards like mid-top, and then go for a gank, and that's, you give your entire bottom jungle if that happens. And by the way, JJ going for a very full clear. Red, Raptors also on Krugs. If he does go for the 3 gank, counter gank. You win that fight anyway.
This is exactly why we were hyper-focused on the picks and bans surrounding top side of the map in this series. And Flandre, after the advantage...
Oh, wow.
Exactly.
Oh, this is going to be brutal. Rascal can try TP up for both mid lanes if it's going to happen. Rascal does hit 3, though. That's an important power spike as many minions have died, but they're going to try for this dive. Can he make it happen? TPing another Rise as well.
Wait.
When do they hit the button? They find the first slow. He's already dashed 1 time. Second one's going to flash into the blue area, but that means it is at least half a wave, maybe a second one dropping.
Yeah, JJ there gives him actually a good slice and dice. That is the one thing you're looking at as a jungler whenever you're ganking Renekton. But Rascal returns to the scene of the crime.
All right, Scout's going to miss some farm, but now Rascal is flashless. He's caught up a little bit of CS. Healing, his Q's now on cooldown. There's the knockup, there's the combo. Scout pulled the aggro. Goodbye, top lane's over.
What's going on here, Lyric? Bottom side of the map is going to be answered by Gen G, but that is willingly walking back in there for Rascal. And mid lane was not hard pushing, Freak, so it wasn't like the communication was there and BDD was saying, hey, I've got the minion wave up to his tower, there's pressure pulling Rise back.
Yeah,
he was slow pushing.
That was just so strange coming out from Rascal, walking straight into his death. EDG also did it well with Scout being the one to pull the aggro because he can stand right on the edge of turret range, walk out, and missing a ton of CS as well. Flandre now 28-14.
That's why Graves has been talked about so much this series or this tournament, because you have so much control of the minion wave in so many different matchups here. And so building up that minion wave, capitalizing on it with the dive. Clid, though, has a little bit of extra information, and he's got his recon coming, so his support is on the way. He wants to make the most of it, and it's just going to be a stolen wolf.
JJ did have a smite up, didn't realize in time Clid was going to get the steal, so okay, that is some camps down. Worth noting, though, that Clid indeed has a level lead as a result. Bot lane CS difference is 3 with 2 more to farm, so slightly Gen G favorite early on, some of that being jungle pressure.
I like to always bring this up, is re-entering the side of the map where you have already given so much priority to your opponents. They made this double play on top side, so a large amount of time spent by both EDG's mid and jungle on the top side of the map. So then when you re-enter your jungle there for JJ, you have to know that this was previously controlled by Gen G. They had so much time to set up there, get some vision, get some positioning, and it's kind of like for him that the rewards were only smiting away the wolf.
Yeah, and I think for EDG, with the fact that, right, you have consciously chosen to put all your resources into Flandre, that means Clid on the other side is going to answer and be the one to get ahead. I want to see EDG look for another play on the top half of the map. Both junglers, of course, are up there right now. It looked like the wave from Rascal was going into Flandre, but Flandre instead just going to keep looking to deny and push Rascal under his tower.
All right, wave down in the mid lane. Farm, +1 for Scout, honestly. Well done keeping out of your lane and still keeping up on that result. Was able to buy the tier as well and walk back, so he's going to feel comfy. BDD, though, does have TP advantage. We'll spot that one over time. Good root means a knockup on a Viper. Decent damage, but Lulu with shields and guardians not too bad. Looking to reset probably fairly soon as Mako is out of mana, and that could be tough to lane that way, though has biscuits to keep it alive for now. Bit of bot pressure, not going to find too much more as the cannon falls and they sidestep.
Wow, Gen G doing a nice job of not allowing Viper to push in and get the reset.
Ignite is good damage. Will not kill Viper just yet. Choppers come down to make sure there's no more chase, but it still is going to force the recall, and Viper may be on a somewhat ugly recall as a result.
Yeah, looks like they're going to end up missing a wave. Viper might have to back off, though JJ doing a nice job of hovering down to make sure that Viper can stick around and catch his wave.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe there was that ward up by the top side that just saw Clid, so they know there's a little bit of time before Clid comes for a possible dive. That's why Viper has the confidence here. They just wait on JJ to hover. You just need a shadow, make sure the Jinx can still pick it up, and Clid
rooted in place. Not going to be in range for any more as the TP comes down. That's going to be VDD rejoining. So, yep, out goes JJ. Bot lane shows up a little to make sure the scuttle goes over, and that will be claimed by Clid.
A really nice by Gen G to kind of sync that one up. BDD on a reset can just instantly TP in and make sure that nothing happens. Of course, because of this previous bot play, Gen G did have push in bot side as well.
But it leaves open. Now, his teleport has already been used to cover for a crab. the top side. You cannot cover for this Renekton any further, and so Flandre, again, just to push this Graves-Renekton matchup to the most extreme. Again, remember, this is pushed to this level by the extra information. Warding out the jungler, keeping track of him there. Not necessarily the extra avoidance of mid lane, but Flandre flirting with a little bit here as Clid clears out the control ward.
I do feel like Gen G so far have done a pretty decent job at least stabilizing Rascal. You can see Clid is just constantly hovered around pretty much each of his lanes to make sure that JJ can't look for these plays. And gold pretty much even so far.
And most of the goal difference is going to be that first blood, obviously. 600 handed over as a result of the kill and the assists. Farm has been fairly close. But yeah, I'm curious how much more bleeds out because it's already been 2 plates taken up there.
So last game, even when Edward Gaming got such big early advantages, there was still the other side we could go to for Gen G, and we're like, oh my goodness, they can still rally around their team fighting with Seraphine and making use of the double enchanters. But this game, I find it a little bit disingenuous if you wanted to go back to that. Like, there are so much fewer outs that Gen G have this time around because of their draft. The Renekton is going to be useless. This is a useless little meatball there that's going to try and, buy some time for the Azir to hit. You're facing a Lulu'd up Jinx, okay? So I feel like Gen G's hopes right now are literally, God BDD, please save us. Because other than that, it has to be some insane picks and performances from the Rakan, from the Lee Sin to just outplay the side of EDG. Barring that, though, EDG have so many outs in this game. They can split push with Ryze later. They can team fight with the Lulu'd up Jinx. It just seems so much in their advantage.
However, I've got a curse for you. Water spill on the EDG side.
Oh my God! No way.
Clid lost game 1 off of a water spill. It wasn't off the water spill, but there's a water spill on Viper's side. Obviously cleaned up, now ready to go. But, just pay attention during these pauses. Who is the one with the klutzy fingers? And
Detective Freak.
Might just let you know.
Who spilled the water? It was Viper on stage with the keyboard.
Now we're going to see if Viper can pick himself up a kill as well. But nope, not going to be able to find it. And going back to the point that you were making, Kobe, while we were in the pause, is that I agree, Gen G's comp just looks so much less forgiving. It's kind of like a bit of a pit comp in the early game, and then late game it is all on BDD. The problem is you have Viper that outranges absolutely everyone on the side of Gen G.
And they've got tanks on the other side too. Like, Jhin is not great at working through tanks, while you can kind of rely on Azir. If Azir is your only hardcore scaling component, then you have very difficult times going up against, guess what? Flandre's super fed on the Graves. He's going to have so many options, as well as the, Jinx Lulu. Anyways, back to the early stages where Gen G still have hope. If they can get Rift-Tailed and push us ahead, this is where you want to make use of those pick opportunities, Lyric. That's how, like we said, you outplay with this comp. It's not all based on the comps. It's about how you play. Can they get some of these pickoffs? Can they make use of this Rift-Tail to gain map territory?
But the other side of the map is EDG controlling the bot lane. Like, Ruler has just forsaken bot lane because, wait a second, Ryze is missing, Jarvan's missing, we're all topside. 2 turret plates just now went to Viper, without even having to roam out of the lane, right? Normally it's like, oh yeah, they cross-mapped us. We brought our AD carry up, got Herald, they stayed down. Both bot lanes were down, and it was still 2 plates taken.
Clid hovering for a possible outplay. One of those big Rakan plays, Flash try and get in there, and yet, perfect back off there from EDG. They just finished on the wave, so they're easily able to recall and reset, and another one of these attempts or opportunities not achieved.
And a lot of this actually does stem from what's happening in top lane, right? All the map is connected. Flandre able to play very self-sufficiently. Has been getting his own vision if you do look at River to where he's able to play like this. Rascal finding it all in, though.
For a lot of damage. Second dash going to be up soon. Flandre! Oh, Rascal! He was first blooded, he was camped, and he solo kills Flandre.
Really nice coming out from him. Seriously, he's been set so far behind, but able to find his own opportunity to find the kill.
Is that enough? He lies in wait. Patience in the brush. Freak, these outplays, the positioning here, it means everything. If the Graves can walk into you right by your brush in River, that is the opportunity you have to snatch on the world stage. The door opens, the patience there for Rascal pays off, and he's able to jump on the unsuspecting Graves, gets his all in, one of the few opportunities, and he really makes the most of it after just taking so much abuse early on in this game. Must feel extremely good because they also trade flashes.
And it also goes to, you know, us questioning the Renekton in draft. That's why they picked the Renekton, because it's a champion that Rascal feels extremely comfortable on, has played it many times throughout the split. Waits for Flandre to walk up, gets straight on top of him, does pop the ult, and he realizes, hey, I still have the flash up. Even if Flandre gets away, he'll be able to follow. And that slice and dice forward in the path that Flandre would go is so critical to make sure he'd be able to finish that one off. And then nice by Clid, even hovering mid to make sure they're winning on both sides of the map with this play.
Gen.G coming a lot closer, still a 1,000 gold deficit, but First Dragon and a Herald Summon in mid is going to be at least 320 more gold if they can auto it more. Add 160 to that number as Scout's going to do his best to clear the wave, but again, those plates are taken. Now, BDD, I don't believe, is getting his share of that gold, so it's all on to Clid. You are not accelerating the Azir with that charge, which is a little unfortunate. You can see his gold just tied with the Rise. And off, you know, they're going to go out of that one. So the gold difference still going to stay just about that 1,000. Though again, Lisa not quite that heavy scaler. Mid lane clear real quick. And yeah, now my eyes are on Rascal a bit. If he can solo kill in the 5th year of his career, going to a nerf Renekton, that's a good look.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I really highlight that he was, you know, his positioning and waiting in the bush. Very intelligent move from him in keeping track. Definitely does swing a lot on this. You can see on the minimap that Flandre is now constantly pinging the Renekton and constantly pinging these brush. Because if he does not walk up into it and get that start, then you don't get the all-in for the chase down.
It also goes back to the point about Flandre trying to be self-sufficient, of Gen.G punishing that.
Ace comes in, they get the root onto Lee Sin, just barely, but a charm and knockup. Makeup wants to tank the Q from Lee and is able to do so. The big health comes across, Ward have to kick backwards. Is this gonna be enough to kill out Viper? He's running for his life, his health bar is at 1 and he's gonna go down. Clid finds the gank in bot lane.
Another outplay, Clid absolutely demolishes Viper there. Again, Viper being overconfident with that position. He doesn't respect Clid. His Q onto Lulu, he takes it in onto Mako and makes the kickback play. Another just bag of gold here picked up by Gen.G.
And to where before they were kind of falling down to about 1,000 gold down, they've caught up, they're doing quite well now, and all of it really is coming off the back of Clid, who honestly had a bit of a rough game one. This time around, he's doing the heavy lifting for Gen.G.
I'm so thankful for Gen.G to make this one interesting. They're actually playing off of that, you know, mid-game pick potential with the Jhin, Rakan, and Lee Sin that they have. Some fearsome opportunities there for them. If they didn't do that, if they didn't get the money here, then the late game would be just such a landslide. EDG, of course, can still tell themselves, you know, just stick to the game plan, keep trying to, you know, go according and keep it on a smooth pathway towards their scaling later. But Gen.G making it very interesting here, making those picks, getting those kills.
And even now, right, Gen.G coming out with 3 mythics compared to 2 on the opposite side. So if any skirmish does happen in, you know, the next minute, I feel like Gen.G are solidly favored. Right now, it looks like Clid's pathing up towards that top lane to make something happen.
Interesting, too, because Flandre has no flash. Neither does the bottom lane. Gen.G now, Clid is revealed on the control ward, but they have this in their minds. Keeping these flash cooldown timers are so important. When your mid-game here hinges on so many of these picks and trying to make these plays,
Ninja still going to be attacked there, finds a knockup, actually able to catch BDD, who jumped in but couldn't get the push back. However, Lee Sin is on the follow-through, and Clid gets a 3rd kill of the game. That's going to be Scout locked up, not quite dead yet. Sidesteps the Sonic Wave. That would have been a chase down for sure.
And just really nice play coming out from Clid. You can see all of Gen.G just working together on the map. Life making his way up as well to make sure things are safe. BDD going in, and it just shows the strength of having the support of these roaming supports able to follow through. Clid being such an aggressive playmaker, now breaking down mid-turret. That's going to be so massive for Gen.G on controlling vision in both quadrants of the enemy jungle.
Again, this is Gen.G making these proactive plays. This is Gen.G rewriting the narrative on them of being slow and not taking the opportunities that are in front of them. This is a proactive Gen.G forcing all of these picks, all of these plays onto EDG. They're going to get rewarded on bottom side. Everybody moving over for the extra damage.
Turret number 2 going to fall, and they're actually going to let Ruler get the solo gold, it looks like. BDD and Clid both came down, made sure, okay, Gen.G didn't come on his way over. No one's going for a TP defense. Ruler, 300 gold richer. Now the bot lane, I mean, I like the Lulu pick, but as it came down to it, Gen.G able to put enough pressure down through Clid that bot lane was won by Gen.G, and even without the help, Rascal started finding his solo kills.
And now we're going to be looking at top side of the map. EDG, of course, did just elect to give up bot lane to make their way up towards Rift Herald first. If Gen G had been a bit closer, I think they could have looked at posture and buy time, but EDG so early on this objective, they're not going to. For Gen G now, I think you just look towards bottom side, put vision down, and just keep up the dragon stacking game. You already the first one, could potentially set this game up for a bit of an earlier soul, and then have a late game win condition in that.
To summon. Top lane, outer is definitely going to die, even just to auto attacks. Flag and drag in. Okay, I like this one. Also, if you're afraid of getting attacked, you flag behind. The AoE for the attack speed is very, very high. Put the autos, Q back out. No one's going to gank you. They're not going to burn the Herald just yet. They need to get that turret. Waiting for something more valuable, like maybe bot lane or mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that Gen G haven't committed more towards this bottom side. It looks like they're really afraid that EDG might commit up towards another play on Rascal and then drop that Herald down on a tier 2.
Herald is really cool because it makes your opponents respond to you. If you want to make an unsuspecting play like this, where they were just hovering around in the fog of war there before walking back to this Tri-Brush ward, then you can overcommit to a side of the map and force your opponents to answer the hard push of the Herald, but it is a really good pick here.
Good play by JJ, but still rooted in place. He's gonna get kicked and killed. Well done by Clid. Best he could do was to ult through the charm. Still gets knocked down. It's gonna be a fight for some Krug gold. Not gonna matter a whole lot. Gen G proactive, winning in game 2.
It's Gen G unleashed in the mid game here. They just continue to beat up EDG. That ward in the Tri-Brush Freak. They call up the bottom lane, and Ruler with the Jhin ultimate opening up again. Clid finds another. 3 kills for him.
Scoop back on a scout. Ruler lands the snipe, lands the kill. It just keeps happening. This game belongs to Gen G.
And Gen G just finding picks all over the map. I'm pretty sure we saw Ruler walk right through midwave down towards that bottom side. Surprise Scout can get picked off by that. But I love that Gen G are keeping this momentum up. Already 3 turrets down, only 1 on the side of EDG. And all of this strength on the Lee Sin 3-0-0. Gore Drinker already making his way towards the Sterix as well. And for Gen G, they just need to keep this up. This is their power spike. This is their point of power. They have lockdown and numerous rolls coming out from the Rakan and the Jhin, and even good backline damage coming out from these here. EDG not having a great way of walking into that for Gen G.
Great point. And the way that they do push it ahead for Gen G is now that you do have all this priority with pushed in on side lanes and all outer turrets are gone, is exactly what Life is doing right now. Moves in, gets the deep wards to see the transitions between these secondary turrets here. When EDG are trying to catch that farm, they're sticking to the, we got a skill for late game plan. It's Gen G's opportunity to increase their lead. You take away the jungle camps, you threaten the picks here. They've made very good use of the Rakan engages. Clid's Lee Sin has been on point, forcing play after play for them. And now you get to leverage that extra territory that you've earned with the threat of those picks.
It's also, when you look at these 3 champions in particular, the Lee Sin, the Jhin, and the Rakan, there's so much long-range pick potential to follow up. EDG don't need to full-on commit into you for you to be able to find that one key pick to be able to push the gold lead further.
More damage here towards almost the turret, looking for a bit of poke, maybe a CC and a lockdown, but just Gen G owning the right side jungle here is Zap not quite as good as Captive Audience, to be honest, and it's not going to do too much either. Now, looking for the next move as bot lane is still under fire. BDD happy to poke at Flandre as Ruler puts some shots under the turret.
Yeah, looks like Gen G should just be able to keep sieging this one down and get this. Ruler even still having his ulti if they want to wait, but next wave is pretty far away. Looks like for Gen G, they should probably just start pivoting towards mid, keep taking away these jungle camps, and looking for the next objective on the map, which probably is going to be Baron spawn. Get some vision down on the top side.
Again, one of the biggest things leveraged against Gen G was them not pushing ahead game states, but they continue to increase it here, stealing away the jungle camps you mentioned, pushing out on the sides. And BDD holding off multiple members here with extra pressure. He's basically just buying time for the rest of the team in the numbers advantage side lanes to take down another.
And now for EDG, I feel like a big point of power you were looking for was the side lane pressure they'd be able to get with both Scout and Flandre, who should be able to win out in the 1-3-1. But Gen G have done such a good job of playing out through 2 lanes, leaving Rascal on weak side, who has TB, should be fine to clear that one out and not giving the potential opportunity for EDG. You can see now EDG are the team who have to just all in on one lane of the map, give up farm on sides, and try and force something, which is where Gen G are stronger right now.
Exactly. So now we're looking at EDG, their possible comeback mechanics in this game. Ryze ultimates plus the Jarvan finding someone and getting that pick. Sometimes if you leave these openings and you don't do your due diligence with your warding from your split pushing and you're trying to gain too much in a map controlled situation, that's where the comebacks happen. And if you give some gold in a pick and a comeback opportunity to this EDG comp, that's when it gets quite scary, to the things that we were kind of warning about in the early stages, speaking about how that EDG comp will be so scary later on. Gen G can easily transition over towards the Baron now when you see them moving in for super deep red quadrant coverage.
I think another nice thing for Gen G going forward in this game is the fact that it will be an Infernal Soul. So it's not something like a Cloud where a lot of teams feel like, we're fine to just give that one up, just keep farming our own jungle camps and scale up. EDG are going to feel like they need to fight for these objectives going forward, and Gen G have a reliable way to force EDG out of their base.
Yeah, we can see top lane tier 2 maybe the target as we've got 3 members up there, only 2 on defense for EDG, but as Ryze clears away the wave, they're not getting a whole lot of damage done there. Ruler's showing up now as well. Renekton gonna come over and control mid, so a lot of members heading towards the top side. It's just Graves kind of accepting the farm down at bot lane, the Rumble of tier 2. Gen G keeping the pressure going, already on 2 dragons. Baron has spawned a minute ago, and turret only gonna lose about a quarter of its health. Ultimately, it's not a whole lot done up here, but nothing given away, so it's just some extra turret chip.
This teleport very deep. They're going for the pick on the Renekton.
They know he's isolated. They know he's away from the rest of the team. So Rascal going to be attacked and shut down. 500 gold goes through to the Graves.
And that was the pick that you were talking about, Kobe, for EDG to find ways back into the game, to find ways to pick up gold. It is going to give up a turret on the opposite side, but EDG needed to find anything.
We keep cursing both teams. Let's just keep talking about the comeback mechanics for each side, and we'll continue to have the back and forth here as EDG, not only is it a pick, but they trade turrets. They're going to leave open the inhibitor here. With 37 seconds left on the Dragon 2, you have to decide between getting your recalls off to reset for your control wards to go back down there. Flandre gets another outer, and the gold keeps flowing in.
Scout's one without TP, so he actually can't join that, but Flandre able to push down to the bottom side. This play, long form, has been positive gold to EDG because they got more turrets in the shutdown, or equal turrets in the shutdown. So overall gold positive, but the question is, can they play for Dragon in time if they want to slow down the stacking? Scout's gonna be able to get down to the river just about in time. Gen G getting a lot of their recalls off, and I think it's gonna be a close battle.
Yeah, EDG at least will be able to get some river control cemented first, with the fact that Flandre was pushing in that bot side of the map. For Gen G, though, we talked about a lot of the long-range pick tools. You can open up Jhin ultimate, try and force him off. Jhin, Rakan, follow up, but no, for Gen G, they don't want to look for it. They're just going to back off.
I kind of like the choice from EDG to take that timing as an opportunity too, because as long as they get out here.
He's got a dash.
Gen G anyway is returning to take this tower, and they might be looking for an opening with Scout on the side.
They got a root, they got another root, almost, so barely Clit is able to jump away. That was so close to being locked in place. The root did not come down in time.
No, so for Gen G, they are going to be able to back off. Looks like Clit gets the smite, gets the red buff. And now Gen G, of course, are going to posture towards the top side of the map, look to get that vision down, because Baron now the only standing neutral. And for Gen G, I don't think they have a great way of punishing the fact that they took top lane inhibitor turret. Maybe that's one of the reasons why EDG were fine giving it up, because Gen G don't really have a split pusher, but instead they want to bait the Baron. Or not.
Trinket used. They don't have ways of getting rid of the vision. They don't have a control inside the pit, so okay. Knew it was aggro, knew to back off. Flame Chompers do in fact reveal Fog of War, so you can always toss those down to fight for wards, but it's still a lot of fog. That blue Trinket has been slain, and so it's fog, and they got to make their way forward, EDG.
Should be using flag to...
He wants to save it to not be charm knockups. Like, he could throw it down, but he's afraid if there's another spot to check, he needs it to get away. So ends up saving it, does not get punished for the sort of safety. But now we have round 2 on the Baron. Gen G's starting it up again.
And for Gen G, they do have a pretty decent Baron with the fact that they do have Nazir in their kit. And they have amazing turret potential. You can see Life looking for Viper or a certain member of EDG to walk too far forward.
Healing up again. TP is up for Flandre, but has not been allowed to go back to the side of the map. Gen G actually up in teleports, but right now playing consolidated. Ultimately, they're able to get out Viper's ulti, but no other cooldowns have been forced. So they try again. Flag goes down, not being hit yet.
I think a lot of this for Gen G also stems from the fact that Flandre is still ahead in terms of just solid 1v1 against Rascal. Rascal can't go and push out in the side lane, so they need to make these 5-man plays around Baron, and EDG just need to stay here.
Split is showing on purpose so that there's no urgency.
Spotted, knock up there, big damage on a Clid, almost rooted in place, diving in towards a stopwatch. TP coming in now, 5,000 health on the Baron. Will they turn back for the play? They could try to burn it. JJ is in, now it's Gen G inside the pit. They're gonna disengage, but it's at 4K. If you're leaning to go for the play, you could, but Flandre, he could always ult out, he could always flash out. This is dangerous. Jinx can throw rockets over the wall, but I'm not sure EDG could win this one. Of course he has lives too, but it's not going to be enough. Baron will finally reset. The recalls come through for Gen G in Fog of War, so it's still mostly unknown.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that EDG didn't want to more full-on commit to that one for the fact that Clid was one of the members who was low. I also think Life was probably about 50% HP. Members who can't just recall and TP back to the fight, but not wanting to be grouped up against a composition that does have so much AoE with the champions that Gen G has picked.
Yeah, one of the problems that Gen G are facing here is that there are such good split options for EDG. So Gen G are trying to bait here into their picks. You know, the Rakan, the Jhin, can they find something? But EDG have been safe enough to avoid this while also having those outs for later. Lyric, having that map control, and guess what? The Jinx continues to scale, the Ryze continues to scale. As long as they can control the next few minutes here for the side of EDG, they will remain pretty confident.
This is also why it's so massive that EDG were able to pick up the last dragon, right? Because if this would be sole point for Gen G, EDG can't just play this posture game where they're staring at you and thinking about what they could do. They would have to walk into Gen G's composition, so EDG buying themselves this breathing room where they're like, fine, we'll wait for waves to be on our side of the map, we'll pick up our own camps, and we'll keep relying on our scaling tools.
The classic Gen G stall out freak, getting a little nervous.
Yeah, but it is a 4,000 gold lead, and they've been able to keep that one and actually grow it for most of the time. Control ward knocked down. Rascal gonna once again create a Fog of War inside this Baron pit, so they can keep playing this dance. Double TP up on the one side, still only Scout on the other, so Gen G could play the sides and then group down. Dragons up in 50 seconds. EDG taking final recalls. Flandre on 3.5 items. And level 16 as Clid is up. Levels in the jungle, but the broken stopwatch gonna have a while until the GA is ready.
Yeah, and speaking of stopwatches, we don't have anything on Viper, so Viper just gonna be relying on his own positioning, his Lulu, and of course his summoner spells, and definitely feels like Viper being the big member you need to watch for. But Flandre as well probably will be the big damage dealer in this team fight with how much gold he was accelerated in the early game.
Keep your eyes open for a possible flank angle too, because if they can get a deep ward here for Gen G to allow Rascal to teleport in, Life is looking.
They're looking. They're going to find the knockup. Is it enough to kill BDD? Clid force back as well. Jinja so incredibly low. They get the Lulu ulti. Viper can take some of it. He's going to run his way out. Is this going to be a play? No, gonna jump backwards, but be careful because they can keep on going. It's a flash in for Clid. It's a flash in for Life. One kill so far. Will they find a second? Mako is low. Mako could drop, and Mako does. Really gonna get that kill. Looking for another flash is in, finds the shutdown, and Flandre's on his way out. Gen G are gonna find this game. They're gonna find 4 kills. The map belongs to Gen G.
EDG overreach, and Gen G will walk this one right to the base.
And amazing to see, especially from Clid and Life to follow that one up. Rascal with the flank as well, and Gen G looks like they can just walk this one down.
If you come at BDD, you better not miss. They punish the turnaround. JJ goes down, and Gen G will even it up.
All right, 1-1 in this one. A stopwatch for good measure. Not going to matter. You are not going to defend this base. The Nexus turrets will fall. The respawns come in. A dunk for Gen G to buy a little bit of time. Flashing away to safety. Rascal gonna take out this turret for a while. The rocket might land for a bit of damage. And maybe, just maybe, the Nexus won't fall. Are there gonna be a little bit more to play in this game? Looks like yes. The Dragon is gonna be a gimme as Gen G are forced out of the base.
I gotta be honest, if that game did end right there, it would have been completely out of left field, out of nowhere. And for Gen G, I wonder if they don't have the health bars to stay and look for a dragon. But even maybe on the top side.
Heroics there from EDG to hold at the Nexus, stalling Gen G, and now they have really strong possible response, forcing pushing on Baron. You see the teleports quickly coming out from EDG to from Gen G to answer.
At least you go for the vision, but you might go for the Baron rush. Now Clid did stay on the map, but that means he hasn't spent since the last team fight. So it's a little bit more than normal. TP, and they're gonna rush us down.
Clid.
It's gonna be a smite fight. It's gonna be a smite fight. Is Clid gonna get it?
Clid.
He is. You gotta be kidding me. It just keeps happening, and we're gonna have a whole bunch of kills. It's Flandre running for the hills. A Realm Warp brings 2 to safety, but they're gonna pick up every single one they clan. Okay, it's gonna be BDD putting a stopwatch. It's gonna be 3 shots for a minute, but BDD stays alive. Scout and Mako doing the best they can. Flandre cannot lifesteal enough. Ruler keeps finding the kills. Then a stopwatch buys another couple of seconds. A flash of safety will not bring Mako back to life. Ruler gets another, and that's gonna be the ace. This time it is Gen G finding the kills. Clid does not miss smites, and game 2 is gonna go to Gen G.
Amazing to see from the early game coming out from Gen G, especially Clid. It felt like he was everywhere he needed to be. Colby, you kept talking about the outplays, the playmaking that Clid needed to find. He found it throughout the whole game. And this game, sure, Gen G dominated, but it really felt like that one team fight at the end where EDG just overcommitting, looking for BDD, completely ended the game there.
Ooh, this series is very back and forth, gentlemen. A lot of openings here. I agree, my honors going to Clid for sure for this game. He really took it upon himself to be that leader for the team, creating so much action, getting them to the position where they could win, and then also just assassinating the Baron, sneaking around the backside, teammate getting vision for him, perfect steal, then the kick out. We're in for quite a topsy-turvy one.
Hey, it's fun. I'm glad we get a good series here. I'm hoping for just a barn burner, a slobber knocker, games back and forth. We've already got a series on our hands as the score is 1-1, but we're going to a break in a second. Now, Arcane, Riot's first animated series, is coming to Netflix on November 6th. 6 days away, set in the utopian region of Piltover and the oppressed underground of Zaun. The story follows the origins of 2 iconic League champions and the power that will tear them apart. Let's take a fresh look into the series with the debut of our newest trailer.
This city was founded to be a bastion of enlightenment.
We are the city of progress, and our future is bright.
We were once one tribe. Now, we are houses divided.
As time passes, the topsiders are leaving us further and further behind. There's never enough to go round. It can either break you or forge you into something greater.
Hi. I need to speak with one of the inmates.
Who are you? I have to try and find my sister. Powder?
Hi?
There are people down there hell-bent on destroying us.
The only way to defeat Topside is to stop at nothing.
We should prepare our own countermeasures.
Imagining yourself a hero. I'm afraid this will be a very short reunion.
You talk too much.
Here we go.
You people down here are all the same.
Bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks.
After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo,
I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And I'm not, 'cause today I'll show you what I'm made of. Rise to the occasion. Got fears but no face. And I'll show you a heart full of fire. Looking at the fire. I'll show you what I'm made of. What I'm made of.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's Gen G who cruised to a victory in game number 2 to bring our series score to 1-1. I'm happy to be joined by the only man on the Analyst Desk who had the faith in the LCK squad to take the series. It's my boy, Chronicler. Chronicler, 1-1, they brought us there. How you feeling?
They can't keep getting away with this, Dash. I am so done. I have seen this exact thing play out over like the last 2 years, and it keeps happening. The Renekton, the Azir, the random choices, the flips for objectives, and the worst part is Gen G will never learn because they have gotten so good at it. And it's driving me nuts, okay? Like, we see them try a draft that I think is really cool with the Seraphine, and then it doesn't work. And what do? They go back to Renekton. That champion is not good. It should not work. It gets dove early. But teams keep walking into them, keep giving them the opportunity to come back, and then they win. And because they keep winning, they're never gonna learn. They're never gonna get better. And this team has so much promise. They're so good individually. Did you see how well Clid played?
Yeah, I saw it all. I tell you what, Chronicler, I'm going to get you clearly look like you need a moment to breathe, and while it was your team that ultimately garnered the victory, I'm going to give you that much needed moment to breathe. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to join Vedius. I'm going to join Azael to help break down the rest of the series, but I think the call out is an interesting one. Right? This idea that Gen G go back to the tried and true when it comes to needing a victory. And it does work for them, but it does also speak to Chronicler's point that they are a team that is fairly one-dimensional. And if it's the only thing they can bring, will it be able to get them more than the one win they have so far?
So it's one of those, it's the double-edged sword where you're like, okay, yeah, I understand why you want to be critical. I understand, like, yeah, they lock in Renekton. You see this draft, like it is, we were talking about
Be honest, when you saw it too,
I was like, that's a Gen G draft.
Yeah, that wasn't a Chronicler only thing.
I don't even have to watch a regular season and immediately I'm like, that's a Gen G draft, that's a Gen G. But the truth is, you got him a win. And like, if it keeps getting wins, that's all that matters at the end of the day. Their goal is the World Final, and if they can keep getting away with it, then they're not going to stop doing it. And the reality is that in this early game, I really thought things were looking good for EDG, but a solo kill in top lane, the repeated ganks bot lane from Clid, the limitations of what EDG could actually end up doing was shocking, and I was surprised as to how quickly EDG fell short in the early game.
I mean, Azael, the solo kill top lane, no doubt was shocking after having been focused, you know, forced off the turret, blowing his flash, returning to turret, dying to the dive. With a Graves ahead, Renekton comes back with a solo kill, but Vedius and Chronicler both mentioned it. It's Clid, our Oppo player of the game this time around, chaining ganks and kills together through the early game. I guess you can draft whatever you want if this guy's going to pop off on Lee Sin like the way he did.
I mean, absolutely. I think he's just playing incredibly well in this game. And it's kind of to Vedius' point. I mean, you're putting resources up towards the top side to get the Renekton behind, to put your Graves ahead. And it feels so bad when then you see your Graves getting solo killed by this Renekton that you already put behind. And on the other side of the map, your bot lane is just getting absolutely stomped by Clid. So things kind of fell apart pretty quickly, it felt like, for EDG. And we've seen the power of Lee Sin all through quarters, now into semis. People have just been dictating games on this champion. And today, it's no different.
There's a piece of me that just can never get over the fact that Lee Sin always finds a way to be one of the most impactful champions at a world championship. But again, it makes sense because of what you can do with the skill ceiling, and then of course the steal on the Baron as well. I mean, Clid coming up massive for the squad, and it's what you want to see out of a player like him, given the likes of his opponent on the other side.
So what I will say is that, like, this was overall a good performance from Gen G in that once they got the early lead, they were actually pretty effective at utilizing it in the mid game, right? Because top lane was able to recover in a 1v1, then Clid invested bot lane while BDD was scaling in mids. You kind of had all the components that you needed in the early game to then transition into a very solid mid game. And my concern comes from EDG, which is that this isn't actually something new. We saw this in group stages. We've also seen it during the regular season of the LPL. When you attack the bot lane and when they don't have that same leverage or pressure bots,
then this team seems to struggle to know how to best answer in the mid game. And it really did feel like that slowly but surely they were conceding one objective after the other. And it almost felt like that they were waiting for that one moment. And it felt like that Baron was that one moment, which obviously was then ripped away from them. But this was something we talked about in the RNG series, where if you do shut this bot lane down, EDG do seem to also shut down in their entirety.
So we'll relive the final moments here, but really, Azale, what I'm concerned about is game number 3. If we have diagnosed that Gen G is one-dimensional, and this is their one dimension, now that you've seen it as the side of EDG, what do you change? What do you do? How do you make sure you take the next 2 back-to-back?
I mean, honestly, I just think it's more about, EDG playing mistake-free than it is about anything in particular that Gen G is doing. The player just playing more about these standard picks. They play in a similar way. They like to try to force Barons. They like to try to do these things. They slow down in the mid game. They kind of struggle to close out games. Yes, there are these patterns that you can identify, but I don't think it's like, you just pick this thing and then you beat that. I think EDG has to play a more mistake-free game. I think even with the advantage we saw in game number 1, Viper was actually making a number of errors, was getting punished. When you have the advantage in a matchup on top side, you can't afford to get solo kills. You need to be playing more safe than that, because I think that's really what put EDG on the back foot. If one lane is losing, it's okay. If your top lane is now losing, your mid lane is outranged by the Azir, and you have Jarvan who's now getting invaded by a Lee Sin that's ahead, like your options are so limited, and you don't have a lane to play through. You don't have vision to play around. So you just see your jungler, getting completely erased from the game.
Well, both wins so far have come from the blue side, and with the side selection, EDG is hopping back that way for our very next game. We're gearing up for game 3, but as we go to break, let's look back at Gen G's clean sweep over Cloud9 in the quarterfinals in Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose. I'm sorry, Azale, it has to happen.
No, you can't make me watch.
우리 이거 이번 미드 살리는 게 나을 것 같은데.
그다음에 라인 타고 가는 게 나을 것 같아.
근데 우리 라인 타고
살려. 그냥 스마스 안 할 거면 미드로 가자.
미드 가자.
우리 바론이라서 안 밀려도 될 것 같아, 미드.
미포 초식에 있다.
미드에서 하늘 수 있다. 레인저 돌리면 정면.
나 초식에 있어. 야, 뚫어. 미포 바텀이야.
보인다 얘네.
걸어. 걸어 될 때 걸어.
나 에본했다. 자르반부터.
나이스.
나 W 그 모습이야. 잘 봐줘. 자르반 그 모습이야.
미포 딜 못해.
봐줄게.
미포 쪽 마크 해줄게.
에본 해볼게. 그거 너플 나 빠질 거야.
수발. 앞에부터.
나 W 4초. 그거 너플.
미포 걸어.
그거 연계 좀 해줘.
그거 쓰면 오케이. 그거 끝내러 가자.
그거 너플.
내가 탱.
나 빨리 W. 미드 라인 살려. 비브 공 체크.
비브 간다.
오케이.
갈게.
W 4초.
한 대. 수는.
맞았다. 나이스.
나이스. 초반에 너무 실수했다.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Don't bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, gonna die today, make it out alive. You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix
Welcome back to Game 3 of our second semifinal. Yesterday, we were blessed with all 5 games. Today, I hope for the same, and we get a battle of 2 absolute titans of League of Legends. Gen G, that lineage, has 2 world championships and 3 finals. This would be their 4th. This would tie the T1 record. That is impressive.
Guess what? Clid got Lee Sin again, Freak. I think Gen G are very happy about that one because they have shown that individual heroics means so much more than theoretical gameplay in this series. A lot of openings here and a lot of opportunity here. See if they can take it this time. Taking away the Lulu there, and with the Lucian, you expect the Nami.
Yeah, kind of interesting that we see same bans as Game 1 and similar picks. I mean, they did take the Lulu in Game 1. They just took the Misfortune here, but so far we actually have the same first half of draft as we did in Game 1, which EDG won.
I mean, Lucianami was huge, right? They got the early Jarvan gank off, that tilted it into their favor, and then from there it was pushing and pushing, and they basically just 2-on-2 killed Ruler over and over again. And hey, if that happens, then that's huge. But the question I'm going to have is, okay, how much better is your warding going to be? How much better is your watchfulness going to be? And I'm also curious what the top lane matchup looks like, because EDG had won both sides of the side lanes. Mid lane has been a wash. In the laning phase itself, mid lane has been a wash. It's been what you do on the outside of that phase that's really tilted this game.
And you would expect that the change that'll come with this draft will be the top lane blind pick, because even bans so far are the same. Here will be the first change with the Orianna taken away this time instead of the Jace. But now, I'm kind of curious, right? Because Rascal hasn't shown that he plays the Jace himself. Are you willing to give something like that over to the side of EDG and just counterpick into it? Very curious with what Gen G want to go for.
Yeah, I doubt EDG will ban Jace. So many teams have just foregone going ban against this team and not been punished for it. That makes it cool if it actually does happen. You know, if he's like, haha, I've been training all this time, and now is where I really shine and pull it out. But yeah, don't think it's going to be accounted for yet. See if they can pull out that surprise, though, with the blind here. Zoe, kind of I expected. You're basically going down the BDD specific tier list with Azir and Syndra both banned out. He has been a game changer with so many bubbles, finding opportunity for this team to get them here.
And, you know, EDG have left this open pretty much. Actually, not pretty much. They've left it open every game. So they know that this is a BDD special. They must have an answer into it. And we were talking about the Jace, even EDG themselves not wanting to go that route. Instead, they are going to be the ones to pick up the Gwen, which Flandre hasn't picked up at Worlds just yet, but was one of his most played in LPL Summer.
That's bold, too, throwing it down like, hey, you're not going to pick the Jax into it. Let's see what you got.
Renekton. He's got Renekton. Equal odds, it's Renekton right here for the top lane pick. I mean, you can fight back. You can fight back at the top lane, no problem. You can brawl, certainly. And if they want to leave him alone and say, yeah, just brawl, we'll play around mid and bot, that pick fits the play style perfectly. Still waiting to see what he does actually grab here. And wow! I can't believe it! They're gonna lock in Renekton! Wow!
I can tell you're so surprised. And again, it's this theme of comfort on Gen G, and it has got them this far. You stick to your champions.
Yeah, and Chronicler was saying it on the desk, right? The fact that it keeps working means that Gen G don't have to learn. They don't have to adapt. They can keep going back to comfort. And to be fair, I do feel like any generic kind of frontline champion does just fit in their composition. EDG right now do have champions that want to jump into our short range, like the Jarvan, like the Lucian, which Renekton is fairly good against. Not as a fun of a time up against something like the Victor, but I'm curious to see how Scout will do on this pick. He actually didn't play it this split in the LPL, but I mean, a standard mage for someone who has been around as long as Scout, you know that he can play the champion.
Yeah, going to be trying to farm up early on, not fall victim to some of the opportunities there with the Zoe combining with Lee Sin. If you get a bubble, that can definitely be dangerous. But Victor, of course, going to be looking for his upgrades as we progress and farming around early.
All right, final looks from the coaches. Game 3. What of these teams is going to be on match point? Well, I don't know if it's going to be BDD and co. Clid, who has missed, I believe, 1 smite all of Worlds. It was to Illusion. It wasn't his best work, but has otherwise been stone cold. Does he lead his team to 2 straight wins here? Or is it going to be EDG trading back getting to that second win. Viper was a huge difference maker last time around. He and Mako won the 2-on-2 with just a little bit of help, and it snowballed. And this game, I mean, this entire series has been first jungle gank in bot lane has made that lane free.
Exactly. I think EDG here should not divert game plan towards the top side. They've shown that, investing a lot up towards Flandre isn't going to return a lot. Meanwhile, bottom side, Viper and Mako put them into the position of power. Have the Jarvan path down towards the bottom side again. Even if Gen G are expecting it, then you can push them out and you can force the response.
Yeah, and I think for EDG's bot lane, Vetis was sitting on it a lot on the desk about how when you set them behind, EDG looks so lost. I think a big part of that is that Mako is the shot caller for EDG. EDG do release a lot of videos on their social media platforms, and you can see in-game comms, Mako is one of the biggest voices on the team and really dictating the pace of the game. So if he is set behind, especially with Viper, that voice can be lost.
Thing is, your boy Flandre is taking the Ignite on top side with Gwen, so he's got the extra damage for the all-in, and that does attract extra jungle attention. So he's definitely going to look to throw down. The E-start on Gwen is very, very difficult for anybody to fight, even with the nerfs to it. So Rascal backs off, not going to take any early damage there, concedes a try.
I feel like for EDG, though, it's fine if they want to put some early attention into Flandre. It feels like that's what they've done, at least somewhat consistently. But then I feel like after you get Flandre ahead, it's about pivoting down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, and they didn't do a whole lot with all the lead Flandre got in the last game. So that is the key. Can they actually gain the value of it? Because, again, with Ignite, that is putting so much more pressure on the lane. EDG on the bottom side, though. This is where it all happened. All the magic for EDG in game number 1 was off this success. See if they can repeat.
Actually gets a 3-hit trade. That's actually pretty well done. So gets the execute off, gets the W to go on 2 targets, and get the autos as they are just fighting desperately for level 2. Definitely EDG getting more minion damage early on. A nice little W bounce there as well. But careful, Mako doesn't have a ton of self-sustain as he chugs through his first potion.
And, of course, both junglers starting on top side quadrants, meaning they will end up down here. So these trades are incredibly important. Forcing out a summoner spell early on by yourself in the bottom lane gives you that opportunity. Now, there are wards in the river and by Raptor right now for Gen G, trying to watch for what they're expecting. The Jarvan gank towards bottom, that's what had the big influence in game number 1. And so they've got wards up, they're looking for it, they get a little ping there.
I feel like the scary thing is, right, when all the focus on the bot side, is you also have to factor in the mid laners, because Gen G taking the Zoe, of course, against the Victor, BDD is going to have pretty consistent pressure in this mid lane matchup, and that's what I'm afraid of for EDG, is the mid-jungle duo coming out from Clid and BDD to maintain pressure and consistently hover around bot side. Heck, even Scouts and Mobile, you can set up picks for BDD to pop off, like he's done so many times at Worlds so far.
Yeah, he knows this champion like the back of his hand, uses the Proto Belt to get in front of the gravity field there, going for the excessive trade. Very good deep ward here. I always love when top laners do this. When you have the push, ward the Krug so you can get the extra information for your jungler. Process of elimination. I can see bottom Scuttle Crab spawning there, so JJ comes top for the top one.
Going to get a top lane fight right now. Of course, Flandre's Q on cooldown means Rascal can take the entire trade. Not a problem here as they battle back and forth. The first wave was, I believe, a 4 CS lead for Flandre as he got the first crash. At the end of this wave gives you level 4 for just a moment, and it will mostly go into the turret to fight it. A small CS lead, though, for BDD. He's so far winning the mid lane as well. Clid probably was known to be on the bottom side based on that Krug ward. Ultimately, it's still going to be a trade of Scuttle Crabs, and JJ on his way down now to grab his own Krugs. Looks like the Lee Sin left more camps up. He's actually down a camp right now, so faster farming for EDG. So far in the series, JJ, for the most part, has been down in farm. And so kind of cool to see him actually up in this game.
Yeah, that's very signature for the way JJ and EDG plays. That JJ does spend a lot more time at least hovering around his lanes and making sure that they are fine. This time around, not going for any shenanigans. He knows his lanes are a lot more about scaling. Even now, I like that he saved his Krugs for last for a time where Clid potentially could have been looking to make a bot side play. You saw even the way BDD was playing his lane, consistently hovering towards the bottom side, which puts a lot of fear in both Viper and Mako about potential roams that can come. But Clid's been very adaptable, like we saw in the last game. This time might punish Flandre.
Yeah, Flandre is at least pretty healthy. Here comes the first TP. This is going to be a 3v1. Okay, how many reinforcements do you have? Because it's going to be the follow-through. The stun's going to land, the Q to follow. They've got everybody here, and First Blood comes in. BDD claims 400 gold.
And it's all about the setup there. Great punish on the pushing minion wave. You know Flandre is going to want to put it in. He's got this Ignite, the greedier summoner for top side. No flash, teleports back in. They instantly kill him. And when you die after teleporting back to lane on a top laner, especially an Ignite top laner, That is head in hands. Oh no, I have sinned, and it is gonna be pain.
And I feel like Gwen, especially when she falls behind, it can be very awkward and very hard to find opportunities to come into game in skirmishes or in team fights. You always find a lot of use coming out from your W. Is a lot of trading in bot lane, Kobe.
They're gonna trades with Ignite. Yeah, getting pretty low. 100 health on a Viper. Flash follow, and life brings death. The Guardian shield will still tick down with Ignite. Mako trades one back.
Yeah, I was about to go over the teleport advantage and possible usage for Rascal here, but it is a bottom lane party. Starting off by themselves, Life goes in, gets the kill. Meanwhile, Bubble gonna be absorbed by the ranged minion for BDD.
But the bot lane is one we thought we were gonna focus on, and it has been a big deal in this matchup. Our feature matchup presented by Mercedes, Benz, Viper, and Ruler. I mean, they've been such big parts of both their team successes, and this year, and for Ruler, the last several, his entire pro career has been on the Gen.G lineage, and you know, a trade of kills here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and we're going to go straight into the replay. Really, I see Gen.G come back, but Viper's still looking for these aggressive trades. Gets the buff up from the Nami to hit the Q. Bubble does come out, but Life doing so much damage. Viper also took a ton of minion damage for the fact that he did just dash in. I love that Life realizes he can finish this off by flashing in to finish the kill. Mako does get a return. And both kills end up going towards supports, but I think the minion wave in a position where Ruler would have been able to catch it on the way back, so I feel like it was a bit advantageous for the side of Gen.G.
The bloodthirsty support gameplay, both of them flashing in for the kills. But again, all the summoners being blown on bottom side draws all of the extra attention. Junglers start to congregate. You're looking at still teleport advantage for Rascal on top side because of the previous play where BDD invested his over to try and punish Flandre. It's about, can Rascal utilize his to get an advantage for Gen.G in comparison to Scout, who you know, kind of trades it there in the advantage as BDD used his to go for the gank in the first place.
It's going to be really interesting to see how EDG want to navigate this one, right? Because it really does feel like bot side should be their focus. Scout not going to have really any impact in this game for quite a while. Victor is pretty strong in isolated 1v1 laning phases, but doesn't offer too much burst in terms of any early game skirmishing. So for Gen.G, I still feel like they're pretty favored to at least try and recreate the blueprint that they had from last game. It feels like EDG looked at this series as, okay, we know Gen.G have the slower mid game. They've opted into scaling every game so far, but Gen.G are saying, hey, we don't only need to do that. We can just snowball early and look to out-skirmish you and end the game before you can do anything.
Yeah, Gen.G very happy that it's going so much better this time around with the bottom lane specifically, with Ruler not being 0-3 already at this point with all the all-ins and then having the actual answer there. Still is going to be another look at Clid, who just finishes up his red buff and is going to be able to recall now to transition over. Dragon is ready and bottom lane pushing for EDG. Might be their opportunity.
Yeah, quick nap, but no cooldowns to follow through, so all right, not a big problem. CS going to be in BDD's favor to the tune of about 8. As we have the recalls come through, Scout with the teleport available, easy lost chapter. Might be back in soon. We'll see if there's going to be any top pressure, but Flandre just slowly taking his deficit under Rascal. TV back to the top side. It's 8 minutes into. That means it's Herald time, and EDG are here.
That takes a long time to burn down, though, so there's plenty of time for Gen.G to walk over, and they're going to be looking for the 5-on-5.
Jumps in. Will he be an easy target? Looks like no, as it was a blast plant, so you can always ward hop back away. Now it's a full 5-on-5 available.
Gonna test Clid.
Renekton has already shoved the wave into the turret, so a bit of farm actually being lost by Flandre here. 3k health on the Herald. Gonna pop it down to 2,000. Smite fight gonna be in pretty soon. Ginger gonna miss his first engage. Clid finds the kick, and they're gonna find that first kill. Gets the Smite, no problem. 5v4, Gen.G came to play. Gen.G came to conquer.
And that was just so weird coming out from EDG, in my opinion. Genji jumping in after Flandre gets bubbled, so really no follow-up from the side of EDG allows for an easy pick for Genji to turn the rest of the fight.
That was disgustingly one-sided right there. As soon as flag and drag forward and BDD lands this bubble, what are you doing coming at me in a straight line? Go to sleep. They assassinate him immediately, and Clid is able to shrug it off. Yeah, I've got Smite. Jungler's already been 100%ed, so look at this attempt. JJ's trying to hide himself maybe by the Rip out there, but he goes in, EQ, immediate answer from Clid, kicks him over to BDD. They get off the kill, he lands the Smite, and Rascal's in position for the flank too.
Yep, and in our actual replay, Clid lands everything he needs to do. Gets it, gets the kill, the enemy jungler. All right, now it's low enough to grab the Smite, and it's everything Gen.G so far in the last 2 games.
You get polymorphed, you get kicked. That is just rough.
Even Rascal on the opposite side of the fight. I mean, Pop's dominance and EDG have to worry about this collapse coming from both sides, so no one can follow up the flag and drag from JJ. And overall, just really nice posturing coming out from Gen G. They were in unison with that play. And once again, 2,000 gold lead at the 10-minute mark for Gen G.
So hard to initiate. As soon as one of your teammates gets slept like that, knowing you're not going to be able to have any sort of bite behind it. Gen G, though.
This feels... I mean, and they know the read, but the problem is the wave is going to go towards EDG. It is going to be farm bled out. Viper says, yeah, I was sitting in this brush. Mate goes, yeah, I'm sitting in this brush. And Jitter's going to wait around, you know? It's like, all right, if you show up, but nope. They don't want to bleed away the farm. They're going to go ahead and just like slow push to the turret. And Gen G make the right choice to sacrifice 3 melee minions, but not be ganked.
Yeah, I'm so curious how much EDG are putting into this play, feeling like they're falling behind and need to find something somewhere. Jijit now here for about 1 minute, finally starting to channel his recall. Really good respect coming out from the side of Gen G, while Klid is just champing through his jungle, farming his camps. Jijit now going to be a bit behind in terms of tempo.
Yeah, takes the recall, goes back to the top side. Okay, camps to clear out right there, but wait for the mythic timing. We have yet to see a dragon claimed. The Rift Herald belongs to Ruler, which honestly guarantees you're getting the money on a misfortune. Seems pretty reasonable here. Looks like he may send it towards mid as the recall comes across, and that is the most injured turret right now, down a plate and a half basically. They spent enough effort. That's the entire turret if they want it. Yeah, he's been walking with a Gale Force, so this is going to look really good. First Dragon going to go to Gen G as well.
Yeah, and they should be able to chain objectives. They've gained so much. When they have this Zoe pick for BDD, they'll love to go just set up at it early and then throw bubbles. As soon as one lands, the enemy team's trying to dodge this whole time, but all you need is just one of them to hit and give you an opening, and they get rewarded again. This one picked up as well. Top side hovering from JJ isn't going to get a lot quite yet. And they're not going to find anything following either.
Ooh, Gen G. Oh, he lands the bubble.
Possible play, lands the Q. Do they go for any more? I think if that Q had landed, but now Flandre wants in. Ult and Ignite gets the ulti back. A flash out of Rascal. And you got to auto in between those ult charges, so he has to turn around to the minion wave, and Rascal, last ult charge will not quite kill, but it forces the ulti out in case there was a dive.
Look at this rotation, though, too, on the mini-map. Klid coming up.
Okay, gets kicked into the wall. A good dodge away with Flandre. Carefully, Rascal can still show up. The slow's going to be decent. Flandre able to lifesteal back up. Tidal wave onto a couple. BDD going to go for the play. Has an extra flash and gets right back out. Life knocked into the air, but not taking enough damage to be killed. Mid lane turret down to a single plate. Minions tank the damage. BDD walks out. A kill in the mid lane means Gen G grow the lead.
And Gen G just rotating around the map so well. They get Dragon posture towards mid, which gives them pressure. Klid can go answer up in top side, which allows their bot lane to follow up on mid. So really nice sequence of events coming out from Gen G. And we saw in the mid fight that EDG really didn't have the damage to match. Scout's damage output nowhere near what BDD does. And even BDD and Ruler both have a mythic advantage on their counterparts on EDG.
Yeah, again, it is Gen G looking to leverage more opportunities for themselves, actually prying the hands open. They move bottom lane up to mid, as you say, so make this Rift Herald play mid. The only payment Viper got was 1 extra wave and I believe 1 turret plate during that mining, and so much more for Gen G. So again, they had early chunks on Scout. They're trying to chip away at some of his potion use using the Rift Herald, and JJ's the one to start it out with the Cataclysm into the Chaos Storm, but the flash is there for Gen G. BDD's able to find that punishment, and they couldn't finish off Life either as he was pinned towards the end of the wall here.
Now I feel like this is going to be so hard for the side of EDG that Gen G does have this mid lane turret down. BDD was already playing with Fog of War so well, but you can keep up your wards in enemy jungle. You can start pivoting down more towards what I would assume would be bot side and going for those plays that we were hitting on earlier of both Klid and BDD syncing up to put pressure on Viper and Mako.
And they got the dream first objective of mid turret being down. Zoe just has a field day now. Lyric, not only has he gotten 3 of the kills, so Zoe's going to pack a much bigger punch here, but also so many walls now he can slip over to. You see the kind of bloom of vision around that mid lane. Towers down, now the wards are there. And those bubbles, he has just been so accurate with them.
And now a big thing to look out for, too, is if Gen G will look for an opportunity to potentially punish Scout's flash, because you can see on the minimap, Scout is so afraid of walking up. He's an immobile mage. You have CC and Burst on the opposite side from the mid-jungle 2v2. You have Push coming out in bot and top as well, as EDG, I mean, just trying to find anything they can.
Yeah, the buff came in from Nami a little bit too late, didn't find the slows. Could have been maybe a bit more in a Klid, maybe could have been of follow-through as a result, but not going to be much. Just the 4,000 gold difference remains. Dragons count still only at 1. Has to burn the flash, but they might find the rest, and they do! Clid lands the skill shot. Ginger gets a knock-up, but he's going to be rooted in place. Thank you, Everfrost. Reinforcements have come, though. BDD going to fall. Tidalwave's not going to get any more targets, but Viper's on the board.
That's a bounty to Viper, too. Money in good hands. Remember how many back-and-forth opportunities were in the previous series. This one now is at least some money back in one of the carries that they need.
Yeah, the big problem, though, is as we see on the screen, right, that Ruler's winning out on the opposite side because Viper and Mako need to go try and save Scout in the mid lane. We just hit on Scout's flash, which now Scout really cannot walk aggressively forward, or Gen G can recreate that play. Clid even still has his flash to look for any sort of playmaking that needs to happen. So we are going to go straight into the replay. And, I mean, Scout trying to get the wave, just really nice bubble from BDD, even using the terrain from the broken tower. Q connects, he goes down. And you see the minimap, both Viper and Mako are on their way forward. Gen G still thinking they could go for this, but they buy time for Viper. Tidal wave not even needed. And like you said, Kobe, such a critical shutdown to go in the pockets of EDG's main carry.
Yeah, they've got to have hope, EDG, and that's one thing that will spark some of it as far as the comeback potential for them. But Gen G will just continue to leverage their advantage over here on the top side. They don't rotate BDD over. He's going to bottom side to pick up the extra minion waves because they've got everything wrapped up there. And can he make another individual play? Yes,
he hits
he can.
He's going to get hit down to half HP. Ulti comes back for the trade. Decent damage out of Scout. BDD will not find the second shot. Health bar lead still goes to BDD off the flank, off of the nice Fog of War play, and top lane outer drops as well. Gold lead, pretty nice looking, 4,500, but EDG have overpowered the bottom side, and they are going to equalize the Dragon score. Herald charge is only going to get damage on the turret.
They're teleporting.
That's power.
It's a late teleport. The Dragon's already gone, but they're doing it.
Wander's an FTP. BDD not going to be an easy target just yet. Viper going to cleanse away, and now looking for that fight onto Rascal. Tidal Wave to buy some time. Push Ruler out. Rascal still the target, but not going to go down. And Clid is here for the flank, here for the kick. Is he going to get the target that he wants? The flash stun, the double knockup from Lulu, and they're going to slaughter everybody. 2 for nothing, 2 for 1. They do trade back on a Clid, and EDG forced to run.
It doesn't matter that the TP came out late. Gen G knowing that they can take this fight, they can just traverse through the enemy jungle to cut off bot side because there is no turret there stopping them. And right now, Gen G just feel unbeatable. 5K gold lead at 17 minutes. Gen G are completely running away with this.
They only go positive 1 kill on the play. Ah, there it is. The answer teleport comes out, so there's no objective in response. And the no extra gold here for Flandre. Is going to have to run his way right back down the lane. Not going to get chased down, even though he doesn't have any escape summoner spells. Definitely going to be progressing the game forward, and the Dragon being picked up, maybe that delays some of the progression there towards ult, but here it is trying to really make use of the teleport discrepancy. They've got the extra person down here, so they're committing to that play. Flash forward, the target selection good onto Viper getting the stun.
Yeah, and EDG do find one back, being able to take down Clid because of how much he does commit to that play. So that's pretty decent for the side of EDG if we're looking at ways for them to come back in. Flandre also finally finishing up his Riftmaker. I've just been sitting on the Leeching Leer for quite a while, but I still don't feel like EDG are in any position to even think about fighting. And the only real way you have of looking for picks is if someone on Gen G oversteps. Like if Rascal pushes too far forward down in the bottom lane, because Gen G are playing so well as a 4-man core.
They're going to find another turret. 4-0 in that score line. Barely any neutral objectives have gone EDG's way. The one they got was a Dragon, and that turned into an extra death on their side as Gen G collapsed. So, yes, the lead is still growing. It's getting better and better. 6,000 nearly the lead.
I'm just marveling at how BDD has ascended during this tournament. Is absolutely dominated. Just take your pick. Yeah, continue to throw bans at him. He has absorbed bans every single game he has played at Worlds, and yet he still has such a huge impact on all of the games for Gen G. This one, especially on the Zoe, one of his favorites, doing it yet again and leading the charge here. Now, we've seen this so many times before. You're down map control. You don't have turrets to rely on. You're losing out in vision to Gen G. And the fear of the bubble is just so big. It looms over your head. Everybody has to just be perfect in dodging.
And it even goes to show that BDD has kind of said, you know, I don't care about the meta, right? They've banned away what were the perceived best champions come out of play-ins and group stage consistently in the LeBlanc and the Twisted Fate. They don't pick up the Rise really ever, but still being able to find a massive impact. And I feel like for Gen G across the board, they have really good players. That's why this team consistently finishes second to third in the LCK. We're always looking at for someone to step up with a star-studded performance. In this tournament, it has been BDD.
Here we go. Turret falling rapidly. Nice damage out of the Victor. Honestly puts Ruler to half clip the same. So they're going to get to wave clear and live another day. It's all about letting Flandre catch back up, letting him get some more farm, get some levels under his belt. Gwen is a scaling top lane pick, and the fact that Gen G's done so much in the early game is obviously going to look good. If you can get Flandre the rest of the way there, though, that could be maybe a turning point as they wait for that to happen. A farm lead in bot lane looks kind of nice. They're both at 2 items down there. A red to be handed over. But Gen G, of course, still with complete control.
I feel like the thing I'm afraid of for EDG is that EDG aren't really used to being in the position of playing from this far down. This is a problem a lot of teams like EDG, FPX, RNG have because they're so dominant in the LPL. They always have like 2 to 5K gold leads at the 15-minute mark. It is why typically when these teams lose, they lose very hard and they lose very fast because they haven't had to practice those comeback mechanisms to get yourself back into the game. I really like Gen G's read so far of just pivoting to these more early game-oriented picks, especially in mid-jungle to take the series.
Yeah, I was kind of scratching my head at EDG giving up early priority in both solo lanes. You just feel like you lose so many chances, especially towards the early stages. And Gen G, Clid, BDD have been very happy to take advantage.
A nice attempt there. Dash, Gale Force, get the Nami buff. Nah, sorry, bud. Life's nearby. Pops the Shirelias, out you go. And they're going to be just fine to walk away, and there's no aggressive play yet for Viper. Jeja, obviously, the primary engage, if they're going to have one. A level deficit for Flandre. You can see Rascal, generally speaking, going to take the bottom side of that trade. And we're not even at 2 full items just yet. Flandre going very much more for an aggressive option in the Cosmic Drive, not the Zonias, just as much stats as possible.
Yeah, just going to go for that, wanting to look for these teamfight opportunities rather than just the solo 1v1s. And now with Dragon coming up, I would expect EDG don't want to opt into those teamfight opportunities just yet. You can see Scout still pushing him top, even though he has TP. This should just be a Gen G Dragon.
Yeah, I actually love the Cosmic Drive 2-item power spike on the Gwen. Affords you so much chase, just being able to spam out your abilities, but BDD heads on over past some of the vision, and look at this, Gen G are taking over as the split push from Scout from EDG answers on top side.
Okay, but BDD without the jump right now is going to find a Polymorph, going to find a bit of damage. Flandre able to jump away, has decent health, keeps the wave alive. BDD won't find any more poke, but 2 at half health. Thank you, Ruler's ultimate. Means the turret's going to fall and Gen G keep pushing forward. A turret trade on the side, though. It is an equal amount of farm gained and lost, equal number of turrets gained and lost. Scout playing in the side lanes, catching up on the Victor. Getting to 2 items would be a very big deal on such a carry.
Yeah, and that's exactly what EDG are waiting for. EDG are just kind of looking to turtle right now, have defensive vision lines, give up what they are okay to give up, stall out the game, which is why we saw Flandre committing down in the bot side for that ultimate. I think they realized the turret was probably still going to go down. They weren't looking to win the fight. It is just buy more time and then hopefully live to fight a day, whether it's at a Baron or at a Dragon Soul in, 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, hoping that they can play a mistake-free fight at a later objective. That is the goal. Try and scale, continue on, getting your AP threats some more money there. They're lagging behind Freak, sure, but eventually they're hoping they can catch up.
Well, I remember saying the gold lead was 6,000. It's 4 and change. The turret score was 4-0. It's now 5-3. I'm not saying EDG are fully making the comeback, but they have gotten closer than the worst point in this game, and their picks do scale well. 3 full items now on Viper's Lucian. Rapid Fire Cannon is done. That's quite relevant. And keep in mind, for the beginning of this game, it was rough. Mako's lane was so difficult. It was 15 minutes he transformed his Sightstone over. That's when Frostbane came online. It was late. So Vision was rough for a while for this squad. We're hoping they can hold on in the mid-game. We're still 9 full minutes away from Dragon Soul, 32 and change, almost 33. Yeah, that's going to be a while, so if EDG can hold on, they will scale up.
And for now, right, again, they're still fine doing that. For Gen G, the other team that has to be more proactive, I think playing around your top side with your Zoe to look for picks, but EDG in response, no. It's only about looking for cross maps. Still Rascal doing a good job of warding up. The point is Gen G need to be the ones to keep pushing the tempo, keep looking for picks with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, because even later on the game, that's going to be the champion they can rely on to outrange champions like Victor, potentially find a pick and set up for your composition to win out.
Exactly. I want to say something about it. Very, very aggressive with their vision. They're taking over blue quadrant right now, setting up these super deep wards that allow for those bubbles. Yeah, BDD, we've seen him do it in Fog of War, but set him up with some vision too, give him a little help so he can find his targets.
And the side lane lead is still half a level. Rascal versus Flandre, it's about to be 15 apiece, but right now it is a deficit.
Gentlemen, the night is dark and full of terrors for EDG here. Great vision toggle by the observers. When you know that BDD is walking around there through the Fog of War, just waiting.
Oh, wow. BDD gonna be chased down. 100 health left. Viper nearly assassinates. I love that play. The willingness to go forward and look for the big damage.
Exactly. Those are the types of plays you need to look for. When Gen.G are aggressively looking for these picks, punishing where you can. Viper instantly recognizing the moment to go for that calling. It was extremely close. You don't get anything off of it, but the objective for EDG is, as we've been saying for the past 10 minutes, it's time. That is the objective that EDG are playing for, just continuing to buy out. It doesn't even matter that Lights pretty much went out in their blue quadrant jungle because they do have wards on Baron, and as long as Gen.G aren't doing Baron, EDG are completely fine to just chill out. So I'm curious if Gen.G will look for a more aggressive route of like opting into bait out of Baron.
Yep, then you look at rotating your Scryer's Bloom Trinket cooldowns. Right now, they're both on cooldown from both Scout and Viper, so it requires EDG extra attention walking up through the dangerous openings.
All right, well, a drowsy Jarvan, but not going to be the target. 7,000 health in the Baron. TP's coming in. This could be the fight. Level 15 on both top laners, so the half-level lead is right now going to be equalized, and we wait for the next big play. Pinging on the way to the top lane. Gen.G going for an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, Gen.G doing a nice job. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a trade that Gen.G should win out. They don't have much of a wave, though. But EDG are answering so slow.
Yeah, they can face check here, you know, or Gen.G can just tank the turret with their Renekton, usher up the minions. They get the inhibitor trade, and it's going to be...
You have to recall soon. You could lose Nexus turrets.
They're just trying to get some money. EDG are saying, all right, we can't actually fight you. We're just going to take some money and hope that they can actually farm the top wave. That is the one that is closer to Baron, so it is less of a risk than the one on bottom side. And EDG are just committing to this farm from it late strategy. The test is, can you get through the next few minutes while it respawns? The supers will be feeding you on that side, but vision is imperative.
Rascal gonna try to mark, right? He's the one in the way. 8,000 health in the Baron, still going down. Vision is gonna be in the pit though. The controller not far enough up to force it out. Life goes down! Viper refuses to play defensively, and this time he is rewarded. BDD pushed a bit low. Will it be a smite fight as EDG are staying in the pit for now? Clid has landed practically every single smite this championship, and be careful, Jarvan. Drop down, 5k health. Baron resetting, Rascal forced back. Scout's on the chase, down to 1k health. Ruler not gonna open up just yet, but Scout is going for more. Gonna find the slow, gonna find the assassination. EDG 2-for-0 from a gold deficit, have closed it down to half. Bullet time able to close out the wave, but they still get the turret. EDG with signs of life.
We're scaling, boys. That's the EDG motto, and Viper is not taking any of it. Absolute masterclass there, turns it around. What an aggressive posture for the position on Baron. Annihilates life, gives him the opening lyric.
Yeah, and I think on the opposite side is Gen.G potentially going to look to contest. Scout does have teleport, though. So be careful.
This one around, it's going to be Flounder able to claim it. Clid did not smite. JJ went a little bit early, and Flounder got the last hit. So, Dragon score is tied, but once again, you know Baron is on the table. Scout has TP, no one else on his team does.
Also, no cooldowns there for the Scryers for EDG, so they've got the existing control wards there, should buy them enough time. Again, the super minions, look at that top lane. They're letting them kill off their own minions to continue to funnel into these scaling AP solo laners that they picked.
And again, Ruler dropped to 2/3, gets the shields, able to stay alive. Gale Forces, I believe, traded. Clid gets rid of vision.
And going back to the point Kobe just made, right? EDG are going to actually kind of be happy that that top lane inhibitor is down, because you're not going to put yourself in harm's way to be able to get gold on the map. And I also think we're starting to see that Gen.G feels very pressured, right? Because we're talking about these aggressive picks that they need to make, so they feel like, hey, we need to bait a Baron because EDG aren't coming out of their base. The problem for Gen G is you don't really have turn potential. You don't have like a Leona or a Nautilus to when they walk in to engage on them. So that's why we saw in the first Baron bait, Rascal having to go behind blue buff wall and trying to flank them out. But when they don't have that flank, Gen G actually aren't in a position to win out those fights.
So nice to see, too, Viper not flinching, not backing down in some of these very dangerous situations. We mentioned how hard it has been for everybody to dodge out on bubbles, for everybody to be so afraid when you don't have vision, and Gen G have Zoe. But Viper has not backed down. Even with the couple of mistakes in the first game and getting caught, he's still playing so aggressively with this Lucian, wants to punish at every opportunity, using that ultimate to chase down and really leverage EDG some more breathing room.
So far, really good job coming out from Viper. He's been like the large playmaker to where it feels like Scout has just been more of the backbone damage being willing to come through. For the side of Gen G, it does feel like it still has mostly just been the BDD and Clid show, even in this series, setting them up for success. Sure. Ruler, I think, definitely having a solid game so far, but still not seeing that playmaking potential or the pick potential needed to come out. For Gen G, it seems like now they're a bit scared, they're a bit shy. Clid!
Huge damage, has a ward that'll hop away, but you can see Viper always wants in. He's on Infinity Edge 4th. He's leaving the boots at tier 1. He's just going for the damage and the crit chance, and he's pushing people around.
He certainly is. He's pushing them all over Summoner's Rift. Fear the name as soon as he dashes in with that confidence. Such big health leads. And again, EDG leave the top wave alone. It kills off theirs, pushes right in. Someone goes to collect.
And they haven't lost a lick of Nexus turret health. It's just been the gold income. Yes, it's going to be harder to push out of the map. Yeah, it's going to be harder to push forward when you are back in your base so often, but it is money going only one way.
They're playing the econ game so well.
I feel like for Gen G, you really don't have a lot of great options right now. They're just continuously looking to commit as 5. But when you do this, you are only relying on a bubble hitting unless Clid finds some kind of flash, ward hop, kick, you know, Viper into the enemy team. But everyone on the side of EDG has summoners up. For Gen G, I feel like the play might just be answering on the bottom side of the map with Rascal and even committing maybe BDD down there to try to find a pick on a Flandre.
Oh, they're trying. He's going to be sleeping. No, he's going to flash away and stay alive. Cleanses away from the bubble, but Viper's out of summoners. Mako forced a flash at half health now as well. This is going to be a tough fight for EDG now.
Yeah, Gen G have to pressure now. They waited so long. EDG have played the econ game for so long, and now critical flashes on both bottom laners from EDG and the health leads mean that Gen G will take this moment, this opportunity to try and force on the Baron. Teleport is ready.
There's the ward. They spot what's going on. What's this play going to look like? 10,000 on the Baron. Scout wants the poke. Can't find it just yet. Viper is out of summoners. He's got no Gale Force.
Oh, BDD's behind.
Just his dash to live. BDD not going to land the first bubble. That's going to be a cooldown for a while. Flandre jumps into the pit. He can always E back out, but he keeps the Baron aggroed. There's the jump on out. 6,000 health now. Ruler still waiting to go. Sleep on a Mako. Gonna be blocked by Jeje. No Q to land. 5K on the Baron. Is this the play? A jump in. Huge damage. They can try to burn Baron right now. They could have everything they want. Mako dropped low. Scout wants to burst. Clint pushed around. Is this the play? It's been claimed. That one goes to Gen G. The kick does all right. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Flandre gonna be attacked. Flandre cannot kill Rascal. Beat it at 1 health, but Scout is in. Scout is here for supremacy, and it's 2 more kills picked up. The recalls come through for Gen G. It's a gold lead, but the map belongs to EDG.
Still 2 for 3, and Gen G are the team that get Baron. I feel like they feel fine for that trade. They finally got something going, but the fact that Scout, the scaling member for EDG, is able to get more gold in his pocket, the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to be.
Is this an attempt at a trap for Rascal? Find Scout, could always TP in. This is big damage, a flash force. Viper cannot chase, but that should mean Dragon comes through. You know there's a smite enemy team, but you also know that you are cleanly 3v2 here.
Yeah, even Scout now going to be able to return to the fight, has his ultimate available if Gen G decide to opt in. I feel like EDG should be able to get this unless Clid can find something.
Mako could get one shot if Clid had his ulti, but it's not up right now. Rascal can come through. Life and Ruler are alive. They're going to be here, so it's a 3-on-3. This is going to be tough for EDG to win. Sticking around, but Life is here. Jeje now as well. Can they force out Clid? He's jumped backwards. Should be smiteable soon, then it will go over. Dragon, Soul Point, all 5 in the river. EDG, 5 minutes away from a win condition.
They're gonna pop the Shurelias just to try and check for any stragglers, but they're out. And EDG, they pull that fight back despite how much work BDD did in the opening. You know, annihilated the backline
He
there.
hit so many bubbles.
He hit so many bubbles. He chunked out JJ to 10%. Thought it was going to be just all she wrote after the jungler so heavily chunked out, chunking out on the support as well. And yet, the carries there for EDG pull back the fight. They still get something. They get the Dragon Soul point for themselves. And still can play the econ game. Here, look at all this damage from BD. It's actually insane. On the jungler too, a priority target. Then on Mako, they're so low. Flandre goes in, they force on the Baron though. Scout on the outside is coming around and JJ flashes in. He attempts his smite. It is a little bit early. The Misfortune does get it and then goes in for the knockup, but you don't get to see the cleanup because right back here with the Baron, what can Gen G get out of it?
We're going to keep our eyes on Misfortune and on Zoe. Again, Zoe having so many angles she can play with in corridors like this.
Not gonna find JJ just yet, but there's gonna be a turret down to the bottom lane. Flandre in for a bunch of damage, drops Rascal well below half. And BDD, you poked, and you got poked back. You were flashed down and jumped to the opposing team. A recall out from Rascal, but that is just a clean pick for EDG.
Yeah, mistake coming out from BDD. I mean, he has done so much heavy lifting at this Worlds. I feel like he's allowed a few mistakes, but in these crucial moments, it's giving EDG life back in the game. Now, not even 2,000 gold down to Gen G, when earlier on, Freak, you were hitting on that it was about 6K.
Yep.
I do feel like this whole sequence of events started off with an EDG mistake of like the face check from Viper. Gen G then played around the mistakes well, but I feel like we're at a point now where the damage coming out from Flandre and Scout is just so massive.
The second ult I've seen from Rula to completely wave clear, and it's useful. It definitely buys them time, but EDG have control right now.
Yeah, that wave actually syncs up with the timer from BDD. Now with only 10 seconds, he'll be back up. The hope for defending there arrives for Gen G, and now it's still going to be EDG at your gates, trying to mine away all the extra gold here through top side of the map. But you've got everybody back on the map for Gen G. You've bought your time. Just don't face check.
Take a look at the game state. Under 2,000 gold difference. It reminds me a bit of game one where Gen G, you know, they got the Barons, and this time around it's a Red Bull Baron power play that went about equal in gold. You got the Baron gold itself, and kills were traded, turrets were traded, and we're kind of where we left off.
In this series, we have cautioned against, the super strong scaling late game team and these advantages, and yet it has really been determined by those heroic plays on the world stage when there's so much pressure on you. Here in semifinals now, Gen G are definitely going to need another big one.
I think especially when we're talking about the state of the game, right? Looking at how some of the CS advantages have flipped from early on to where EDG have done such a good job of funneling this gold. You'll get Viper now especially up of almost 70 CS. Even in mid lane for Scout, up about 40 CS. Only in top lane is where they are really down. But we've seen many times Rascal cannot go toe-to-toe with Flandre.
Here we go. Baron in 130, Dragon Soul in about the same amount. EDG able to fight for their side of the map. Trying to funnel gold as best they can. Void Staff is pretty soon for BDD. Death Cap not too far away for Scout. QSS also in for Viper, so while Cleanse is down, he has another way out from the bubbles. Level 16, he's been fed heavily. About to reach 400 CS. He's going to Flame Horizon the opposing mid laner, which is not how it's normally used, but he's still 66 above Ruler. It has been about the Lucian. Viper has almost been EDG's primary engage.
Yeah, he has, earning, health leads, allowing them to set up on these objectives so quickly. A lot of big chunks from him. Despite that, though, Gen G still with the overall gold lead and a lot of punch packed behind any of these bubbles. Of course, they're looking to play off of any sort of pick that they can get. The problem is that EDG have done so well playing the econ game that they've actually stabilized and been able to retake control of their own jungle and actually have the time now to set up. 50 seconds left on the arrival of the Soul Dragon for them.
I think this also goes to show what can happen when the team with the advantage isn't stacking up Drakes too early. That EDG were allowed to just, sit in their base, farm what camps they needed. They weren't really any under threat of like an early Elder Drake coming out that they would need to be pulled out of their base to fight for. Gen G getting in the position where they've continuously had to try and pull them into the Baron pit. For the most part, it hasn't worked. It did work once. We're going to see if they are able to find it again because Gen G's composition really has no DPS. It's all about the burst coming out from the Zoe from the Misfortune.
Again, the Rascal forcing the Shirelias down. Every other major cooldown, though, still available for use as EDG looks for the poke, not going to find it. Baron has spawned. Dragon's up in 5 seconds. EDG completely on the bottom side of the map. As long as they don't get cross-mapped, this is going to be Dragon Soul. Oh, and Rascal. Yeah, okay, he's got a Guardian Angel, but that is life's ultimate down. That's 1,000 health left on the Renekton. And Flandre is hitting the Cloud Drake. Dragon Soul is going to be claimed. The surge of movement speed going to be valuable. Life Poke down to 1k. Scout run around, a lot of move speed. And Rascal's got a flank play. Rascal's got his ulti popped. Rascal's gonna go in for this one. Bullets on the top, and they delete 2. Rascal's huge. Viper trying to kite away. He will stay alive. GA popped, but EDG have to run for their lives. Flandre the attack. Flandre the target, and Flandre to die. Gen G may lose the soul, but they win the fight.
Yeah, when you don't have engage, you need to find those flanks. Rascal doing such a good job to set up the key damage from Ruler to take down Scout, who's been the key member for EDG in these fights.
Again, the individual heroics from Gen G.
Got the wave. That's the big thing. He dunked, that deals AoE, he EQs out, and he's running at Mach 3. Thank you, Cloudsoul, but here's the new wave. This one will mean a turret, and they gotta buy 30 seconds. 20 for Scout, 10 for Mako, 30 for Flandre.
Yeah, they got the wave, but there's another one right behind it, and Gen G are gonna usher this one into the Nexus turrets.
Viper ult on, gets away from the bubble. They gotta fight for this wave. Gen G gonna do his very best to knock it up, but he should be dying for this one. Can they fight for the rest, though? Health bar's getting a little bit low. Tidal wave to clear out the wave as best it can. He's drowsy. He will be dropping. The kick back. Viper barely lives. One turret down. Second one gone as well, but Scout is here. Is it going to be enough? Will they get the Nexus? Viper's in for 2, but Ruler to knock down the Nexus. Gen G 2-1.
And Gen G were not favored coming into today's series, now sitting on match point, finding the early game leads, but it was all about that one pivotal flank coming out from Rascal to bring it back.
This is truly shaking up to be the year of the LCK, now with Gen G having the lead over EDG in this series. Series point coming up now for them. So many big plays.
Yeah.
Say what you want about Rascal on the Renekton. He finds his brush. Another surprise brush play. Waiting there with the flank. They pincer them off, even with the setup there for the objective. And another critical one for Gen G, right when they need it, Lyric.
Yeah, it's so critical to see, right? Because we saw the fact that EDG were just outscaling them. It looked like it was done and dusted. They were forcing them off the objective, but one play brings it back. BDD, though, another highlight, right?
Sure.
Man, you need to stop giving this guy Zoe. He didn't pick in the first 2 games. This time, though, he's an absolute terror once again.
Definitely a big deal. Rascal on comfort. Not many other people play Renekton, but he's doing it, and he's making it work. Well done to him. Well done to Gen G. Now, we are at match point in favor of Gen G, and after the break, Dash and the analyst will run us through this match. See you soon.
A lion!
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go play nice? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in. Into your castle walls, none of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, then we'll burn it all
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it is all on the line now as Gen G are just one game away from facing Damwon Kia in the World's 2021 final. And Chronicler, I was nice enough to give you the rest of that last segment off, and then the entire game here, game number 3, to collect yourself, your thoughts, and then you got another Renekton pick, but it did net the win. So how are you feeling? How we doing?
Scaling Renekton. I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the first half of the draft and Zoe and Renekton were in bed, like I knew it was gonna happen. I knew. Like there was no doubt in my mind. Like I could see the future, and you just know it is Gen G. And honestly, like I can't even really fault them for it because they keep winning, and that is the enigma that is Gen G. That is the core contradiction at the heart of this team. They are really good. Right?
And I think
you should stop giving them these champions. Just ban the Renekton. Does it make sense? No, but you need to do it.
Right? See, this is a bit of a conversation that we were getting into in the green room backstages there, where it's like, at what point do you just, you let go of this idea of what should be strong in the meta and start to recognize what your opponent is good at and look to disrupt it?
Exactly. I mean, I think it's the concept of banning the player instead of banning the meta, right? It's the idea that if they're so good at these specific champions, even if they are not higher in your tier list or whatever you want to say, well, maybe you need to take it away. And then, you know, I'm of the opinion that Lee Sin needs to be kind of going up higher on a lot of people's tier lists. People are very clearly happy to give it away. They're not really concerned about it. They're banning other things out. J4 is getting picked, you know, even above it. Lucian's getting picked even above it in some of these games that we've seen across knockouts. And Lee Sin, like, I would love to know what Lee Sin's record is actually across all of knockouts. Yeah. Because it has just been dominating games.
Look, I understand Canyon is Canyon. But after watching him play Lee Sin, I feel like that should have been enough to prove your point. And then you get to today, and again, you've got Clid doing work on the Lee Sin. And Chronicler, the first 15 minutes, you isolate that for Gen G, and again, time and time again, it looks good.
And this is what Gen G, even against teams that are stronger than them, generally excel, right? It's those first 10 to 15 minutes, especially when they get this top side. It doesn't necessarily have to be the lead. We've seen Clid do this on other champions, like the J4, like the Volibear throughout the split as well. But the core thing, BDD on Syndra or Zoe, and then Rascal on his Renekton, right? And they know how to play this out, even against teams that are better than them. And these early kills are what allows Gen G their extremely mediocre mid game, right? Because they are so far ahead, they get such a consistent early game leads that they are able to kind of do nothing for like 15 minutes afterwards.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it is honestly really impressive how they are able to consistently create these leads, because I don't think a lot of people saw this happening, you know, against EDG, who is a pretty solid team, who obviously has an incredibly strong bot lane. We saw the footage of them actually dying 2v2. And then I just think that BDD on Playmakers, on champions where he has some agency, is a completely different beast, right? He played well on the Seraphine, but when he's playing on the Zoe, when he's playing on and even the Azir, and he can actually create action for himself, he can capitalize on opponents' mistakes more easily without relying on teammates. I just think it's really, really impressive. And he rarely ever steps a foot wrong on the Zoe.
Yeah, it's a good call out, because it's not just Clid being Clid, although he is definitely performing in today's series. He's got people like BDD behind him on signature picks like the Zoe. But this is where I will at least return to the idea, Chronicler, that Gen G is not without fault. And while they are picking up the wins, we are still seeing those glimpses, those pieces of what we have been critical of in this playstyle, which is a mid game that really slows down and creates openings for their opponents.
And this consistently happens, and this is actually where I think that the windows for EDG lie, is how good they are at consistent side lane pressure. Because Gen G, with this Renekton pick, I think they team fight better than arguably any team with the Renekton, which in of itself sounds contradictory, but they actually think even in the late game, use the pick really well. But what they don't do well is side lane setups. We see consistently EDG, whenever Gen G tries to go for an aggressive play, to try and corral them away, right? Draw attention on the other side of the map. And this is what stalls out the game so much, because unlike teams like Damwon or T1 that will recognize the opportunity to strike when the iron is hot, Gen G always have a little bit of reluctancy surrounding every move they make. So instead what you see is they back off, they back, and then they just try to fish for that one bubble, right? And that goes into what I think Azil said earlier tonight, where it's like they are reliant on BDD popping off, because outside of that, their setup is just not good enough. And the fortunate thing, as we see time and time again, is that the plays individually are so good, but it's not the way that they go about it, I don't think is sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You would think that, right? But I mean, here they are. They're one game away from going to the finals. It's one of those situations, though, where it's like they dominate early, and then we've even seen them sometimes showing up late after they get the first 2 dragons, and they should have a free 3rd dragon, and they're just not even at the dragon when it spawns, and it's given away for free. But they do come up huge in these circumstances. Again, BDD on the side, finding chunks on multiple members here, completely zoning them out. He plays so well around the architecture of the map. You know, they are playing from red side, but he's coming down into the enemy blue buff area and was finding so many picks.
Yeah, and so while they will pick up the Baron, we of course see the fight to some degree go the way of EDG. Yep. But with that Baron buff, they buy themselves the time. That establishes, I think, some of that wave pressure that they're looking for to continue to let BDD rein in those bubbles and look for it all. But as we know here at the World Championship, every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, it's Rascal who finds the flank to take Gen G to match point here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that this TP flank was beautiful. There's really no way out here for Scout. He knows that he's just caught, so he tries to drop the gravity field and flash over the wall, but Slice and Dice wasn't committed because all Rascal had to do was wait for the rest of his team to actually push him into that no-win position. He does it beautifully. They pick up multiple kills here. And once you saw these kills going down, you kind of knew that the game was going the way of Gen G. Yes, there were the respawns coming through. It was a close thing to actually finish on that push, but that's really all they needed there. And it was just great setup to actually find that team fighting like Chronicler is talking about. Even if people don't think of the Renekton as this kind of powerful late game pick, if you have the right angle, it can look really, really good.
And in some ways, Chronicler, Rascal was, you know, the remaining top laner in the tournament that was most criticized coming in, right? And so it's pretty cool to see him be the one to come up with the game-winning play in that moment. And it speaks to a Gen G that now looks like they've got momentum to close this one out.
I think it's the criticism still is justified, and it ties into like the larger Gen G paradox. I love this team, and individually they look like they should be able to do so much more than they're able to do. But at the same time, right? Like,
but they're almost in the World Finals. Isn't that enough? Isn't that a lot?
But yeah, I mean it is. But that's the insane thing is like you feel like these players, especially in clutch moments, have been able of so much more. And I think that the big difference between this Gen G and the Gen G that we've seen over the last 2 years is that up until now, BDD and Clid have looked invisible in high-stakes best-of-5s. This time, it's not happening. The rest of the team is getting pulled along as well. And I think that with the momentum that they got right now, I don't know if EDG can bounce back.
It's a question that only EDG can answer. Gen G are making it happen. They're making it work as they push the series score to 2-1. For the hopes of the LPL, they rest squarely on EDG soldiers, needing to put 2 back-to-back to push themselves to a world final. We'll see if they can even get us to Silver Scrapes here as we head to Game 4 right after this.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. When
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. This could be the last game of our semifinal, or it could be the road to Game 5. Keep in mind, yesterday, hey, we had the comeback from 2-1. In EDG's last series, I believe if I recall correctly, we had the comeback from 2-1. So certainly still possible here, but Gen G are on match point.
I'm not counting out any possibilities in this series. No matter what game state is, there is always an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, I think we've seen, again, pretty much in every game, it has been very close. There's been numerous mistakes on both sides, which means there's been comeback potential on both sides for both teams to win. But Gen G so far coming in strong, coming out to surprise. We're going to see if they can do it again.
And people have been looking for EDG to start attacking the greatest strength of Gen G, which has been their comfort. Their comfort on these specific champions. They ban away the Lee Sin. They're not letting Clid get it again. I love this adjustment here. A lot of it has come from playmaking, from jungling here for the early stages. And they still retain the Syndra ban against BDD. I like this, pushing it back down.
Yeah, so the one thing that was left open this time, though, is the Graves. We have seen Rascal play that so far, and I'm curious to see if he will opt into that one. It has just been such a standout pick of this tournament. I don't see why you wouldn't go towards it. And if you don't pick it, you know EDG will take it away themselves.
All right, not a surprise here. Grab the high-profile top laner. Now, when Flandre played the matchup, you know, we had the answer with the Renekton, and it turned into a solo kill around level 8.
So, is it going to be the Nami and the Renekton before extra bans come out for EDG? I think you kind of are going to have to pick up the Nami here, and then you already, even though early game was painful in it, They could try and reverse it on Rascal and use his own champ against him.
Haha! We can see the T1 special. Maybe Flandre pull out something like a Yasuo, more of a cheeky counter pick coming out. But so far, EDG are just keeping it stock and standard of what they've done all series long.
They want early gank pressure. Looking at top lane matches, though, there are a lot of good ones. Not all of them are meta. If Armut was here, Wukong would actually be a good matchup, but Aurelia and Jax actually pretty solid as well. Tryndamere, we used to see back in the group stage, the play-in, not a bad look either. Basically, you just kind of outfight the man, and it works out okay, because they all have gap closes, you can jump on the champion. But we'll see if that actually comes through. Even Poppy actually is pretty solid, because again, you can block the dash and then, you know, throw him into a wall. So there are a lot of picks out there, and we've already seen the Jax in this series and this tournament as a counter pick. So maybe an option. Misfortune is going to be locked in. They're going to see the same bot lane now for the third time.
Yeah, they like this matchup here. I definitely still think EDG are correct in taking this matchup again. Again, early priority on the Lucian. I mean, they've gotten so much out of Viper in a lot of these scenarios. Hasn't been enough to actually win the game, though. So much has pivoted on the mid-jungle champions here. And since they did not pick up a BDD champ, I expect EDG to ban them through here. Are you going to ban away the Zoe? Are you going to ban away the Azir? They don't. They're letting BDD still have at least one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I hope to see the last ban be the Zoe because, again, BDD is just way too good on that champion. On the opposite side, though, all the picks with agency that Scout can pick are now gone with the ban of the Rise, and even going to take away the Orianna for comfort. So Scout going to need to go down into the depths of his pool, and for Gen G, you would assume they're going to fourth pick jungle, which means they're going to save counter pick for BDD, and there's not really a lot of good options to blind unless EDG themselves just want to say, hey, screw it, we're going to take an Azir.
Yeah, I mean, his Victor looked okay in the previous game. Like, I wasn't mad about it. I thought it looked fine. It just got to get the rest of it going. Actually going to be Poppy ban on their own side, looking at what would be the next in the tier list of jungle picks. Certainly, she does look good into Jarvan, but it means they're not going to take it for the top lane. Viego could come through.
Ooh, the Clid Viego.
Yeah.
Bring this one back out, and they do have the safety of Lulu already on the team, too, to allow some chase down forward. Definitely going to be very heavy into the AD, so BDD, as usual, is going to carry a lot of that AP threat, going to carry a lot of that burden, and they're hovering it now. Everybody in the whole game knows it. What are EDG going to do?
This would honestly surprise me. Wow, Scout has not played Zoe in Summer Split at all. Has steered clear from the pick. Was never really much of a meta pick in Summer, but still gonna go this route. And also, Kobe, something you were wondering earlier, if they would pull out the Kennen, they're gonna do it.
All right, now don't flunk this test because we've waited so long. You know, he was 0-3 previously on the Kennen. Now they pull it out finally here at Worlds. And they steal away BDD's Zoe, stealing away his champion. That's definitely bold. In an elimination game from EDG, they're throwing it down.
You bring out a pick that you haven't played in the Zoe. You bring out a pick that you haven't won on in the Kennen. This is a really different direction for EDG, but hey, again, they're down 2. They need to be up. Yep. On the side of Gen G, though, I really like what they put together. Once again, a lot of comfort coming out with things like the Azir. You have tools to deal with things like the Kennen engaging, and it just looks stock and standard Gen G.
That said, there is so little frontline. Viego has no tank stats innately in that kit unless you reset. Okay, everyone on your team has damage, so you've got a Lulu for a bit of backup, but that is not a heavy frontline. Kennen has 5 great targets to look at.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure on Flandre's shoulders here. In the moment of truth, you know, finally making that change in Champ Select, the name and lights with the big Kennen ultimates. So often at Worlds, we have had these memorable Kennen ultimates that just stick with you forever. He's going to be looking to cosplay Smeb here.
Yeah, I feel like a big difference also coming out of this game is not only in the top side, right, but also in mid-jungle. Because it feels like every game is where the side of Gen G have had prio and pressure in mid-jungle, especially in that skirmishing department. This will be the first time where EDG themselves actually have that and will be the ones who can dictate more early game options. So whether that's trying to set up a Smeb-like performance coming out from Flandre, or just going back to the fact that, hey, Viper, despite some mistakes, has had an amazing series. Let's keep funneling on the spot side. It feels like this early game is where EDG are going to have to step up. If not, Gen G are going to be able to clinch out the series.
Yeah, and it would be Gen G's 4th World Championship final. Samsung White, Samsung Galaxy. You buy the company, you rebrand to Gen G, and number 4 would be this one around.
And Ruler himself was on that Samsung team.
Yeah.
World champion, the only world champion in this game.
It'd be his 3rd final with a new roster around him for the last 2 years, 2020 and onwards. And let's see what comes out of this one. JJ faking as though he puts the deep ward down. Of course, you can never verify that, so may force an early sweep out of Clid and won't see anything for it.
Yeah, and looks like once again, potentially might see jungler's path down towards bot side. I feel like we've seen that pretty much every game this series is like we hit on before. Who can impact that bot lane first has really been what has been strong, but Gen G instead actually looking for an invade.
All right, Scout going to be on the back foot. Should, I believe, just see that Trinket Ward. Spots, yep, puts the ping down for the vision. Sweeper not available, though, and we'll see what Gen G wants to do with their early game.
Yeah, the jungle tracking from Gen G in the previous game made such a big difference. Because, you know, the opening game where they weren't expecting the gank from Jarvan, they got the early kill on the bottom side, and then Viper and Mego just pushed that to the limits, getting such a big lead. That was the one win for EDG. So Gen G since then have accommodated. They've gotten these early deep wards, tracking jungle early on, trying to make sure that that is a non-factor.
I have partial info. It is a pause on EDG's side, which if you've been following the pause analysis so far,
water freak.
So I have not heard what it is. I don't know if it's water. I don't know what's going on. But all I'm saying is in 2 out of 3 games, the team that paused lost. So the odds are stacked against the last hope of the LPL.
How long have we been trying to get sippy cups for the players up there? So
they actually have them, I think. Like almost all of them have like a
oh my goodness, we've got the technology and it still happens.
I mean, the pause would be much longer if it wasn't a sippy cup and you just, you know, flooded with like quarter gallon or, you know, several hundred milliliters for the Europeans out there.
Yeah.
And also every other continent.
That was a bit rough. It's like cutting yourself with safety scissors, but still pretty sad a statistic of the team that paused has lost. And I think going back to Gen G, they've had a really weird few years since winning Worlds of Samsung Galaxy, right? Won Worlds 2017, 2018, they lost in groups. 2019, they didn't even make it to Worlds. And then 2020, they made it to quarters. So it's like a really weird scaling journey that they're making. And hey, with that trajectory, I feel like at least within the next 3 years, they're bound to win Worlds.
They're bound to. It's absolutely guaranteed to happen. I believe it. I'm taking your word for it and giving it no further thought.
I mean, they are the only other organization, but besides T1, that have the multiple titles under their belts. And yeah, the name change came in. It's a bigger name change, but still there. And they're definitely looking back. Everybody staring at what's on your screen. The Summoners Cup means everything. They're going to have to put in a lot of practice too right now because Damwon are looking fearsome and them waiting, hovering over everybody is going to be a very tall task. In saying that, you have to focus at the task at hand. this game, one game at a time, especially for EDG who are facing an elimination match. Just focus on this single game, get your victory, then you can make your adaptations, try and make the comeback in this series.
Yeah, and speaking on this game specifically, since we do have picks and bans up again, a lot of it to me feels like about the early game, a lot of coming out of mid-jungle for the side of EDG, to where when I look at the side of Gen G, I feel like the Lulu is going to do so well against a comp that is pretty much just all burst for the side of EDG. Emperor's Divide coming out from BDD will do so much against these short-range champions coming out from EDG. I really like the composition that Gen G been able to put together.
Yeah, there's some big things to keep in mind is marking the cannon, watching and clearing for those flank wards, and then of course the exhaust timing. All of these things, you know, the Lulu polymorph is going to be big. Exhaust timer is extremely big too, enforcing those. And we've seen so many teams fall prey to it so far at this tournament.
I feel like we've seen both teams as well fall prey to things like flanks that they didn't expect, flanks that they weren't marking coming. Again, that is what decided the last game. Rascal, after having a pretty rough game overall, despite the fact that they were in the lead, finds the game-winning play off of one flank. So definitely feels like it's a game of not only who can make less mistakes, but who can make the mistake at a less critical moment rather than at 40 minutes in the game.
But I mean, it's also the big play at the end, right? Like, Clid has been absurdly good at the spites, and sometimes you actually just cannot keep Elysian out of the pit, and he lands it better. I mean, that TP flank play, like, that's just a very, very good play that wins games. Like, I do want to, you know, give the other side of the coin where it's like, there are really big plays that, hey, that causes the win.
Yeah, I think that the accolades that both BDD and Clid have gotten so far at this tournament, everyone just talking about us, these individual plays have been so big, I think is completely true, especially for some of these specific Zoe plays from BDD, Clid on the Lee Sin, and over and over, they have really found them.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, if Gen G are able to take the win and go through, that's going to be another really exciting matchup to come, right? Even though you get it all year long in the LCK, seeing BDD in this form, as well as Clid go up against Canyon and Showmaker right now would be absolutely monstrous. And hopefully for Gen G, BDD can keep up these performances because, again, you don't know where they can surprise you.
I mean, that's what it comes down to is what level are you playing at what point in your career? Both Clid and BDD have 2 LCK championships. You know, Clid winning 2 on T1 back a couple years ago. Cool, well done there. 2 back-to-back splits for BDD as well on his King's Own Longzhu days as that rebrand came through. And then it's like, okay, it's kind of been a drought for both those players, right? And everyone else, it's kind of no regional titles. Obviously, yes, Ruler's made his 2 World Finals. He's obviously had really high points in his own career, but it's everyone kind of coming back together, back to that level. Yes, you can win before, but we're all playing at this level at the same time.
Meanwhile, EDG, they've got loads of regional titles, Lyric. Yet it is all the way back to the first MSI in 2015 that you have to reach for an international title. And you know it means so much to this organization. Since we've got story time here, remember the last time that we were in China, you know, visiting EDG at the compound, in the waiting room, they've got this video playing that is a compilation, basically, of their win in MSI. And, you know, has been playing for years and years and years. They're so proud of it because international wins are so rare and so prestigious in League of Legends. This team would like nothing more than to get the organization another one. And World's obviously so much bigger than MSI and having so much weight to it. They're in uncharted territory already for the organization here, just being in semifinals.
I feel like especially this year, right? Well, when they've invested so much into this roster, like bringing Riflandre, who spent years on Snake Esports and LNG, bringing over Viper from the LCK after being such a stud in his own region. And then again, they've done so well in both splits. They picked up a summer championship, but once again, they're going to have to like pull deeper to be able to make it further here today. But like Freak mentioned earlier, we did see it in their last series.
Yeah, I really like that you point out Viper because him being added to this team has had such a big impact just as an individual player. And you remember back to the Hero of Felios play, flashing in and getting them here. Nobody expected them to beat FPX in the finals, you know?
I know, I predicted against them as well in that final.
All right, I can quickly switch over to what's going on our screen as the game is paused. EDG requested some lighting changes, though to my knowledge, nothing has changed since the first game, but we are making some small changes. And so once that's taken care of, everyone's okay, we are going to get back into this game. So, hey, not water caused. All right, maybe that's going to change things around. And we are, in fact, back out of the rift. And yes, indeed, JJ outsmarted Clid. He faked the ward. Sweeper comes down. He's like, wait a second. There was no ward.
I've been had. Where's my ward bunny? My early experience for Rascal as well. not going to get it. He is going to get the leash from his top laner, though, so Graves actually going to go late to the lane, not going to get the early push onto Kennen, and it's going to be the accelerated start there for Clid, trying to get Viego through the early, quick first clear, headed towards bottom side. Every second does count.
And yet Bone Plating and Guardian block a lot of the damage, and it's once again, every single game, Lulu MF just has the better level 1, and EDG down in health. They are the ones with healing. You can kind of trade low and then burn mana to get back up, but right now it's Gen G with control of the lane.
I want to see if they actually make use of the leash that Clid got. That second is going to mean he gets over there really quick. He went red into Raptors. He can do this super early move towards bottom. When you're building up the wave like this, if you see Ruler and Life now slow pushing and just last hitting and waiting for the minions to build up to try and crash, then they could draw him down after Gromp. It'd be a quick 3, but I think the time is running out, and they've already got a ward over Tribrush, so that play's not going to be there. They're going to try and crash it instead and probably bounce back. But it is still going to be Clid hovering around bottom side and looking for that bottom crab. With the bottom pushing, you have the early move.
Nice aggressive trade in the top side. Now don't forget to grab your exclusive Happiness Overload Prime Gaming emote so you can flex in your next game. Maybe you get a bear, maybe you get an ace. I don't know, put it on all 5 slots, who cares?
Well, I mean, looks extremely cute. I'd want it, but Clid going in. Scout can follow up.
Yeah, it's a Spell Thief Shirelli is not going to matter too much. They're still fighting over these. Smite is up for both junglers. You put it in the brush, you can kind of take the advantage. And it looks like it's still going to be with the wave push in. Oh, that bubble could mean a lot. Yeah, they can find the knockup if the spells are back available. Find at least an auto attack going in for Clid. Here's it going to be enough as it's Azir coming in, the Emperor, and the first kill comes in. And now JJ going to fight for a bit more. Does trade it back. Is it going to be enough? He's channeling to teleport away. He's going to go to sleep. Oh! Scout makes his double kill happen.
And this is what you need when you bring out the Zoe and the Jarvan for yourself to be able to take these early game skirmishes. Scout the MVP of LPL Finals with a 2-0 lead in this game.
Oh my god, where do we start with it, Lyric? That one was hilarious. The Raptor fight here in the elimination match with the teleport right in front of his face. Woo.
I mean, hey, Gen G can make those sort of plays because they don't have their back against the wall with that pressure of, hey, if we lose, we're out. We're going to go straight to the replay. Bubble does come down after an extended posturing over those Raptors. JJ holding on to the EQ. Not actually sure if it was even up at
I'm pretty sure his Q was just used in the Raptor fight there. Good flash for him to get away from the other one here, but Bubble timer has come back up, and Scout says thanks for the champion and thanks for the timing. Very close to timing out there.
Yeah, even gets the teleport for himself. EDG not showing a ton of expression to that happening. Then again, you probably just want to forget it and move on and hope for a better return into the game. Now, we're going to come back onto the map where both junglers just chilling. I feel like for EDG, though, it's a lot about continuing to impact that mid and jungle matchup like we just saw.
Yeah, and both kills went over to Scout. This has huge, huge effects on this early game here. I mean, EDG, they put down a flag in Champ Select. We're stealing away your Zoe, BDD. We're stealing away, or we're picking the Kennen, which we have not picked at Worlds, and we were 0-3 with this year. And they've got 2 kills on that steal away pick for Scout. So a lot of it in his hands, double buff in addition to it.
Finds another bubble as well, getting some good damage on, again, a champion that he did not play in the summer split of LPL, in a composition where, frankly, I feel like the longer this game goes, it will be much harder for EDG. There will be opportunities, like we talked about, things like Kennen flanks and these burst opportunities, but EDG definitely being the composition that needs to get ahead early, and I like that we see Scout kind of hovering towards the bottom side, looking to utilize Fog of War, though Gen G do have Scuttle Crab on that side, so it doesn't do too much.
Decent shot onto Life. Good hits there to 200 HP. Bubble not quite going to land, but a little bit more poke as JJ could come around. Level 4 to level 5 on the Viego. But, of course, no TPs and no one's around on the side. This could be a possible dive. That ward's going to be spotted and killed, and Gen G going to have to give up this wave.
Yeah, they're going to have to give up a lot here because Scout also pushed mid lane. And BDD, since he tried to teleport out of the skirmish at Raptors, doesn't have his teleport. So Scout gets to come down there supporting this attempt at the steal away on the Gromp. Does get the smite, and the turret plate is going to be mined away. Now they can reset. You see you just play off your pressure from your minion wave towards mid. That one bounces back as BDD slowly pushes it out, and Scout can return.
I think a critical thing about this game as well is when you watched EDG in the regular season of LPL is...
That was nice.
Yeah, just a bit of damage. a lot of EDG's early game jungle proximity was around mid lane. It was all about Scout and JJ being like the early game anchor that did link up, and then transferring that two sides of the map once we got to mid game, or covering if dives were coming out per se on top lane. So nice to see this synergy coming back out in this game 4.
And that skirmish at Raptors on the first blood came down to 1 auto on the junglers, being the difference in the health. Scout here, kind of cosplaying the most interesting man in the world. I don't often play Zoe, but when I do, I like to start 2-0 with double buffs. See what he can do with it. Again, the big moments here are really what make it. They've got to be able to snowball this one. It's such a large early game lead for them to be able to transition. Yes, it is a Cloud Drake, and they should be able to hand off blue and head over towards there. Now Zoe with blue and with the gold, plus having double summoners available, feels like they should be able to set it up.
Flandre playing aggressively in this lane, even though he is against the Vamp Scepter and Rascal has some sustain. It's Flandre ahead in the lane so far.
And again, we are about 36 seconds away from the Herald spawn, so the big commitment should come. When you have pushing bottom lane, it helps you. You have so many more options in these Herald setups, because you can either push and go for the full rotation, bring your bottom lane up, or you go for the half rotation through the Fog of War, and then try and sneak back and not give up as many minions in the attempt. See if they actually go for it here, though. Clid trying to do the early sweeper work in preparation, and the bubble lands, but no follow-up.
Gonna take the recall. JJ finds the control that was put down. Uh-oh, gonna be spotted out. Just sidesteps. Clid, once again, the better on farm, already level 6. Graves on the move down as well. Could be a chance at a play, but just gonna turn right back around. Not too much to be had. Flandre waiting the brush. Could get some decent damage. Doesn't go for the ult play. Rascal able to E backwards and ult to stay alive. No problem. BDD jumps to the wall to get away as well. JJ with a control ward gets to take ownership of this side of the map.
We are finally starting to see that rotation that Kobe was talking about, though, waiting for a couple more waves to start the rotation. Viper and Mako making their way up. And with the early game spike that Scout does have, having the Lost Chapter now, I would definitely favor EDG in this sort of situation. You can even see now Scout playing with terrain, just in case the members of Gen G do approach.
All right, the attacks are on, down to 2.6 thousand. A small smite's available. Clid has the big one, but it's going to be pushed down too quickly. The bot lane's here just in case. No play.
Gen G committed to the trail, even though their bottom lane was the one without priority. Usually, you'll see them just opt to pushing out the extra wave, you know, so the AD carry at least gets another wave of experience, gold there, try and chip away at a tower plate, but Gen G actually rotated also in answer in trailing Ruler and Life, so they don't get anything out of there, and that's big for EDG.
Gonna be stunned, gonna be locked up. This is so much damage. The ult comes in, the flash followed through with the Heartbreaker, and Clid is on the board.
Yeah, really nice play coming out from Gen G. Maybe Flandre assuming that Clid would want to make his way towards bot side, with the fact that their bot lane was late on the rotation, trying to get some vision down for Dragon, but instead does commit to getting this in top, and Rascal as well, not only denying minions, but getting another plate of gold. Actually, his first plate of gold.
Still more than 0, so I'll take it as a +1, and now Tidal Wave coming across. Big damage, the bubble's gonna land as well. BDD, he's ignited, he's got a shield, and he's just gonna drop Scouts on for 3.
Scout steals away one of his champions, and he's stealing away his life here. 3 kills on the Zoe for Scout now. Bounty on his head. They're the ones that get to play the setup game with the Zoe. Extra vision already achieved here. Now, that was definitely a brush with death there. Bold to go solo as the Lulu getting some vision, but because EDG are so focused on utilizing their Rift Herald and getting paid here, they're going to be able to make it happen.
Not quite going to finish the turret, but it will get all the way to 4 plates claimed. 3 of them shared between Jeja and Scout. The TP force out of BDD means not a lot of control for bot lane. Thankfully, Bullet Time can do that work for you, and Ruler keeps up in the lane.
I can't even imagine the gold lead that Scout has right now. Probably able to back and just look for a mythic item purchase after the last kill, as well as these plates coming out. Not going to be able to, though. Sadly, doesn't even have TP. Going to have to wait for either Jeje to come cover, or if Genji just committed to this play, maybe he can find a window to where he can get that reset off, because he has no mana right now, so I don't think EDG should look to contest this, but they are.
Without Scout, that'd be crazy. Yeah, you cannot poke around there. Scout is recalling, no teleport on Zoe.
I mean, Kobe,
I agree with you. I concur.
I don't think it'd be the craziest thing we've seen in this series, so I'm not going to put it against them for doing it. But yeah, nice to see that EDG did decide to back off. Already do have a 2K gold lead at 10 minutes, but again, to me, it's just continuously coming out from mid-jungle. I don't even feel like you necessarily need to commit ganks. BDD as well having flash up now. Even with JJ just hovering towards mid, you can go for plays like we saw earlier where Scout's moving down the river and at least just zoning their bot lane off from the turret.
CS lead is 8 down to the bottom lane, though, and they are just constantly playing aggressively. Viper going to go ahead and take this wave right away. And they'll give him a very aggressive recall timing that happens, thanks to the assist. We've got the Gore Drinker done. And even though Clid has been out farming JJ, he's got enough gold that he's able to get us Mythic online. First of this game, but not in time to play for the Dragon. So Gen G, they're weathering a 2,500 gold deficit, and that's going to grow. They've at least got their first Dragon, but because he showed, he's like, all right, I'm around. Once again, Ruler and Life have to fall off the wave, and plate number 3 will go to Viper and Mako.
Yeah, this Lucian Nami doing a lot of damage once again, and Viper's going to be that big threat. A lot is hinged on his positioning and his movement. In some of the games, when he's going so aggressively, you know, chunking people out before objectives, it actually earns them a huge amount for the setup. But again, then you have the ones where picked off, gets turned around on him. I will say, at least for this time around, it's more difficult for Gen G to really punish aggressive movement because it has to be a surprise play from BDD.
There's the swoop on back, flashing back over, will not be stunned up by Viego, but he's gonna go to sleep. Are they gonna go for this play? JJ would have every cooldown, but they don't want to go for the push. Maybe they could have, but not gonna happen.
Yeah, still nice for them to be able to punish the flash coming out from Scout. They need to find these ways back into the game somehow, especially when Kobe was talking about the aggression coming out from EDG's bot lane and how hard it is for Gen G to punish. Nice to see BDD set something up once again.
Yeah, let's see, because Scout does have the bounty on his head as well for the extra money. Now doesn't have flash. With the Summoner Spellbook, moves over to Ghost. Maybe we'll be able to use the extra speed to remain safe and not let the follow-up play here from Gen G actually find purchase. But again, because of the setup here from Gen G, they're so DPS oriented and don't have a lot of those big moments. Since BDD just used the ultimate, kind of got to wait on some cooldowns here.
I feel like for Gen G, you do have one play available to where, I highlighted for EDG, right? You can hover mid-jungle down to bot. For Gen G, they at least do have TP advantage up in the top lane. So as long as you can have BDD like hovering down towards bot to match either roam or a TP from Scout, you can try and set up a numbers advantage play. The only hard thing is that Viper and Mako are hard shoving the wave. So for Ruler and Life to be able to get a deep ward for a flank to come out from Rascal would be quite hard.
Yeah, also, the flank is very, very improbable. Being able to set up at... Okay, never mind. The bottom thing is going to just be some more harassment from the ultimate, and Bubble not landing means they won't actually find any purchase.
But getting a bit of damage done, plates have finally dropped, and it's a 2.4 thousand gold lead to EDG. That's when I kind of call the early game over, and you move into mid-game as you can't farm turrets for killing them outright anymore. And look at this, Jarvan's on the way over. Azir and Viego, they're on the way first, an early TP. They're going for the quick dive. It's going to be a bit of a 4v2. Ruler cannot get away with the Gale Force. The flash is out. Life flashes won't matter. And it's going to be him dropping. Scout wants a bit more. I believe he lands the bubble, but it's not going to get anything else done as they are going to be back down to the turret. They're going to knock down the first turret of the game. EDG aggressive in the bottom lane.
Really nice to see from EDG looking to make that play. Even on the top side, Flange was following Rascal to make sure that he couldn't TP down there to follow up, and EDG are starting to open up the map.
Exactly. EDG beat them to the punch. They make the dive happen, taking down the outer turret, pushing it ahead. Bottom, or top side is the answer, though, as it's just going to be shoving him out and picking up Rift Herald.
He almost pretended like they were going for the gank. They're just getting the Herald instead. Theoretically, Flounder could have stolen his ground, maybe, you know, ulted onto the turret and clear the whole thing out, but Rascal makes the aggressive play, knows he has the backup. It's going to be a longer fight, and that means it's going to be a turret traded and the second Herald going back over to Gen G. So definitely fighting back, but a 3,000 gold lead to EDG off the early game.
Yeah, and overall, the trade can end up being about even, right? Because for now, it's 2 turrets to EDG for 1 for Gen G. You would assume that Herald maybe can find some purchase raising a tower somewhere else, so Gen G not falling too far behind necessarily, but where they did lose out is like Ruler and Life going down, at least Life dying in that exchange, losing out on minions and getting more XP and gold onto Viper.
And now with those 2 plays traded, and I think it's very intelligent for EDG to kind of force on the bottom side and then force those objectives to go down. Weathering the storm and actually having that cooldown now for Flandre's teleport to come up and being able to match that critical one for top lane. Now it's a level 11 Kennen that is also going to have flash available for the big possible Kennen ultimates we are alluding to in Champ Select. And it's also going to be the dodge actually on the other foot here for Gen G. They've done so well with mid lane tower down and them having the Zoe. Now it's EDG with the Zoe. and them having all the opportunity to work with. They just want to stall here for Flandre to get as much damage on top side as he can. His teleport is ready, his flash is ready.
All right, but he's just autoing the turret right now, so what's the call going to be, EDG? If you keep playing this one, you can be outnumbered. You already are. It's 5v4, 2,000 health on the Dragon. Smites have gone Clid's way, and they will yet again. He still doesn't miss. The TP comes in to take the fight. The dunk comes in. Clid won't find the kill just yet, and it's a swoop in. That's a one, but the slicing Maelstrom turns it back. 3 kills so far. Kennen gonna make it a 4th, and look at that. EDG get the team fight they want.
Exactly. EDG might not get the objective, but they get the kills. They continue to escalate this gold lead. JJ being the one to set it up, and Scout and Viper following through.
5 kills now for Scouts. Zoe stealing away the champion just when they need it. Game 4 here, looking to push it to game number 5. Still, Clid has been so good with these timings on the smite, but look at the engage. JJ goes in, flash ultimate. They're able to land it. Scout backs up for the bubble onto BDD, so even though he gets his ulti off, and then Flandre, that Kennen ultimate on all those squishy targets.
Yeah, really nice patience coming out for him. I do want to say in this fight, I was a bit scared that BDD wasn't going to be punished for being about 10% HP. Thank God Scout Portal jumped in there and finished him off. And now we're at 5K gold lead. I feel like despite the fact that a lot of people know these teams as like slower paced teams, especially in regards to the regions they play in, again, we see that later on in the game. Both of these teams are going to be aggressive, go toe-to-toe in the first 15 minutes, as we've seen a large gold lead almost every game.
Pushing for more. Waiting now, of course, 2 minutes till the Baron comes up. Dragon Soul can always be a concern since Gen.G got the first 2 and reasonably early on into this one would be well sub 30 minutes if they were able to get the next ones up. Ocean Soul, definitely not a bad look when you're trying to weather some poke. Rascal feels pretty good here up against Flandre. Merc Treads are done, stacking in the lifesteal, gonna be Bloodthirster second, and that can be tough to deal with. JJ gonna bring in the reinforcements though, and top lane outer is to die. Flandre did the first part of the work, and Scout's gonna do the rest.
EDG with a really nice 2-lane setup so far, just hovering through mid, going up to top side. Now, once Scout gets his turret, he can even make his way back down, try and put bubbles over those walls around mid lane if Ruler and Life step up, and kind of put this push and pull between both top and mid. Gen.G potentially could have tried to answer bottom lane earlier on, but feeling too much pressure coming out from the long range and siege from the Zoe. So Clid, though, is in a bit of a spicy position.
It'll almost kill, but as long as the reinforcements show up, they can do the rest of the damage. Bot lane already getting attacked and killed. Rascal gonna claim that turret, making the score 2-3, and the mid lane crash at least gets something done. I think he had more time, but he gets the damage in, at least that's something, and the turret's gonna be low in mid.
Yeah, I think he knew it's gonna be difficult for them to actually regain control of the map since Gen.G, since EDG made such a big push with these deep wards on top side and pushing in and split pushing. So just wanted to get the activation while he could secure damage on the tower. Maybe they can return to it at a later date. They did at least get Rascal's push in. They've really struggled to make use of that, you know, teleport advantage for Rascal though when they've had it with the Graves. Not necessarily
like 10 minutes.
It's like not necessarily a very big flanking impact when you come in and can you like smoke screen sometimes can create some plays, but
you need the other team to overcommit, right? That's really the only way you can punish.
Yeah, and try and spread the map and make use of the tons of damage that this team does have packed in. And try and push out the minion waves.
Now for Gen.G, it seems like they're kind of following the game plan of EDG from last time around of just turtling in their own base, not overcommitting too much. And heck, even lucky for them, they're the team with 2 dragons. So EDG not on a front where they're going to be able to pull them out, but Rift Herald, actually not Rift Herald, Baron is spawning.
Yeah, and again, this time around, EDG feels so confident. They've got the Zoe, 5 kills, 2 item power spikes, 7 stacks on the Dark Seal for Scout, fully warded up jungle. It is just a dream scenario to play this champion. So dangerous for Gen.G. Thank you, observers, for toggling Fog of War. So much of this series, we've been like, oh, how scary is it to play against BDD Zoe with no vision coverage and objective up? Well, guess what? You get a taste of your own medicine here as EDG pushing on top side. The counter, though, to go capitalize on that early Rift Herald.
And can they be attacked, though? Flandre, of course, is here. Rocket Belt is done. Going to be second item Void Staff. Will certainly be lethal, and they're not going to stick around for the turret as the rest of EDG were walking down. A lot of this is fog. They can't see all the moves. Rascal going to be able to sidestep the bubble. No sleep for him, and just life steals all the way back up as he's got Shield Bow plus the Vamp Scepter.
All right, now we're going to be looking at the Dragon setup coming out for both teams. EDG should be able to get members down there first from the fact that Rascal is pushing out this top side. He does have TP. Clid should be fine.
Yep. Blast Blunt is there. Rocket Belt burned. It's going to be down for the eventual Dragon fight. And Clid just has not been kept out of these pits. I feel like EDG have to take a hard stance at fighting because they're going to lose the Dragon if they don't, kill Clid before it's low.
Ooh, maybe. Nope, no bubble connecting from Scowl, but Gen G, again, they're going to need to mark the flank. They need to watch out for Flandre, who does have flash up, so doesn't even necessarily need to find the flank. Can go straight into Gen G.
Can wait for the Rocket Belt. It's still going to be on cooldown for now. Starting the auto attacks, but they're inside the brush with a controller in it, so there's no vision on the Gen G side. Scout coming down on his own ward, though. He's going to push Gen G back a little bit. Bubble's not going to land. Once again, aggroed onto the Dragon. 5,000 health. Clid waiting on the left-hand side. BD trying to find his opponent. Scout going to look for poke. Not going to get it just yet. Bubble may have landed onto the Graves, but Clid's still waiting. Clid's landed every smite in this series. Clid's going to try again, and Clid's going to get it again. Once again, and it's soul point for Gen G. EDG cannot even team fight with a gold lead. BDD goes in, and so does Flandre. 2 for 1 so far. Rascal low. Clid should drop, cannot get the reset. Ascended to Rascal. 3 alive versus 2, but 1 kill for soul point feels Gen G favored until they get this one. That kill's gonna go through to EDG. +2 on the team fight, but you have to take control or you lose the Dragon Soul.
Exactly. EDG, I think, need to turn for Baron. They need to get something for this. We do see pings coming out on the Baron now, and if EDG can get that objective, they can try to tangibly turn this into enough map control to end the game.
Yeah, definitely a big chase down kill for EDG. It's going to be up to Ruler and Life to hold the line. I think with the recalls or the revivals coming up for the rest of the members, it'll be fine for them. They can just wait it out until the next Dragon. But Lyric, I thought that Gen G, as soon as they got that steal and you saw the backup from EDG, they were going to just take the W, take the steal, and back out. But then they go all in and they engage for it. So Clid, another huge smite, even forces JJ out of the pit with the flash, and then the opening here, and BDD just goes right for it, but good dodge there from Viper.
Yeah, I think that's so weird coming out. I think even Clid initially going in with the Viego makes sense, but following up with BDD, like you are at soul point, Kobe. That's all you needed.
Exactly. Take the W that you just got. You just stole the Dragon with the smite. You know that the counter engage is so much more fearsome with Kennen ultimate. So when you're calculating all the big ultimates on your side, taking into account what the counter is going to look like, and when Flandre gets to sweep in, much squishier there for BDD.
I also feel like now EDG are at the point where they're probably going to have to look to start baiting Barons. Because even if you do continuously get good setups for Dragons, right, there's still always at least going to be some sort of variance or RNG of Clid getting in there and winning the smite, which he's done consistently. The good thing for EDG, if they are willing to be more aggressive in baiting a Baron, is their composition actually does have good turn potential with things like the Jarvan or the Nami ultimate.
And any extra time they have for Scout to throw bubbles is going to be a good time for EDG. He's got 17 stacks in his Medjaz after those last kills at the Dragon fight.
So when's the play going to happen? When does the Baron bait truly begin? Right now they're just kind of fighting back and forth over vision. Viper did a lot of damage in that last fight. Flyder put in 3K, but Viper did even more. He has been a huge deal once again on the same build of Rapid Fire Cannon third, allowing him to play aggressively and look for almost picks in the mid game.
EDG now even do have wards set up to where if they did want to try and bait them into this vision, like they're trying to do now, Flandre would have a really good angle to come from. But Gen G just aren't biting.
Down goes the ward, and not going to be any poke just yet, but it's, once again, as you play for this, you take the midway first, you make sure they can't counter your turrets. Looking for the play, they might find the sleep, they might find a knockup on a 2, into the canyon they go, and Clid able to jump over the wall, but this could be it for the Kennen. Able to force a couple of flashes out, a stun, and almost dead. Sidestepping it, but BDD finds the long-range shot, Zoe not required. It's Gen G who win this fight.
And EDG are just getting so ahead of themselves looking for this play. Again, you could tell that they want Gen G to walk in, but Gen G are just playing it well. They realize, hey, we don't need to walk into you, we're fine. You're gonna come into us, and they find the kill.
Every EDG fan is pulling their hair out right now, Lyric. So close and yet so far. They make the chase into the fog of war. Kennen gets burned down, and Gen G are able to stabilize.
I think the strangest thing is, right, they're showing that they're not willing to go on the Baron and try and like risk that, but they're willing to go for the risk of this play of just running head first into Gen G. It starts off looking pretty well, with Gen G getting a multi-man knockup. The culling does get BDD down quite low, but now they just have no way to continue following up. Flandre going a bit too far, doesn't have flash to try and follow them over the wall to maybe take down Clid and BDD, and just get chunked so low by both Rascal and Ruler.
Yeah, if the Nami wave was a little bit to the side, the Graves ultimate also a little bit to the side, they still got the kill though. Again, this series, you cannot count anybody out, okay?
Nope.
Yeah, it definitely feels like maybe the teams with advantages have maybe been the ones that you can't completely rely on when things happen.
The one they can rely on, though, is Clid's Smite, and this is Ocean Soul in 30 seconds. A 5,000 gold lead dictates that EDG should have complete control, and yet they never find a way to keep Clid out of the pit. Right now, they try to own the bottom river. They can spot roughly where Viego is. They see him on the wave. They know what's going on. Maybe they take the fight, but bullet time is available. Make It Rain slows them down. Gen G gonna play in these brushes. They've got control wards in most of them. EDG had the dragon spawning in 1 second. Will they find a team fight is the question. It's Viper coming in, taking some damage, a really good culling. Rascal could be a target, asleep on a Clid, not gonna be much, but Ruler's at half. Jijja doesn't find the engage. He's gonna find his own death, a flash to safety. And now Rascal wants in for a bit more. Has an ult, the flash means nothing. Takes a bubble, but the health bars are at half. EDG gotta burn down this Drake. And Gen G may just go for the bot side. Flandre gonna stay in the brush, gonna find his ulti to zone out Clid, and force him to jump over the wall. They might find this kill, but they might find Kennen dying. It's gonna be a dragon picked up. It's Scout getting the sleep, getting the first kill, and they might, they should, and they do get Ruler. The dunk onto life, 3 for nothing.
They've done it! EDG have done it! They finally marked Clid! They got him! They're chasing down all of the kills!
And BDD is at 15%! He's gonna get blasted and he's gonna die! Rascal left alone! EDG win the team fight. Baron has to be their prize!
Exactly, EDG just need to keep going forward. They're patient, it looked dicey, but they got the dragon because Flandre waited in that tri-brush. He makes sure Clid couldn't get into the pit, and now EDG are finally taking everything after a rocky past few minutes.
Oh, should be big rewards now. The pressure mounting for so long on that one with the setup. You know, so many big chunks in health. Flash used to try and re-engage and trying to keep the Kennen out, but in the end, Flandre got the last laugh.
And Scout got a lot of the early poke as well. I mean, Ruler started that fight at half. You know, BDD got quite low as well. It's a 25 stack mid-shies for the mid laner. Let's watch this win again.
And we see Flandre being the one to mark Clid here in the brush. Does get so much damage down on him, keeping him out of the pit while the other EDG members follow up. Even does flash back in to try to keep him down. Then Scout over the side, Paddle Star, Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Everything's hitting today for Scout. And then EDG knowing they can just continuously follow up with all the damage. And man, this game has just kept us on the edge of our seats. It feels like anything can happen at any time.
That's just really nice. I mean, Scout, he got a little bit out of, I believe it was Mako, but realistically, solo killed BDD while at half health to start. There's your 5,500 damage for Scout. Yes, indeed. Second longest standing member on the team. Pretty much his entire career has been on EDG. And he's going for his first World Final. They got to win 2 straight to do it at this point, but they are so well poised to take Game 4.
Yeah, the LPL lives on. EDG aren't quite done with this series yet. Baron buff will be able to get topside turret for sure. Inhibitor now going to be exposed. And Gen G trying to clear out the wave, push them out, but it's going to be so difficult. Again, engaging into it. Got Kennen ultimate, level 16 there for Flandre. Proto Belt used.
BDD's dropped low enough that there's no team fight for Gen G. A 10,000 gold lead. The Red Bull Baron power play at 2,700. EDG likely to claim mid here as well.
EDG now just going to rotate, play the map, right? They have a mid-wave pushing. Just push that one in. Keep utilizing your siege with the Zoe bubbles over the wall. Maybe look for an angle if Flandre can find a way in. If Gen G try to stop your siege and look for an engage. And just by the book so far for EDG.
How much whip do you have? BDD at half health again. Rapid Fire Cannon Lucian with an Omni buff. Pretty decent damage on the double shot. And once again, he's gonna be forced back to heal. No, he's gotta stay around. It's bullet time to clear. A sleep on Lulu will not get them a kill, but it's still gonna create some space. The turret at about half HP. That's another sleep on Lulu, but Scout's out of cooldowns. Tidal wave to try to push them off. They've got just the cannon. not going to mean a whole lot here.
Cannon buffed up still. Gonna have another 30 seconds. One extra wave comes down mid lane. This will be the last one before the Baron buff does fire.
My, that is damage. Thank you very much. Cannon and Scout come together. That's going to be mid lane turret falling as well, and you don't really defend this 5v4. You give the inhibitor for sure. The question is, what else are you going to lose? All the way back in the fountain goes BDD, and it's time to go for the Nexus turrets. They've got double cannon. They got a whole wave. They got a 5v4. It's a jump in. Scout is legendary. Looking for the dive onto the Nexus turrets now as Clit is low. Rassel trying to stay alive, and here comes the last final dive. Slicing Maelstrom. Cuts Gen G to pieces. BDD tries his hardest, finds nothing. The ace comes through for Jet. We've had an exciting set of semifinals. We're going to game 5. EDG in their first semi. They'd like it to be their first final as well.
Exactly. EDG keeping their hopes alive by bringing us to 5 games. Star-studded lineup. We've been looking for members like Viper and Scout to have the same performances that they had in the LPL here on the international stage. And this game, Kobe, they delivered.
Stealing away their champions, doing it. Oh, it just makes it so much sweeter, so much better. And looking forward to the champ select here in game number 5. Now that they've been able to do that, now that they've shown some of these extra cards, also threatening the Kennen, which teams have not been respecting versus them.
Who wins this, guys? I honestly have no idea. These games can end at any moment. This series is so close.
And I love it. I love that we're going to game 5 and back-to-back semis. I love that it's been an incredibly exciting weekend, a nail-biter all the way to the very end. And is it going to be the same run that we saw from the quarterfinals, right? Is it down 2-1 and you pull it back? Or, does Gen G turn it around at the very end? Because momentum clearly feels a little bit EDG's way off the last win, but, it's going to be fun no matter what.
Certainly is. Are the LPL going to be able to do it?
I feel like either way, right? We get EDG versus Dom1 or Gen G versus Dom1. There's so many cool stories that can happen. And again, you're looking at Scout, you're looking at Viper, you're looking at BDD and Clit. Those are the 4 people who are going to influence that game.
It's going to be a big one, so stay tuned. One final game decides who faces Dom1 Kia in the finals. Let's see who advances after Silver Scrapes in the break.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'm a big vibe on the wave.
Look. This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. All the people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta break it all down, then let's break it all down. Fly away, and we'll burn it all down.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We have got ourselves a 10-game weekend, and it's EDG who brings it to us with that victory over Gen G. 2-2 now stands the series score. It all comes down to a best of one to find out who will challenge Damwon Kia in the World Final in just a week's time. And Vetti, when we talk about series metas, when we talk about the development and the change in priority around champions, I think we got to go right to the mid lane. We got to talk about Scout because we did put so much focus on BDD as a win condition for Gen G coming into this series, and it's the Zoe that gets taken away, and Scout delivers on every level.
He certainly does, and a lot of it did start here in the early game, being able to get a lot of the benefit out of these 2v2 kills early, securing that initial kill onto Clid, and then converting it into the kill onto BDD as well, and taking away his teleport. Scout was just really set up for success in the early game, and we got to see a little bit of that Scout JJ early game action, and off the back of this Zoe, you could just see how much of an impact he could have. He was really had so much more agency compared to champions like the Victor that we saw from him in the previous game, and the advantages in his ability to shut down BDD both in lane and in the team fights as well. So great to see the potential from Scout that we know that he is capable of living up to.
And Chronicler, look at those stats. 12-0-7 in a game that was that back and forth and went on that long. 0 deaths.
And what to me was the most impressive about this, that we've seen teams try this, right? It's like, oh, we're going to pick it away. Let's just take the pick that a player has performed so well on, in this case the BDD, or Zoe's BDD Zoe, and take it away. And then, you know, the pick gets picked and it doesn't really get anything done. This is the exact opposite of that, where not only do you deny what has probably been the best pick in the mid lane for Gen G, but simultaneously, he was also monster carrying team fights, right? And it was similar to what BDD has done repeatedly, where there was a couple of really clutch moments where if you don't execute on the Zoe, you can be as fed as you want to be, but you still need to actually make those fights work. And that's the big difference with what we saw earlier from EDG, where it didn't really come together in the end.
Now, given that we're going to a final game here, Vedius, I mostly want to spend our time talking about what should happen for either squad as we look ahead to game number 5. And of course, that's not to ignore how this game ultimately played out. It still took some effort, some serious effort by EDG to close out a game in which they had such a strong early start. Because it was Gen G playing around the dragons while maybe losing the fight, still picking up those dragons and kind of, stymieing an earlier win condition that EDG could have had.
I think that what we saw is that Clid is still great when it comes to the smite steals. It was a large part of why he was able to come out on top earlier on in the tournament, and he's doing it once again here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to convert this into big fights. Gen G lacked engage, and they kind of had to rely on BDD, as you're seeing on your screen right now, to really start the fights on Gen G's terms, but EDG were quite happy to get the re-engage when it came to things like the Nami, the Jarvan, and the Kennen, crucially. And ultimately, what I think EDG has figured out is, hey, listen, if we can navigate the early game, if we can find a way to actually either get ahead or go even, and then we draft a stronger 5v5, we can come out on top, because we know that these games are ultimately being decided in the team fights. And the fact that Flandre had the ability to play the Kennen, the fact that we saw, yes, we saw JJ back on the Jarvan, but see how much more impact it has when Clid doesn't get to disengage with the Lee Sin. And it feels like that Clid is a completely different player when he doesn't have that same early game agency. So I think ultimately that this series will be decided by the team fights. The biggest caveat that I think will swing either way is, will Clid and BDD get something that they can have mid lane agency on to allow Gen G to have the strong early game that they have showed pretty consistently throughout the series, or will EDG be able to get through that early game to allow them to actually compete in the 5v5s on even footing?
And Chronicler, I kind of want to take a few of those points from Vedius and just kind of toss them over into your court to see how you feel about them. The idea of removing that Lee Sin and how integral a pick it seems to be for Gen G, but on top of that, as he mentioned, the Kennen. While this pick has been banned in some cases throughout this series, its team fighting potential seems massive, and more as we roll through this series, specifically as the games extend in game time, it seems that that will be the determining factor as we head towards Game 5.
I do agree. I think the Lee in particular is the most egregious example. I think that the Kennen pick, while big in this game, wasn't the game-breaking factor. To me, that had more to do with Gen G being very happy to opt into fights they did not need to take when you have a sore point that you pick up when it shouldn't happen. You don't then go in and use your shuffle that you can use to get the cannon away. Main thing for me, as Vedi already pointed out, and I'm just going to echo that, is that as EDG coming into this next draft, I would just make sure that you get a comfortable matchup for that mid-jungle duo. Like, that has been... Everything has been boiled down to that. We know that whichever team is going to have a lead in the mid-game might not necessarily be able to, like, play it out very well, like we've seen T1 or Damwon do, but they will have an edge in the team fights, and that's where it, in the end, is all going to come down to.
You know, interestingly enough, for as many 3-0s as we had in the quarterfinals, this is now officially the most best of 5s we've actually had in a Worlds knockout stage in history. It's either been one way or the other, right? It's been the 3-0s or it's been the 3-2s. But that, to me, brings us back to the conversation we had at the top of the day, your guys' predictions. Everybody here was sitting with the idea that it was going to be a fairly one-sided series, one way or the other, whichever way it went. And so given that that expectation has already been blown out the water, Vedius, Gen.G with side selection, 5th game, blue side. Let's talk about that. What can they do in Champion Select to attack some of those points that you were just making?
Well, I think that they can put a huge priority on denying things like the Lucian. Actually, I'm going to rewind just a little bit, because what I want to talk a little bit about is, where do we see EDG's strengths coming from? Well, their bot lane is the obvious one, right? When they are on the blue side, they get themselves the Lucian army, and it is a very easy lane that they can play through. And in the last game, we saw them come up with a strategy of team fighting top that offers agency throughout the game. The problem that they're having with this very powerful 2v2 in the bot lane is that engage has to come from the jungle. So you know that JJ is almost certainly going to play the Jarvan. And because of that, I think Gen.G have a very big window of opportunity in this final game. Can they get something like the Xin Zhao, something that Clit can have a lot of early game agency with, something that pairs up nicely with the mid, and immediately my head goes to, well, what about an early priority on something like a Syndra? Remove the Zoe, have something like a Xin Zhao and a Syndra that gives you so much agency in the mid lane, along paired with the jungle. I think that if they can leverage that and then still have some of the scaling teamfight elements, Gen.G is in a position to come out on top, because their early game has just been stronger, in my opinion, so far in this series.
Chronicler, I'll give you the final word. Do you have the faith in the LCK squad to bring it home? I know you put the prediction in their camp, but all day you've been kind of tiptoeing around the idea that you're not so certain about it.
I will stand by them. You know, they might fall at the final hurdle, but I do think that the fact that they're blue side now, that they will be able to secure themselves some of the stronger picks initially, should put them over the edge. If you can come back to me like 10 minutes into the game, I would really appreciate that. I think that is when we know. Please, can we do that? That'd be great. No, I'm going to go with Gen.G. I think they'll get it.
EDG all the way. I'm sticking.
I like it. We're sticking to our guns today. That bit Vedius yesterday when I gave him that same opportunity. Well, for all of you at home, as we know, it all comes down to this. It's one final game for both of our teams. It's make or break for EDG, the final hope of the LPL as they look to make it to another world final, to challenge that defending world champion in Damwon Kia. For Gen.G to do the impossible, to make people rethink the way they think about that entire team and recapture another world title for that organization. Game 5 is coming up in just a few minutes. Hoping both teams leave it all out on the stage. We'll catch you soon.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021. This is the last game of the day. One of the two teams in front of us will make it to the World Final. Edward Gaming, the last hope of the LPL, made their first semi, and here in Game 5, hoping to make it all the way back now, or Gen G. If you go by times in finals, this would be number 4. It would tie T1's record, and making it an LCK Autumn like so many years ago.
Yeah, big surprise at this one. I mean, pretty much everything left open. Wanting to go towards Life's Rakan, which has been a standout. He's been excellent on this champion. But my eyes just drift to who's going to pick Zoe Kobe, because I feel like that could be the key difference in this Game 5.
Certainly was in the last one, but the early priority here on Jhin going to be invested from EDG, as well as this Jarvan that has just remained true. Talking about comfort champions, you know, in individual plays has been the theme. It has been the most rewarded tactic between these two teams.
And it also comes out when, I know the analyst desk, Sister Vettis, was hitting on like the mid-jungle aggression coming out from Gen G. I think it's something that is good in the early game. This time around, they are going to get their hands on the Zinzao, so we'll have some of that early 2v2 dueling power.
Yeah, it's incredibly important to get pick potential, and you be the ones with crowd control in your hands. Both of these teams have had moments where they struggled to find those picks and push the game forward, but Jhin provides so much from the bottom side. You get a lot more utility out of it than the Lucian that was banned away. So there are opportunities here for long-range follow-ups. Meanwhile, like you said, that Zen coming in, looking for some early ganks. You've got a Rakan. What a strong jungle support duo when looking for picks. If your Rakan joins up with the Zen, you can find those engagements for him and win those skirmishes.
And now we've got Mako, I think for the first time this series, back on an engaged champion. Leona does tend to look pretty good into Rakan. She tends to be pretty good into other tank supports. So Mako, it's on his roams.
I love it when it all comes down to it. They're throwing the enchanters aside, Lyric.
Go back to what worked in the LPL. This was his most played champion in summer, and we're going to see some impactful team fights happening in the mid game.
I want to see, it's Mako with the Rock Lee gif. He's taking off the enchanter chains on him, fully unleashed now. The Leona roams are picked up to try and match the Rakan roams here. Very excited. There's your BDD picks. It's a grab bag, fellas. All the BDD bans falling through here.
Gen G taking that one away themselves, knowing that EDG can go towards that 4th pick mid. Something like the Rise is still open, which has been Scout's standout, so I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G themselves take that one away. But here I wonder if EDG themselves maybe ban away the Azir?
Yeah, Scout just has a bigger pool, so there are more things that you have to worry about. And Azir does, it completes the triumvirate for BDD. That being said, he still has been able to have big influence. You know, the surprise Aatrox pick into the Yasuo that was
Seraphine earlier today.
Orianna, no. Okay, Orianna left up. Scout looked good in it last time. Kennen is off the table as an answer to, you know, something like a Graves still left up, a Jace still left up.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them go towards that top lane. If they realized from last game that mid lane was the most impactful lane to look towards, I love this. Just go towards the Graves now, save that counter pick for Scout, and look to shut down BDD once again.
You ready for Renekton? You ready for Rascal to solo kill Flandre playing weak side?
Okay, Flandre is not going to be walking towards any brush here. He's going to have a large perimeter around every single one. I feel like he loves this Graves. I've loved this champion. By far most picks, up to like 9 now, I believe, on it. It is going to be no surprise that, yeah, Rascal's like, okay, let me take this again. Remember, though, the early setup. Graves with the early wave control. Last time around, there was such a big early lead because Flandre got the ward into blue buff and Gromp to give himself that vision to push him off the first wave. That is going to be something that Gen G looked to correct to give a little bit more threat to the Renekton and try and keep him from sustaining such early damage, because if you can get him through there, you know he's come up with so many clutch plays for the team on his comfort pick.
Yeah, and now with the Orianna and Ryze rounded out, definitely feels like Gen.G more indexed into that solid 5v5 team fighting. They have the ball delivery set up on numerous targets. They have the front line there. They have Engage. And on the opposite side, I would say much more indexed into pick for EDG with the fact that they do have that semi-global in mid lane. They do have things like the curtain call to set up. And I'm really curious because this series has been completely defined by team fights so far.
Let's see who wins them. Xin Zhao can get on the way in. The Lee Sin, of course, taken off the table twice now, and forcing Clid down just a little bit. The Viego was not as impactful as he wanted it to be. And we're just going to wait for this climactic Game 5 to start. Will it be Ruler's third World Final? Gen.G's fourth? Or does EDG keep the road going? LPL? Hey, they won MSI. EDG? The hopes are on them to make it a run for Worlds, looking for their first World Final. And is it going to happen is the question.
Yeah, RNG died for this freak. EDG carrying the whole region's hopes on their shoulders. If the pivotal members can pop off, I feel like Vipers had a good series all series long, but if Scout especially can put up the same level of performance he did last game, EDG should be feeling good.
Yeah, individual stars have really answered the call throughout different moments here. Scout did it in the LPL finals. See if he can do it here again. The Ryze pick for him. Some options to play side lanes as well later, but we know it comes down to so much on these picks.
It's this game that decides who battles Damwon Kia on the 6th for a chance at the Summoners Cup. Gen.G, who so rarely were able to punch above their weight in playoffs. They had won regular seasons in the LCK, but they could not finish higher than they were seeded. They go internationally, and it was a quick exit to G2 at Worlds. It was a quick exit in the mid-season cup to top esports. And now, oh, it's EDG looking for a bit more here. Not going to find the root. Viper didn't want to start with W to set it up, and so just a bit of damage.
Yeah, so now EDG gonna back off. And when I look at these drafts, the really big thing that jumps out to me is I feel like this game will be much more decided by mid-jungle support, right? When you have these engaged, roam-heavy champions, when both teams have set up in their mid-jungle 2v2, I think it's gonna be a lot of 3v3 skirmishes around the mid lane.
And can EDG take advantage of pushing BDD all the way down to the Orianna? The Ryze here feels like it has a lot of agency early on into it. Try and create some plays. BDD has been quite good though, holding his own even in some less than opportune matchups.
Yeah, and for BDD, this is a champion he's very familiar with. Was his 4th most played when we do look back to LCK Summer, so nothing surprising here. And we talked about the ball delivery setup, and just as a callback to an earlier game, like you highlighted, Kobe, this is what Graves is able to do in this matchup. Get in front of the wave, zone him off with the range advantage that you have. You have the E to look to kite him out and make Rascal's life hell.
The big difference this time around is that jungler pathing down to bottom for EDG. So JJ, if he wanted to come complete like last time, the dive on the wave, it would have to be a slower. You have to a much bigger slow push there as far as the cannon wave coming through. So he's gonna have some safety knowing that Flandre just gonna fast shove this one, bounce it right back to himself.
Yep, Clid not able to jump walls on the Xin Zhao, so just the simple ward in the brush going to make it fine, even though it is a Red Raptor's Romp at early level 3. Likely to not be too much pressure as similar path comes through for JJ. Up about half a camp actually in clear speed right now. BDD sidestepping. Shields the last little bit as Scout gets the slow in.
Yeah, and you know, really nice job coming out from him. BDD, of course, is maintaining pressure early on. Orianna very decent in this 1v1 matchup. You do have a range advantage onto Scout. The wave is going to push back in now, but I expect the first few minutes to be very standard coming out from both sides. Probably won't be first resets until bot lane where we see a lot of action.
Once it's done, not going to get any more than just a bit of damage, but does keep the CS pretty much equal, 16 apiece. JJ, I think he might have gotten seen by the mid wave, but certainly Clid, if he wants to fight, can do so, but with mid pressure, it's unlikely to happen.
Exactly. 5 ranged minions there pushing in favor of Scout right up to the turret there. It means that Clid's going to have to take the long way around, goes over, gets his wolves, and JJ wants to cross for the double.
Yeah, really interesting that EDG actually had the confidence to look for this play, knowing that they have Prio and bot lane in the mid wave bouncing back. I wonder if Gen.G probably can't look for a follow-up. Probably will just have to give this one away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the big difference in this game, again, referring to the champ select, is that this is the one free of Enchanter supports bottom lane. So every window, every opening, every timing from bottom lane to be able to roam has so much more impact in this game number 5. That's why I expect this one to be the most explosive of the entire series, because if you do get to push for Viper and Mako, you get to open up Mako to go make plays with JJ, and already JJ's focusing around mid lane to have Scout and set him up to complement those as well.
The trade yet again. Nice stun, gets the Q heal, and Rascal, I mean, really holding on to this lane a lot better than last time. Certainly not looking to get first blooded or anything. As Clid walks the reward on his way towards bottom lane, information known, puts in a trinket to make sure there's no Jarvan ganks.
Yeah, I mean, EDG have complete control vision in bot side, as we can see on the minimap, so EDG maybe look for a potential gank up towards top side. Now that BDD has to TP back to lane, you don't have any TP to cover if they do want to set up a gank. Instead, JJ wants to look for a gank here in mid.
Yeah, and they saw Clid on the wards leading up, all that vision you mentioned through the river. This is why it's such an important objective.
Oh, BDD gonna be in range almost, only for a slow though. Able to sidestep the knock-up and walks away, but that doesn't mean he's gonna drop a couple of CS here. And can they train for a bit more? I mean, Scout could theoretically go for the big root. Yes, he does. EQ's gonna be back up, the flash follow! That was beautiful. The youngest player left the world sets up first blood for Scout.
JJ doing such a good job. Again, his performance at Worlds so much better than what we've seen in the LPL. Scout as well. The mid-jungle 2v2 being what's going to define this series.
Immediately rewarded for pushing BDD down to that Orianna. The focus, JJ on top side, on bottom side of mid lane. So many wards invested, and it pays off. Scout doesn't give up on the play either. He chases him through the river with the phase rush, and they get first blood in the elimination game.
Last time Scout had a 1-kill lead over to BDD, he ended with a 25 stack Magi's. That was a 2-1 start. This one's 1-0. It may just be the same amount of pressure. Cooldown boots in a tier. That is infinite lane control for Arise.
When the team needed him most in LPL finals, Scout stepped up. When the team needs him most now too, he's got the first blood money. He's set up to do it. Again, we're going to see so many repeat visits of support and jungle around this mid lane. Keeping this clear allows you so much pressure, because if you have this vision coverage, then you threaten the picks in all of your rotations, and you keep getting more opportunities for that money.
Exactly, and even just being able to control river vision with the fact you have mid-jungle support prio means you're just going to be able to hover into Fog of War. It's going to put a lot of pressure on both Rascal and Ruler to have to play more cautiously.
Gen G taking their turn to play a bit more aggressively. No wards to put down in the right side jungle, so even though they own the river, they don't really get to control it for any longer. Mako and Viper going to spot them, level 5 and 4 on the bottom lanes. Able to knock down a control ward. Yeah, they wait for the reload, money given over. EDG actually very good at making sure Viper always gets the ward gold. It's a nice thing.
I also want to shout out Rascal, because this time around, without the jungle attention, because they were able to track so much better this time, and they knew it was a red quadrant clear down to bottom side, he did recover pretty quickly from the level 1 trying to zone off wave, and on his Renekton, again, trying to keep the way clear here of all these wards so you get that extra threat of the brush.
And that's the thing, right? No matter what you think of Renekton as a champion, I think it's been very clear this series, and probably throughout the whole year, that Rascal is very comfortable on it, can go into any matchup and be able to at least make his way out even.
Gen G, they have really embraced staying true to yourself and your most comfortable champions. Let's see about this red counter invade though. Yeah. Top side was given up, so they're answering with the bottom one. Scout helping out, clearing out those chickens as well, and it's all afforded because bottom lane has been pushing over and over again. Again, Viper and Mako, it's not CS lead, but it is constant moves from bottom lane. It's those timings. Whenever you shove your wave in, guess what? That's 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds supported by one wave of pressure lets you make those trade-ups.
And when we're talking about Prio coming out from bot side, we hit on it last game, how impactful that is for when Herald does spawn. Herald coming up in 10 seconds, so if Viper and Mako can get this wave in, start making their way up towards that top side, you would assume EDG want to posture for that objective, because right now, Rascal's the one who will be able to get that push in top.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Misfortune has the extra move speed with the strut, but Jin only has to get like halfway there to open up with the ultimate with the extra range too. So definitely looking at the supports too. One of the biggest deciders in a lot of these fights, if you both fully commit to it, both feel like you have a good chance of winning the fight, is which support got actually more experience and didn't roam as much early, because the level 6 timing matches up for supports right around the 8.5 minute mark. So being able to get that level 6 critically before swapping can actually make the difference. Let's see if you see the experience bar right now on Mako. Already life left on the last minion wave, so you get the first move up there. Not necessarily access to your ult, and now he has it, so that is a huge support advantage.
I really like what EDG did here, right? They kind of faked that they were making their way up, which gives Gen G the security to go for the recall and follow up themselves. Immediately return to the wave once Gen G's bot lane does recall and get that experience advantage that you just hit on.
Yeah, so now the correct response for Gen G, as soon as you see that Leona pass through mid and already being level 6, Life is actually trying to leech experience on mid lane. You just commit to keeping your misfortune bottom. Don't let anybody sneak around and get picked off. Just commit to your misfortune, getting your minion wave. Good job there. They play it calmly. Gen G just push on the bottom side. They get their extra minion wave. Won't be a lot of damage on the tower because you see Jhin, Viper, they made the call early on, recognizing it was going to be that call because they were showing on the minion wave. So correct responses from both sides this time around.
The gold, it is more than just the first blood, though. Overall, a bit more farm on the EDG side, so passively just a little bit stronger in the lanes, as they sit on about a 1,000 gold lead, 600 of that being the assisted kill. And honestly, Viper back in lane in time, has not even lost the turret plate down there, so able to help secure his team's pressure in the top side of the map. They grabbed the Herald, and he's already back to collect the wave. They're even up a plate down there, even with Ruler sitting there and, you know, playing 1v0 for a short time. So far, so good on the EDG camp. The only turret with a plate down is that bottom lane. It may be where they summon as a result, but we know so many teams care about the mid pressure instead.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see if EDG want to start more tunneling their sights towards that bottom side of the map. I think you have a very easy set play coming out that if Gen G do push up, right, open up the curtain call from Viper, follow up with a flag and drag from behind turret with Jhin, try and look for some kind of pick. If not, you always can just try and outright start up a river fight at Dragon for the fact that you do have, I'd say, a bit better early game skirmishing in your composition.
I love it, Lyric. Please give me option number 1. That's what I want to see, because you also have the Rise Ultimate Realm Warp to add to that play, and we've seen so much reward for that proactive nature.
Well, everything's up right now. The flashes have come back from the mid play. Everyone's got the ability to just go out of nowhere. 11 minutes in, the Dragon has spawned a while ago, but no one's yet to play for it. And they knock down this, and
we've seen
Flandre spots a brush, but Rascal's inside of it. Half HP from the empowered Q.
Such a big discrepancy now in the power when you teleport in. If Rascal can get these chunks, you know, the Renekton so threatening on one of those flanks with that point and click stun, but Life,
possible target, jumps over the wall, able to stay safe. Mako not going to be able to get the follow through, but it does mean the bottom jungle now belongs to EDG. They might convert that into an objective.
It's just crazy how much more comfortable EDG looks when they have Mako on this tank engaged support. How well they've done at controlling vision on the bottom side of the map. You can see Scout numerous times just hovering down as well to make sure they can go for these plays. On our mini-map right now, it does look like JJ hovering towards mid. They are going to set up that bot lane play that we were hitting on.
And it's a power spike difference. Flandre kept his TP to stay around the top lane, to teleport down, to make the play. Rascal going to try to go for his own completion. As he's gotten a turret plate down there, may have Mythic waiting in base. Bot lane turret, you take the first 2 by hand, you summon, and if you can stay around, that can be the entire turret. Do they have the damage they need as Viper shoots in yet again? It won't kill with just the charge. Renekton finally now going to take the recall. Turret down pretty low. Play on the top side. They've got the root. They've got the knockup, and they're going to find the second kill. Scouts 2-0. Last time that happened, they won the game. Life wants in, but do you really want a 5v4? Jhin opens up, looks for the shots. So far, so good on the Life, removing some from the Gen G health bars.
And it all comes from the vision that EDG got to find this pick right. That ward right there behind Dragon is what allowed them to spot out Clid to make the turn, to continue this play, and to take this Dragon.
They get the teleport out early as well. Answer, Dragon picked up by EDG. Successful use of their advantage here. That rise from mid lane, getting the early push and roaming down, setting up the play onto bottom side, and being able to convert here is such a big sign for the LPL, Lyric. It really feels like, off of the last game as well, they are now thriving.
Yeah, really nice to see EDG, you know, stepping up for the region that I do cast, because LPL not at the best tournament here so far. Though this game definitely far from over. EDG's gold lead still very slim in my opinion. So Gen G, you have beat it easier win condition. You have this big team fight Wombo combo with Orianna ultimate, bullet time coming out from Ruler. If Life, Clid, Rascal can find the setup.
Scout throwing his Q off to the side too, just holding the cannon minion here. He's threatening. you better be worried about your other side as Mako slips in with a control ward.
Flash going for the root. Does he get in range? No, not all the way. It's going to be a trade of summoners. The life blocks the deadly flourish, and not going to be much more. BDD still chunked down to half HP.
Nice sidestepping coming out from BDD to make sure none of that did happen. Did have to burn his flash, but still, feels like EDG had the tools to follow up on that had he just mispositioned incorrectly, and any of the CC did follow up. Now both teams gonna back off, and for EDG, it looks like they're just continuously pivoting into bot side. With only one plate up left on that turret, it feels like that's the obvious play to make for EDG.
Yeah, and they traded up so heavily in the last play with the extra teleport now on Rise. There it is!
Here comes the play, looking for the 3v2 down there. Jarvan gonna be here well before Sinjao as well. Mako's gonna walk up, good sidestep as life dodges away, but they may still go for this dive. The turret's not gonna live very long. And Scout's here to find the root, to find some damage, follow up by the Jhin as well, still just throwing in damage. A dunk onto Misfortune, sidestepping most of it, and it's gonna be flashes to get away from the solar flare. But that's still Viper finding the first kill. Realm Warp shows up for a bit more, a dodge away from the shockwave. 1 for 1 so far. Clib would love to find the next bit of the kill. Gets a knockup. Viper though kiting back pretty well, and gets the next one, and now opening up for a little bit more. He's assassinating with these shots. The fourth one puts him at 1 HP. And Jinja now wants it into BDD. Flashless on the Orianna. A bit more at the Gorge Ring. The auto attacks come across, and EDG are 5-1.
The proactivity coming out from EDG to set up these plays is so nice to see in this game 5. Gen.G think they can turn it around, but Mako shows up, stuns clear, EDG finish off the play.
They call for it. Scout with the teleport advantage behind the bottom lane. And Gen.G actually come with the collapse here. They actually have Xin heading down river immediately to try and counter. On that control ward, they know the Jarvan is coming, and they probably moused over to see the teleport through fog. That's why they're running all the way back here. Scout opens it up, root into Everfrost as Viper lands the W on Jhin 2, and then they try and cut out the ultimate. Big space gain there from Ruler and Life, and actually buying so much time for Split to get down. Big play from Viper, does get the kill and execute on the burst damage, but look at the live picture-in-picture as well. They're right back out to a Rift Herald reward on top of it.
Oh, smiteable. Nope, of course. Clid's there. Of course it is. It's going to happen. Rascal does not quite get to walk all the way up. Okay, whoa. Stunned, rooted. He wanted it. He's not going to get it. Rascal walks his face in. A double stun in from Mako. And that means Gen.G may have killed the Herald, but can they win this fight? Mako is low. Forced to walk away. 1-0 EDG.
Yeah, Rascal goes in, tries to pick up the Herald, instantly gets bursted down. Not quite sure what else he's
trying very hard. He's sniffing around a little bit closer.
A little bit closer. BDD does find a nice shockwave, but sadly they just don't have the damage to follow it up without the Renekton still alive, and no bullet time able to come up for Ruler, who really wasn't close enough to participate in the play.
That was so odd to watch.
Kobe, that's been the name of the series, though.
Yeah.
With the crowd control right on top of it too. Regardless, EDG are, the motto is, I believe the phrase, we'll take those!
We take those!
Hey, and this is actually very reminiscent to the last series they played, right? Where in Game 5 against RNG was the best game they showed of that series. It feels like so far, this is the best game that EDG have shown today.
Hey, the 2-2 power spike, that's what they're going for, all right? That's where the comfort zone really lives, and as the root comes in, it's big damage. Scout puts Rascal to half. Of course, he's armor stacked. He's against Graves Jarvan. It makes sense, but that means Scout gets to really put in a lot of hurt.
And speaking of Rascal, he's actually finally gotten to play a game. No attention focus up towards topside. He did really well on his own in that 1v1, and he'd really like to try and transition some of that mid-game power into some of these skirmishes, but it feels like EDG just went too much elsewhere on the map. For Gen.G, you might just have to opt into the cross-map trade game for now. Try and stay steady in gold. You are about 4K gold behind, but for EDG, they're the team with all the options.
Yeah. Do not hesitate. I think that is the biggest difference maker in so many of these setups. Do not hesitate on the play. EDG being rewarded for starting them up. Dragon number 2 will easily be picked up for them. And you mentioned Scouts. It's going to be so nice for him now, transitioning to the mid game. That Rise off of the early kills, now level 11. Everfrost is completed. Get to try and set up the map in their favor because Gen.G have the very straightforward we were looking for. Shockwave combination with the Recon engage and Misfortune over the top. EDG going to try and set up those waves. You see they still have Rise on bottom side, and the respect given over from Flandre, even though they are actually resetting there, doesn't extend up by the tower and doesn't offer up the dive opportunity.
Yeah, Gen G doing a nice job of taking advantage of the reset timing having to come up from EDG, but I like that you hit on that Gen G pretty much have this one goal they want to go for, because for EDG, even if they are a pick comp, it feels like they have a lot of different options to play from. You're going to have push with your mid-3, you can hover towards either side lane, you can have Scout push out a side lane back and look for like a Realm Warp play with Flandre. There's just so many different avenues that EDG can attack the map with the leads that they've gotten.
And now we see what they do with this nearly 4,000 gold lead. The second dragon was uncontested, no chance at a smite, just grabbed. As they are just 9 minutes away from a very early Cloud Soul if they can keep that bottom river every time it comes up. Mako on the way forward. JJ coming around as well. Aggressive wards are here, and sadly that one control was outside the brush, so not going to get rid of EDG's vision.
What you need to do, yes, when you have this advantage for EDG, is make every transition more dangerous for Gen G. Because they're the team, as we say, are looking for the, maybe a brush play, but really an all-in commitment numbers advantage play, and EDG are the ones trying to play the map. You make it more dangerous by getting those deeper wards through the jungle and threatening those possibilities. Like you said, Lyric, the options are plentiful, but you have to hold the line. You cannot give the opening.
Yeah, and exactly. And when the options are more plentiful for EDG, I feel like for Gen G side, since you can't walk into the jungle because you are being restricted by EDG, at some point you're probably going to have to give up one of your side lanes and just all-out commit to maybe bringing a Rascal mid and committing numbers advantage there, with the potential that maybe you lose out more if you can't find something. But when you're this far behind, you need to take gambles and risks like that.
Exactly. Need to increase your threshold for accepting risk. Might be a more risky play, but sometimes you have to take them.
And generally speaking, if the play is better than your odds at winning from the game state, it's a decent heuristic to use. The bot lane wave pushed in. Scout happily side laning, most farm in the game. Okay, passed now by Flandre, but playing heavily for all the gold income. Rask's going to take a very safe wave down by his bot lane tier 2, but it still generally means, okay, EDG back on the map, take the reset. 2 minutes till the dragon. Ready to spend that gold and look for the next move across the map.
And when we've highlighted AD and mid so much for the side of EDG, you look at where the gold advantages lie. Both 1,000 gold advantages there, actually 2,000 gold advantage for Viper is a pretty solid, I think it was 1.5 items up last time. No, it wouldn't, 2,000 was 1.5 items. 1 item up for Viper. As yeah, EDG now, I think just continue this play, push out mid, walk into topside jungle, restrict the vision from Gen G. But our eyes are really just on Gen G. How Gen G are going to be the team to counteract, because EDG also, this time around, are the team stacking the dragons. So Gen G are going to start to feel that clock whittle down, and they will be forced into making a contest.
Yeah, when will they be pushed to their breaking point? The risk tolerance building up and up and up until you finally have to take it. EDG are doing a good job. Clearing out everything, making it more safe for them to increase this lead, taking away the blue buff, even though question mark being does go down. Would have liked that one, but it's fine.
Oh, well, fighting over buffs, fighting over last hits, it's fine. EDG still in a very good spot so far in this game. Cannot quite push in for mid lane tier 2. Obviously, no second Herald. That one was slain by Gen G, so mid lane gonna be tough to crack. Ruler always able to save the ulti in case he needs to wave clear it. But now we count down 1 minute. Last call. Get your recalls off. All right. Zeal and upgraded boots in for Viper. He's going to be powerful. Definitely a full half net of a boots upgrade above Ruler. Take the top lane as well.
Take a moment, Gen G. Take your time. This is a big one. 40 seconds left. They push out mid lane to get mid priority, moving into the river to take down that vision coverage.
I think the sad thing for Gen G, since they don't have any deep wards, can't really bring Rascal in on the flank, is committing up towards the top side right now. Is Gen G need to be careful.
Spotted by the trap, not going for the snipe is Viper, but hold on. Decent damage, half HP Guardian popped. All right, gonna be okay. This leaves the Keystone down for a short time, and it's time to go for the bottom river. 2-item spike is in for Scout. That's 2 legendaries up for EDG, top lane and mid lane. Better on completions. And now EDG, do they get their third dragon? Clint still wants to front line. Make it rain, a decent slow out from Ruler, but when's the next actual fight? BDD sidestepping the deadly flourish. W comes in, Clint finds a slow. Does he want the fight? Not just yet. He's got a control ward. River going to be pushed toward now as the Dragon has spawned and has been attacked, but EDG are giving away the control as Ryze is clearing mid, and Life is in for the flank. Gen G go in, they find the knockup. They look for the kill, but Viper stays alive. Will they kill Mako? Yes, a 1-for-0. The shots come across. Ruler a bit isolated, but will not be hit by the skill shots. Rascal a blit low, and Life has been traded back. The dunk comes in. It's 3 unanswered. A stopwatch for Scout, and he stays alive. It's the ace. It's Gen G falling. It's the last hope of the LPL, crushing the second to last team of the LCK.
We saw Scout, we saw JJ playing that so well, taking down numerous members, and now they're going to be able to turn this into a Baron.
The Baron, huge rewards here for EDG. What a series they have worked through here. It is Soul Point, it is Baron on the map, full control, being able to push in. It was an arduous journey for them to get to this point, but the LPL prevails.
Yeah, EDG, such a long journey, so many years, again, starting out in the LPL in 2014, never able to make it to a World Final, never able to make it to a semi before this year's Worlds, finally on the way to doing it with the lead that they've been able to accrue.
And they came out with such a bang, right? It was 3 back-to-back LPL titles when they came in. They then won the inaugural MSI, and it's like, wow, back in 2015, like, are we in the LPL era? But that wasn't the case. But now this fight, the climactic one, this is what set them ahead.
Exactly. Then you see Viper, he was able to survive the initial engage. He flashed out, bought his space to be able to open up the re-engage. Everybody turning it back. Scout with the Zonias as well. Barely there on the outside, not dying. He is also able to realm warp them over to Baron. So critically close.
Yeah, Viper especially being able to dodge out all that damage in return so much burst. EDG not wanting to get too far ahead of themselves with this.
I thought it was a really good look from Gen G because they found the flank around the back onto Viper, the super fed Jin.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Flandre damage.
I saw people talking smack about LPL top laners this one around. Flandre, a difference maker in that team fight for sure.
Well, everyone on Gen G diving towards Viper. There's another AD carry on the team.
I mean, Flandre does, again, hold 30% of EDG's damage share so far at Worlds. He has been the guy putting up those numbers. And with that, EDG is just going to be able to keep funneling forward. They have mid-wave. They have Flandre up in top side, so they can start pivoting towards that lane once the wave does crash. And just really nice rotations, playing out 2 lanes from Edward Gaming.
How much more can they get? Still 1 minute 15 left on the Baron buff so far. The Rebel Baron power play is 2,000. That's 1 turret looking for a second, but not quite going to happen. Clid spotted on the flank, and that means a bit of safety for now. Scout has roam warp, but not TP, making it a little bit difficult to get to his team. That's okay, though. They're split pushing. Mid lane tier 2 under fire, slowed by MF. Clid maybe could have gone for that play, but it would have been a risk and doesn't go for it.
Oh man, that risk tolerance has got to be through the roof right now for Gen G. After the last fight that they lost, they are so far in the hole, they've got to make it.
Roam up just in case. Rascal's on the TP. No, it's going to be Jarvan going in. Puts the dunk in, flashes the way. Bullet time going to force the disengage. Ultimately, everyone lives. Rascal tried for the play, and it's a disengage.
I'm a little bit surprised that JJ did commit so hard there to try and get everyone away. I feel like you could have played that a bit slower, but still, they are able to get away. So for EDG, they are totally fine.
Yep, because they get him out, they can just run right over back to top lane with the Baron, then we'll get inside the base. That will be Inhibitor.
And with the Baron buff on, you know defending a fight is always going to be hard. So it's going to be 1 turret traded for 2. Top lane tier 2 is going to be a formality. Inhibitor turret goes down. Mid outer at least cracked. It's 2 to 5 in turrets. It's 0 to 3 in Drakes. Edward Gaming and the Baron buff with a 3,000 gold lead with a dead inhibitor and the ability to fight for Dragon's Soul in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
And the pivotal thing is which inhibitor that is. Top lane inhibitor when you are going to be playing for Dragon's Soul on the opposite side of the map. Rascal doesn't have TP anytime soon. BDD might have his up in time to try and answer some of those waves, but either way, EDG will be able to continue to secure vision, be on objective first, and just make Gen G's life so hard.
Exactly, Gen G have run out of time because the super minions will be putting all that pressure directly on the top Nexus turret, and EDG are rolling in it.
And again, I don't know why EDG need their backs against the wall to perform so well. Every time Game 5s, EDG just step up and show their best.
It has to feel so good for Mako, for Viper. So many years on this team. Mako, since 2015, a franchise player. Now with his eyes set on the finals appearance, and all that's left is finishing up this map, a 10,000 gold lead, a soul point coming up, vision coverage through the jungle leading up to it, and the potential for the pick.
15 seconds, the final TP comes in. 6 times they have won the LPL, 6 times they have traveled to Worlds, and the first time they made MSI, they won it. The first time they've headed to the World Semifinal, it appears they will win it, and in so doing, be the first time they head to a World Final. Would love to keep that streak going of winning when you make it happen. Clid goes in for the play. Ulti still available on the back line. We have JJ going in. Stun's gonna hit onto life. They still find the back line. Ruler trying to stay alive, cutting away, and Clid is down. 1-0 in a gold lead. A 5v4 looks good. Scout would love to push down Rascal. It was his flank that killed them in game 3, and it's Scout that gets his revenge. It's Flandre knocking him down as well. Dragon Soul unneeded. And maybe they go for it anyway. No wave in the mid lane.
Talking about comfort picks, Flandre has stayed true to Graves more than any other player at this tournament, and he's rewarded.
Yeah, now EDG, 20-30 second death timers at least can get themselves another inhibitor. Flandre gonna pick themselves up the soul, and now it just feels like a matter of time for EDG to be able to take this game.
No, Ruler, he's won a Worlds, he's lost in the finals. He's won a quarters, he's lost to quarters. He's won a groups, he's lost to groups. He's won a semifinal, he has not yet lost a semifinal. EDG about to add that to his list of accomplishments. The top 4 at Worlds is still an incredible performance and a great road for Gen G, but it feels like it's nearing its end.
And we see here EDG looking for this pick. It's actually Gen G the ones that started off. They're feeling the pressure that they're so far behind. Clid goes in, Scout on the opposite side, zoning off Rascal. Really nice ultimate by JJ and Mako followed with the flash to get BDD low. And Flandre just there outputting so much damage. Scout gonna walk forward, knowing he can close the distance to land the rope. Flandre flashes forward, and EDG pick up their second kill of that fight, and smiles all around.
Edward Gaming, this was a tough battle as Clid is knocked up. They walk into the circle. Gordrigger not going to change the results here. And 11,000 gold. This battle was back and forth. At times it was ugly. Clid had outsmited JJ the entire time in this series. But when the ganks came through, when the early game was better, JJ got his team so many first bloods and snowballed those lanes into victories. In game 1, it was bot lane. In game 4 and 5, it was mid lane, and his teammates did the work when he helped in. And now, going for what could be the last push. Still 2 minutes 45 on the Baron buff.
And we're going to be keeping our eyes on JJ. No Cataclysm. Mako, though, does have his ultimate, and they do want to look to start and engage. They have 2 waves of minions, one with super minions. They can look to keep sieging this down with things like the Jhin and try and find an opportunity to go for the engage.
Gonna be the Jhin to start it up. Sidestepping every single shot, but it is 1 turret down, ready to keep going. Still a 10,000 gold lead in the inventories themselves, let alone the wallets. Clid gonna sidestep a bit here. Turret still under fire. Can't go for bot lane just yet, still waiting for the wave, but the Baron buffed cannons are gonna keep flooding in. The supers come in now as well to knock down even more. This turret's going to fall. Gen G, when will you fight for your life? An open Nexus is the time as Clid is in the back line, taking the shockwave to help him to try to knock down JJ, but it's not gonna happen just yet. Stopwatch burned. 1-0 so far. Take the second. Here comes the Realm Warp. Clid left alone. He will fall, and Ruler sees his kingdom fall to ashes. He's got no turrets left. He's got no life left, and he's got no road left to the World Championship. Viper puts in a couple of shots. BDD is going to die, and the Nexus falls, and EDG, the last of the LPL, are headed to their first World Final.
Welcome to Finals, EDG. What a performance here. 5 games for both of these semifinals. And Damwon, the final boss, will await them there. Quite an intimidating one. For now, revel in the success that you have had here, EDG. First time in semifinals, first time victory.
Also going to be the first time in World's history that we have an LPL first seed facing an LCK first seed in the finals. 2 regions that people have viewed as the top tier of League of Legends for so long, getting to duke it out to see who will lift the trophy. EDG now going through 10 games in playoffs to make it to finals. We're gonna have to see how much they did learn from this. So many individual standout performances across this series. We're going to see that in full force if they want to be able to take the Summoners Cup.
I'm really hoping for more engaged supports for Mako. Finally, threw off the Enchanters. Love it when they have more proactive looks, him setting up plays, you know, forcing on bottom side. Flandre saying, just pick me Graves, man.
I also want to highlight JJ, because JJ has long been viewed as the weakness of this roster, particularly in one series in summer playoffs. He got subbed out because of how bad he played. Comes into Worlds, and honestly, he's probably been the most consistent high-level performer for EDG. Joined the squad back in 2019 summer, the youngest player on the squad at only 20 years old. And again, he's having a fantastic Worlds.
And he's going to fight against Canyon in 6 days. His early games were great. He got at least 4 first bloods. It might have been 5, but I don't know, 3 of those turned into wins when it happened. Again, the bot lane, the mid lane, that's what ended up being the focus. And, you know, as EDG puts the games in, 10 so far in the knockout stage, they learn and they learn, they figure out, okay, what's the style that's going to work? They get to watch the 5 games we just saw of Damwon Kia, look at what T1 did to isolate them and find a couple of wins there, and it's just, okay, you've got 5 days. You've got the work week to get yourself ready to fight.
Time for the hyperbolic time chamber here for EDG. Get in there, get pumping.
Yeah, again, EDG, gonna be the last hope of the LPL, gonna be the hope of EDG, right? Again, EDG fans have waited for this moment for so long.
Oh, it's gonna be fun. I can't wait for that one to happen. Now, of course, we are wrapping up semifinals with Worlds cooldown in just 3 short minutes, so don't go anywhere. See you soon.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
After a 10-game weekend, we have crowned our finalists for the World's 2021 World Championship. Don Juan Kiem, EDG. I'm joined here by Azael and Vedius for World's Cooldown and to close out our semi-final weekend. Grueling 5-game series.
Yeah. Hard
following
fought.
Another 5-game series. But it is the LPL 1 seed that comes out on top. And so we do have that cross-regional final that I think many were hoping for.
So it was 2017 was the last time we saw an all-Korean final. But ever since then, it has been an LPL representative in the final every single year. Last year, it was Suning that fell short to Damwon. But coming into this tournament, many expected EDG to be one of the front runners. I think that it should come as no surprise that EDG is in the final, but the way in which that they've gotten here, I think is a surprise to me.
Exactly. I agree so much with it, with how you're phrasing that at the end, because it's, yeah, if you told me before the tournament started, #1 seed from the LPL is going to play the #1 seed from the LCK, it's like, well, duh. Yeah, that makes sense. But at the same time, when you watch it, it's weird to think that the LPL, who most people were considering as the stronger region coming in, their #1 seed is in the finals, and people are like, holy crap, are you a huge underdog or what?
I mean, that to me is the wild thing right there. The idea that people will still look at Damwon, who was just pushed to 5 games, as a big favorite over EDG, who as well was pushed to 5 games. But I think in essence, it's because of who pushed them to those points, right? Yes. You look at the matchups and you go, well, T1, that makes sense. Gen G surprising so many today by putting up the fight that they did and being within a game's reach of a finals berth of their own.
I think that what we saw from Gen G is what we often saw from Gen G. A very incredible performance from their mid-jungle duo, but I also think that this team lived and died by the success of their mid-jungle duo. And in the final 2 games, it was EDG successfully shutting down BDD. Scout getting those resources early was something that we actually haven't really seen much of this tournament, but when they were able to finally get Scout off the board and actually get themselves through that early game, we really started to see the gap between these 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about EDG being the more complete team, and it did kind of shine through, I think, in the end when Scout was finally able to neutralize. I think, ironically, a big part of shutting down BDD was actually removing the Lee Sin from Split, because how they play as that duo was so incredible, and I just feel like the priority on Lee Sin has skyrocketed through every single series to the point where coming into finals, it has got to be such a high prio pick. You know, for Canyon, you're looking at that. I don't think you can give it to him if you can't give it to Clit either.
But that's the thing, though, because it's so strange that, yes, while it was huge priority in both series, it was EDG who didn't really want to play it, right? Yeah, like, their solution was just get rid of it as an option, and that's almost a terrifying thing for me when I think about EDG looking towards the finals, is that eats one of your bans, because you know Canyon's taking that in first rotation, or at least following the first set of bans every single time. And so you're going to have to use one of your first 3 if you're not willing to play it yourself.
So, do you want to talk about the finals now or a little bit later?
No, I just wanted to say that thing because we were on the Lee Sin point.
Okay, then
I do want to talk about the finals.
Because I kind of want to talk about the finals.
Well, I was driving the show.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Driver.
Kids screaming in the backseat.
Are we there yet? We'll turn this analyst desk around. Okay, so what I do want to talk about before we get to the finals is kind of what you mentioned, what seemed like, you know, that pivotal turning point in this series. And while some of it did have to do with removing the Lee Sin and therefore, in essence, nerfing BDD, the mid laners for me. And it was about the uptick in Scout's performance in those last couple wins. But I do also want to give a nod to BDD as he leaves this tournament, because my God, what a mid lane performance this guy put on all tournament long. You're taking a look at stats for both these players in their wins in this series, and I think it just exemplifies how critical they were to the victories.
Absolutely. I mean, I think BDD should be so proud. I think his body of work across this tournament is the best section of, I guess, 14-odd games that he played that he's ever had in his career. Like, he was incredible throughout Worlds, and I think a lot of people's opinion of him will have skyrocketed after this. You know, most people were talking about him, he's kind of like middle of the pack in LCK, you know, he's not as consistent as the top dogs, but he really did put that to rest, at least for Worlds, because his consistency was incredible.
And what I'll say is that last year, it was a rough road for Gen G, right? Getting smashed by G2 3-0, and also, like, in recent history, Gen G hasn't had the most impressive results internationally. But the fact that a player like BDD, and obviously he wasn't alone, but I think it's fair to say that he kind of hard carried this roster to a World semi-final. And regardless of what you think of the quality of League and the teams representing at Worlds, that is no easy feat, like, at all. And the few players that have done it, Faker is one of them. And you kind of look at Showmaker as being the other, right? Yeah. And like, these are the mid laners that BDD is consistently competing against on a regular basis. And yeah, okay, domestically, maybe he does fall short, but the reality is that he should be considered one of the best that we have competing right now. And I'm just hoping that he can continue that level of performance moving into 2022.
That's a pair of names I wouldn't be right? Wouldn't really mind being grouped into, right? Faker and Showmaker. And yeah, again, I'll just remind everyone, as you go all the way back to the group stages where this team was actually in a position to maybe not even make the quarterfinal. And time again, it was BDD.
Four-way tiebreaker.
Exactly. It was BDD who had to come up with some pretty stellar individual performances just to get them to that quarter.
Those sleeps
and then
will haunt me. Those bubbles.
Yeah, exactly. It was brutal. Absolutely
Wake up
brutal.
in cold sweat.
Not again. But that's where, Medius, as you mentioned, that like, hey, there's that pair of incredible mid laners that sat on the other side of the bracket, and then we just build up, you know, kind of the monolith that is BDD on his team. I return to Scout, the player that will actually move on to the World Final to challenge Showmaker in that regard. It's going to take another Herculean performance out of him to do something similar to Showmaker than what he did to BDD today.
I will say one thing, you know, and people are really down on Doumbé. I think he played poorly at Worlds, but he was incredible in the LPL, and Scout was such a huge part of them actually winning that LPL finals. Because coming into that was the story, is that, well, congrats FPX, like no one can stop Doumbé, because he had been on such a rampage. He had just been running over teams, and EDG was able to actually craft a plan to shut him down. And it was largely due to some pretty incredible play, I think, from Scout. So it'll be interesting to see what their planning is actually going to bring them. I think that they have to significantly level up if they actually want to be able to challenge Damwon. You cannot turn in sloppy games like you did against Gen G, because Damwon will kill you when you make a mistake. So it's going to take something special, but I think there's some evidence to say that they could really, with some preparation.
Yeah, and so final words from me from Scout is very much as you said. I'm really happy we got to see.
I like that you decided this is final words.
Well, they're my final words.
Okay.
You may choose to ask me another question, but I will decline to answer.
You think you're in control. Anything else on Scout? Zip.
But I think that Scout, I'm just really happy that we got to see what he is capable of today. We talked about it at the beginning of the day. We know that he does have that potential if you just give him a couple resources. What was that? 32 KDA in wins. Like, the man is just, when you give him an inch, he takes a mile. And I think that just goes to show the caliber that Scout is capable of. And I know that for many LPL fans, they've been waiting for this for so long, because Scout is a mid laner that has been hyped for so long for EDG. So it's cool to see that he will make his first finals, and he had a good performance in the semifinals leading into that finals.
All right, I will allow you those final words on Scout, but now I will pull in another player that the casters were talking about, and Lyric specifically. With this win, he wanted to call out the jungler. And if we look towards, you know, Damwon Kia, JJ alongside Scout, again, another big question mark going up against the LCK1 seed.
It was 5 Jarvan games. It was it was a lot of Jarvan is what we saw from him. And obviously his performances was up and down, but I think that he's taken a responsibility on this team that usually would be shared with Mako in terms of being that engaged. And you know, we were talking a little bit about it and how like the meta right now could very well be something that EDG is still finding a way to find reliable success with, given that you don't have Mako being on a lot of those playmakers, being able to facilitate.
Go back to it in that 5th game, too, when everything was on the line. But you're 100% right. The majority of the series was predicated on everything else.
Exactly. And I think that JJ, taking that responsibility, he did do a good job. And so I think that if he can still continue to work with Scout, obviously taking down Canyon is not an easy feat. No one has done it yet, aside from RNG at MSI earlier this year. But when it comes to best of 5s, that man feels like that he can't be put down. But I will say, don't give him Lee Sin, okay? Just don't. That is not allowed, because I promise you that if anyone's getting a skin, it's him, and then it's on Lee Sin.
Good point. I mean, is that the only answer, or what else we got?
Oh, I mean, in that specific matchup, I think.
Yeah, I mean, or whether or not you pull in the duos again, right? If it's not just jungle to jungle.
I think it's absolutely about the duos and how they interact, right? And I think that we've seen that all across Worlds. People talking a lot about how much top lane matters to this tournament, but to me, top lane is unlocked by playing through mid often first. You know, it's about being able to get prio, being able to play with your jungle 2v2, have pushing lanes, move around the map. So many of the top teams have just taken over games, you know, through this map movement, through really good coordinated play. And to me, it's going to be a lot about that, right? And it is a team job to shut down Canyon. You have to be warding. If you got eyes on one side of the map, you have to be invading on the other side of the map and actually dropping wards so you can continually track him, because he is so ridiculously good. It is going to be so hard to stop him. And I think one of the most difficult parts when crafting a plan against Damwon is where is the weakness, right? Like where is the thing that you're supposed to point to? Because as much as you could say, okay, well, Mako should go back to comfort, he should play engage, you know, put JJ maybe back more on Lee Sin as like a follow-up engage or something like that, well, then Damwon might just play Enchanter's bot and just blow you apart from that. Because even in their series against SKT, we saw some really impressive performances from Ghost, who people were expecting to get blown out by Gumayusi and Keria, because most people were pointing them as the best bot lane in the tournament based on, you know, pros kind of feedback from scrims.
All right, you know, I know you have something you want to jump in with, but as Vedius
it was his final word. He's done
talking. I know, that's the thing. Vedius is out of words for Scout, but I tell you what, that's all right, because we're going to hear from the man himself. Shox is standing by with Scout over in Iceland.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Scout after that epic best of 5. And of course, the first question has to be, Scout, what was the key to taking down Gen G in this 5th game?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也是想问一下 Scout 选手，你觉得能在第5局最后最终击败 GNG 最大的一个原因或者是重点会是什么呢？
首先我觉得 GNG 的话 ，BDD 是对于他们来说很重要的一个选手吧。然后我们只要中野有主动权的话，其实这个比赛就会比较简单吧。
So I really feel for GNG, BDD is the core member from this team. So if we can have a very good mid-jungle synergy to try to take the initiative in the actual game, we can easily get the win.
And the win you got now, Scout, you have given so much to this organization over the years. There have been so many heartbreaks at Worlds, but now EDG finally makes it to their first World Championship final. How do you reflect on the journey you've had with this team so far and how much it means to make it here?
那接下来这个问题想问一下 Scout 选手的是，其实你也和 EDG 在一起很久了嘛？你们也曾经在以前的全球总决赛之中有过心碎的瞬间，但是这一次你们做到了，你们踏入了最后的决赛舞台。所以说，能问一下你怎么样去看待这一路走来的一个过程呢？同时，你觉得进入到了决赛对你来讲意味着什么？
之前的话，我自己个人来说经验也比较少，然后一直以来成长之后，现在的话就今年的话，我的 经验也挺足的，然后我们的队友也挺给力的，所以我们能走到这一步吧。
So I really feel previously I'm kind of lack of experience on stage. So that's the reason for us didn't manage to have a very good result. But for this year, I think I really grew a lot and I have accumulated a couple of experience in the international stages. And also I have so many good teammates. So with them, we were able to just get into the grand final.
Alongside the great teammates, there are also so many EDG fans worldwide and their faith has finally been rewarded in EDG. Is there anything you would like to say to the worldwide EDG fans?
那同时呢，你们也有很多一直支持着你们来自全世界的 EDG 的粉丝，所以说有没有什么话想要对所有一直支持着你们的人们说的呢？
Thank you guys for cheering us.
Awesome. Final question. Now up is the big final next week versus Damwon Kia. You are going into this as underdogs. I think that is fair to say. What will it take for EDG to beat Damwon Kia next week?
那在接下来，在下一周，你们也会在决赛舞台和Damwon Kia 碰面嘛？那面对 DK 的话，就是你们可能也是一路冲上来的一个队伍嘛。然后所以说，想问一下，你觉得对于你们来讲是做到什么，然后可以让你们来在决赛的舞台中也能战胜对手呢？
对战 DK 的话，我们的中上也会比较重要吧。然后前面的主动权也会比较重要吧。
So I really feel facing Damwon Kia, our top mid jungle synergies, or the upper half of the map can be very crucial, and also the early game tempo can be a very important part for the grand final.
Okay, thank you very much, Scout and Wendy as well. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Shox. On Saturday, November 6th, EDG will face off against Damwon Kia for the Summoners Cup. And we heard from Scout himself that he's putting a focus not only on the mid-jungle, but pulling top into that equation as well when it comes to what he thinks might be the difference maker between, you know, success or not in terms of taking down the defending world champion.
So it's really interesting that he says that, because my focus was immediately going to go to bot, because the thing that we saw consistently today was Viper and Mako getting a lot of 2v2 kills.
Yep.
And when I think about some of the struggles that we saw from Damwon against T1, I actually think it was that bot lane. When he didn't get his hands on Jhin or Ziggs, Ghost was put in a very difficult position by Gumayusi and Keria. And I think that given how aggressive Viper and Mako have shown to be in today's series, this is an avenue with which they can very much look to try and leverage, because multiple times T1 tried to attack Khan. He was 0-2, 0-3, 0-4, yet he always found a way to have impact. So can you say the same thing if you try and shut down that bot lane for Damwon?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think I'd push back a little bit because I do think his Draven game was actually pretty good too. Like, I don't think it was as effective in the later stages. But then if you're giving him the Draven game, you're giving him 4 out of 5 good games against the bot lane that people were saying was the toughest bot lane to play against in the tournament, right? So like as much as like I agree with you that it's probably the weakest point on the map for them, it's still like I actually think that they're playing pretty well. I think that they're playing pretty well throughout this event, and I think that they're not as exploitable as they were at MSI. I feel like they really leveled up in summer. I think that they've played pretty well here in the bot lane at Worlds. Doesn't mean that you're not right, that they shouldn't try to go there anyway, but it's just I still think it's so difficult to actually, you know, be able to pin down how they need to play it. And I think at the end of the day, like it almost sounds like a cop-out, but you just have to play like at or above your highest level that you've played at before, because Damwon just looks to be a better team. When you watch these two series, I do think that mechanically, I think that as far as setup on around objectives, as far as actually how they're playing the map and playing side lanes, Damwon just looked way better, I think, than what EDG showed us today. So you have to play a better game. You have to be able to, you know, perform in the early game especially, because I think if there's anywhere that Damwon is like weak for being the best team in the world standards, it's the early game. Because T1 was able to, especially when you look back to the finals, get significant early leads. Damwon falls behind sometimes, and you often need that buffer to have a chance against them in the mid and the late game because they're so good there.
And overall, neither of these teams are weak. They're the two best teams remaining in the world, right? But I do think the point stands that, and as we actually have been talking about over the last couple of days, you know, every time we start honing in towards the eventual champion, we begin to rehash those discussions of what makes a champion and what are the most integral things to success at a world championship. And one of the things that I believe have all three come to a conclusion about is that it is no one singular thing, right? It is the amalgamation of multiple things. It is about, you know, peaking at the right moment, both in your play and your strategy. It is, you know, your ability to draft and your understanding of the strengths and weaknesses, not only of the champions and the meta that you are afforded and handed, but also of what your players are capable of doing. Gen G, in a number of ways, was an example of that today, although they didn't get the win. Sticking to their guns and their style is what allowed them to even get to the 5-game series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there are teams that will pop up from time to time and they look really good on an international level because the meta happens to suit the style that they can play to the best of their ability. Why I am so impressed by teams like T1, you know, in the past when they had these long streaks of dominance, and now Damwon today, is that they feel meta-proof. They can play it all. They can play different styles. They can adapt, right? And that is not a skill that a lot of teams have. It's one of the most consistent things you'll hear from pros after they fall out of Worlds. Well, the meta didn't really suit us, or oh, it was not really our style, right? A lot of it of the summer split style was roaming supports, you know, very heavily playing engaged supports. There wasn't really any enchanters. The meta changed significantly coming into Worlds, but Damwon looks just as good, if not better, which I just find incredible.
So I definitely think that Damwon is quite a flexible team, but in my opinion, what ultimately makes them the best is their ability to team fight. It's unbelievable how good they are at team fighting. Like in their setups, in their approach, in their patience, like that is why, like, often we've all got teams domestically that you're just like, oh, they're 10K gold down, you know, like, there's a way, they've done it before, you know, right? Like, for Europe, it was the Mad Lions, right? We talked about them. And then when Mad Lions had a 10K gold lead against Damwon, it was Damwon's team fighting that managed to turn the game around for them. And it's just the way in which they approach fights, to me, is what separates them from everyone else in the world. It feels to me like no one can compete for them in the 5v5. You just have to give them a small opportunity and they'll crush you every time.
I agree so much. I mean, Game 5 to me against T1 was just such a masterclass in how to actually play around their win conditions as well. Like, it's not even that they just always draft the same style and team fight that one way. It's like, you look at Game 5, T1 had Gumayusi on his like unbeatable Aphelios. They have a late game Azir, and they just made it look completely worthless because they played around the lack of engage that T1 had drafted for. T1 drafted comfort, T1 drafted, you know, scaling, and Damwon's just like, well, guess what? You're never going to get in range of us. We're never going to miss position. We're going to play the angles perfectly, play the vision and the setup to Vetti's point perfectly. So T1 could never even enter the Dragon area in that 5th game. They ended up having to just flip at Baron because they're like, well, we're never going to be able to fight them. They're never going to let us use our scaling.
Right, and I like the fact that you call out T1 comfort picks in that situation because of how well Damwon played it, almost made T1 look uncomfortable, right? We talked multiple times about, ooh, are they shy on pulling the trigger because they don't know if it's the perfect angle. They can't find the perfect angle, and so they keep backing off of those opportunities to fight until they ultimately get backed into a corner and have to take a stab at something. And that is, again, the team that has pushed Damwon the furthest so far at Worlds. In fact, the only team to take a game off them. The question is, can EDG do the same, and can they do it once more?
And ultimately, what I will say is, based on how we've been speaking, it's pretty obvious that everyone has a consensus that
EDG will win the
that Damwon are the heavy favorites going into this final. And I've seen many people tweeting about like 3-0, easy for Damwon, like T1 was the toughest opponent for them. And like, I understand where that sentiment comes from, and I get it. The caveat for me is that I do not think Damwon have always had the best drafts. Like we talked so much about Jin yesterday that like I still have my doubts around Ghost and what he is super comfortable on and how you can make him uncomfortable as a player. I also think that while Damwon are creative in ways in which using even weaker drafts and still finding success with it, that's because of the caliber of the players. That doesn't necessarily mean that they always draft themselves for success. And I think that while I am expecting Damwon to win, and while I think Damwon should still be considered heavy favorites, I believe that EDG still have the caliber of players and the tools in order to actually create some chaos and maybe even create the upset.
Final word.
I was gonna give you one shot at close it out, but you beat me to it, man. All right, well, everybody, this does conclude the semifinals. We will be back on November 6th for a 1-hour special edition of Worlds Countdown at noon Central European Time, 4 a.m. Pacific. Set your alarms. Wake up early prior to the 2021 World Finals. As we leave you, though, let's take a look back at our favorite moments from the semifinals with our Axe Effect highlights. Stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Good night.
Told you I'd be a great host.
No more woods. No more. Welcome back to Worlds 2021, taking place in Reykjavik, Iceland. T1 and Damwon Kia fight for a shot at another title. Damwon Kia, they're going in. Gobushi going down. Kana forced to back away, carrying it. Faker just getting torn apart. It's all too easy for Damwon Kia. Early game close and contested, but mid to late, Damwon Kia in absolute control here in game one. Keep your eyes on that one. They find the reset. That's going to be one. Frozen Thralls now coming out. Damwon Kia getting routed in the river, but Canyon still standing strong for a moment. No. Double, triple for Gumayushi. Follow-up kill. A smite steal from Owner. The rookies on T1 are making their mark at Worlds.
An incredible punch back here from T1.
It is fight or die in the final moments, and Showmaker finds Carrier. Faker getting burned down, but Kana, can he turn it back? Kana, can he make it happen? It is not enough. Damwon Kia will not be stopped. They have the Elder Dragon, they have a wave, they have everything they need to go to the World Finals. Today, Gen G and EDG fight for the right to challenge them for the world title. Being zoned away, Rask going for the pushback. Viper getting kicked. Viper flashes and stays alive. Health bar is low. Will be able to dash across the wall. Lee Sin drops, and Viper this time around saved his summon spells for the right time. This is how you do it. He's gonna miss his first engage. Clint finds the kick, and they're gonna find that first kill. Gets the smite, no problem. 5v4, Gen G came to play. Gen G came to conquer. But EDG have to run for their lives. Flandre the attack, Flandre the target, and Flandre to die. Gen G may lose the soul, but they win the fight. 2-2 now stands the series score. It all comes down to a best of one to find out who will challenge Damwon Kia in the World Final. Will they kill Mako? Yes, a 1-for-0. The shots come across. Ruler a bit isolated, but will not be hit by the skill shots. Rascal a bit low, and life has been traded back. The dunk comes in. It's 3 unanswered. A stopwatch for Scout, and he stays alive. It's the ace. It's Gen G falling. And EDG are headed to their first World Final.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting. Make it